Good morning, everybody. We are in our very first meeting of 2017. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a great break. We are meeting today, of course, on the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation, and I'm looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved by Karen, seconded by Peter. All those in favor, opposed, motion carries. So just before we get going, as you can see, we're working through our financial plan workshop. We've added a few things on the end here, just to make sure council has the opportunity to talk about putting their minds to budget items that came out of last year's policy work, so housing task force recommendations, digital strategy, that type of thing. We also wanted to give council an opportunity to put their minds to, are there things that we want to act on early? Are there positions that we don't want to wait until we approve the budget in May to actually start the hiring process? Is there a capital project that we'd like to move out to tender earlier in the process, so we're sort of staggering more around the year? So we'll put those things to our minds at the end of the workshop. So just have a think about that. Christine, do you want to take it from here?
I'm actually going to let Ms. Glenda take it to start us off.
Morning, Council, and Happy New Year. So yes, back into our budgeting workshops, and in the interim, around the break, staff have been working quite hard on the budget in terms of coming back with detail around some of the all of the parking lot items, and further, what Christine is going to present to you today is where we ended up at the last meeting in terms of revenue above last year's taxation revenue. That said, staff have prepared some suggestions for how to get that down. Now, we recognize that everything that we proposed was very important, so we had some very difficult conversations with our management team around. We recognize the balance between growing community, growing pressures on our staff, wanting to enable a complete council strategic plan, but also maintaining affordability. And so with that in mind, we will, as we go through or as Christine and Tanya go through the process, provide our recommendations. That said, we recognize it's council's direction, but we thought what we would do is at least provide council a starting point and discussion points rather than just starting from square one, essentially. So the numbers you see from Christine don't take into account those removals. Those will be presented later. In terms of our timing, our ideal is that we get the lion's share done today. We will be coming back on the 24th, obviously, with any changes that happen today, but really the major discussions and changes and decisions we really are hoping the council will land on. The idea is that we'll have a budget draft that council is comfortable presenting to the public on January 31st. So that's our objective from the staff point of view, and we hope we can achieve that today.
That sounds great.
Super. So I will now pass it over to our CFO and financial analyst, Christine Kim.
Thank you very much, Christine Matthews, Tanya Bastian, and we're just going to run you through the very quick and dirty opening and intro. And so just a reminder to our audience at home that we are listening. Please weigh in. We do want to hear back from you, and there's a number of different ways we can do that, through Twitter and through our budget site, through the like our actual website, and through Twitter accounts. So please weigh in. Just a reminder to council how we're doing on our schedule. We're at the place we did workshops on December 12th and 13th with our general fund. We did get our utility fee bylaws through, so those should be scratched off. Sorry, didn't update the scratch offs. And we're now on January 10th. So this was part of the perceived schedule, but to Ms. Glenda's point, we are now bumping up against our budget schedule and timeline. So we really want to try and get a lot accomplished today. The ultimate goal here is that by January 31st, we'd like to be at a public meeting. That's the 5th Tuesday of the month. And we're hoping that that makes sense for a public meeting, but obviously we still have a lot of work to do before we're ready for that. So, and then we expect to take the financial plan bylaws in February if our schedule stays on track, and in early March we would have the financial plan approved. We would still need to wait until the revised roll comes out before we could finalize our tax rate bylaws, okay? So for today, we are going to circle back and finish off special projects, but we're going to give you a very quick update of where we are. I've heard a couple councillors ask me that this morning. I think it is good for us to kind of weigh in and make sure we understand where we are in terms of our affordability envelope. We'll finish off the special projects. During that time, we're going to basically go through and ask you to look at the above, below the line scenarios again, try and prioritize those. We are going to circle back on our parking lot. So we have the parking lot broken up into those particular areas. We have items that affect special projects, service level changes, and capital projects, and then we have a few left over at the end that we'll pick up at the end of our discussions as we go through. And then we will go back to the capital. To the mayor's point, we do have an extra item on the agenda where we'll just look at the 3 key strategies: the economic development strategy, the digital strategy, and the housing task force recommendations, and let you know how the budget starts to approach some of the implementation and action plans in that regard. And then if there's any early release items, we can talk about those near the end. We do hope our goals for today, as Ms. Glenday indicated, we are hoping to get the prioritizations to a level where council is comfortable enough that we could, if council wants to, come back maybe on the 24th just for a quick, does this really land where we thought it landed? Any final tweaks, but again, the ultimate goal is to try and make that January 31st public meeting. We are going to try and clear our parking lot items, so hopefully we don't put too many more in there today, but we're going to try and get through those and help council get comfortable with where we're at and what we're trying to budget. And again, if I can keep the focus on what is it we're trying to budget today. If we need to come back and have more philosophical discussions about approach, then let's take that to another committee, please. So what we're trying to decide right now is, do we want to fund it? And then we can circle back on how does it look in terms of how we implement it in committees if possible. And direction on next steps, we will be looking at the end of the day just to touch in and make sure that we're good to go, either for a touch base on the 24th or straight to January 31st. How comfortable council is with that, we'll touch back there and talk a little bit about what does our public meeting look like to you, like what would you like to see in that meeting. Okay?
Just before you go on?
Thanks. Before, in previous budget years, we've had public comments before listed in an Excel sheet. And so as we go through the budget, people that are paying attention give their comments and we get a list of those comments. I feel like we're operating in a bit of a vacuum right now. We're making all these decisions. We're going to present pretty much a finalized budget to the public instead of allowing them to come along with our decision making. And it's really hard to cut and move lines without public input. So I'm wondering what happened to that. Has there been public comment? Where are we at in public process?
So to my knowledge, I haven't been circulated anything either, so I think it's been pretty quiet. So, but we will circle back with our communications department and just make sure on that.
Speaks to, can I just say that, you know, if it's been quiet, then nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah,
That's,
probably
Yeah,
true.
no, I agree with that. Linda?
Sorry, I was just texting Christina Moore. I'll have Christina come in and answer that question.
perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So just a reminder for, again, our viewers at home, I think council's pretty comfortable with this concept right now. A lot of the percentages that we're going to bandy around today generally relate to whether our tax revenue needs to increase. So what is our tax revenue requirement overall? What we won't be able to talk to today is what does that mean to your average household? Okay, we don't necessarily have all of those numbers yet. We do now have a completed roll, so we have some higher level estimates now than we had before in terms of how it may shake down to an effective tax rate. But again, we haven't got to that level where we could tell you what an average household might see. So really, we're focusing a lot of our percentages on tax revenue requirement. Given we've had growth in the community, we do expect that the actual effective tax rate will be lower than that. But still, council, I think when you see those numbers, you're still going to be pretty motivated to try and do some additional work today to maintain affordability. Just let me make sure there's nothing else on there. So I think that's it for now. And just again, we will still be adding carry forward projects into the mix as we finalize the year end, just to make sure that we're picking up projects that are still have money out on them to complete. So now we'll touch base on some of that, where are we now? This was a schedule you saw last time. This is the existing service level, so it's not the where we are now, it's the part of the start of it. This is our existing service level. We have made a few changes since the last time you saw it. So labor has actually gone down a little bit. Based on, I'm going to probably have to get some help here from the actual specific changes, but I think that we had a duplication of the planner position was actually a special project, and it had slipped into the non-discretionary here. So we've removed that. We had to make some adjustments for some premiums on pay that became late breaking news to us. So we've made some minor adjustments there, but it's actually gone down from where it was before. And the other thing that changed was the other changes in allocations. We've increased it by the building permit revenue. We've seen quite a bit of building permit revenue that is expected to continue. So we've been able to reduce that number with those additional expected revenues again in 2017. The debt service, this is an interesting one. I might have to explain this a bit more. The debt service in terms of has gone up a little bit. We actually expect the debt overall to reduce a little bit, to have been what it was before, $147,000 of new debt service, because we have some debt dropping off, netting against this 272. However, the debt dropping off is the library, and it impacts the library tax requisition, not our general tax requisition. So overall, the taxpayer will see some improvement in the tax rate because of that, but because it's the library tax requisition and the debt service, it's fairly small. So we're going to continue to talk about the general tax requisition impact, and that's why we had to move the debt service up, because it doesn't affect, that debt drop-off doesn't actually affect the general tax revenue, okay? And then the change in provision use is the same. So we're at 3.8% coming out of existing service level. Bearing in mind, though, this assumes we're going to do the same level of special operating projects as last year, about $547,000. That is required by taxation. We always do more special projects than that, but the amount requiring taxation. And this also assumes 1.5 million of direct capital contribution. So in that 3.8 mix is really trying to get us to the existing service level. Okay.
Just to clarify the debt service, so that 272,000 figure represents an increase in the amount we'll be applying to debt service this year compared to last year?
Correct.
And that's principal and interest.
It is.
And that represents, I guess, significantly the borrowing we did last year, because this is when it kicks in?
Correct.
Thank you.
So on,
Yeah, go ahead then.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, Mayor Heinzman, but Christina Moore is here if you wanted to hear.
Sure, why don't we touch on the publication side of things now? Come on up, Christina. And just so we're mindful of that as we go through the day. You need bigger tables. Smaller boats.
Jason's spreading out.
Christina.
So at this point in time, we haven't received any budget feedback on any of the workshops that have been done to date. As was mentioned earlier, last year and certainly this year, the intention is to share all budget comments that are received through the Excel worksheet that will be shared with you through your SharePoint site. You know, my sense is that the timing of the workshops in December didn't receive a lot of attention at that point in time. So I think there is an opportunity now. We're back after the holidays in January to garner more interest and start to highlight, you know, some of the aspects of the budget to encourage more attention and more interest. But at this point, it's been very quiet from the public.
How much are we promoting it through Facebook, our newsletter, all that sort of stuff? Are we giving it high profile in those?
Certainly through December, we did through those first workshops, and we will sort of ramp that up now that we're in the new year.
And last year we talked about a number of sort of engagement programs, surveys, a variety of things. We did the video, that type of thing. Are we ramping that up again this year? Are we doing essentially the same as what we did last year?
Well, there has been a lot of conversations at the council table with regards to sort of a more robust engagement tool and platform, and I think my understanding was that the general feeling was that we would kind of continue the same as encourage people to weigh in. All of the documents are on our website and have been since the first workshop back in December. We haven't planned for any sort of broader public engagement tool in terms of the budget allocator. The video that we did last year, we can update. At this point in time, sort of we felt that the workshops were still very preliminary and not quite at the point where we had enough information to share some of those details in the budget video. But certainly that's something that we're looking at, and as the conversation progresses, we can try to include some of that information in there.
Sometimes feedback for budget isn't as obvious as it might be. You know, when someone talks and calls and complains about dogs on the street, they're really saying, do we want to increase this budget? You know what I'm saying? Or snow clearing, really talking about, I'd like to see that. Or so how insightful are we about analyzing the feedback we do get during the year and incorporating it into our budget? I'm asking this question more for everyone, like for the public more than us. But
well, certainly from the snow clearing side of things, we have received a fair bit of feedback on the operations. Obviously, it's been very timely. So certainly those are comments that we could pull and provide to council. We haven't. Yeah, we could certainly take a look at those items.
I didn't necessarily want to focus on snow clearing.
Yeah, it's obviously very timely.
Yeah.
I can jump in here if I may, Mayor Heinzman. That's an excellent point in terms of, like you say, not the most obvious feedback. In terms of staff's recommendations for budget changes or increases, primarily, a lot of it is based on, like bylaws, an example is indicated a 60% increase in volume from bylaw complaints and subsequent complaints. But truly, most is anecdotal, really, to be perfectly honest. And so I think it's a brilliant idea that going forward, if we put our minds to gathering that through the year more systematically.
And that's where I think benchmarking can come into. Any more thoughts or comments about how do we get the public to, and I think there was a very, everyone did squirrel when the BC assessment letters came out in December, and then the actual assessments, I got mine last week, and I was up over 50% on my property, so it should be interesting. But how do we get their attention?
Right. Mayor Heinzman, in terms of how to get their attention right now, I will certainly defer to our communications expert. But just as a refresher for the public on our conversation with council around the engagement tools, as we talked about participatory budgeting and starting small or walking before we run. And so we have earmarked the Dentville Park as that participatory side of it. The robust IT platform, in conjunction with all our resources going to the technology transformation program, is something that we pulled out of doing this year. So that said, what do we do in the interim of the Dentville Park on a more general level? And that's something that staff can continue to brainstorm with council's ideas as well.
Anybody else on this for now? Okay.
And if I can just follow up on what Christina said, we did talk a little bit pre-Christmas around where do we want to go. We don't really, to be frank, like to go out to the public with a lot of this is proposed in the budget until we've had these robust workshops with council. Make sure you're on the same page before we go out and start saying, hey, we're looking at this, do you want it? So I think following today's meeting is when we really roll up our sleeves, we pull out the meat of what it is we're looking at doing, and we start to showcase that more. and leading up to that public meeting. In the past, that's basically how we've tackled it. We try and get some input from council first.
Yeah, thanks. Just to your point and to Linda's point, I mean, we don't keep statistics, I guess, about these comments or complaints we receive during the year. So I think for me, as we go through this discussion and we start talking about priorities, I'm going to look to staff to chime in. Feel free to chime in and give, it's going to be kind of a gut reaction, you know, as you're the front line with the community very often. Is this something you've heard of over the last year, negatively or positively? And just, we don't have anything else really but that is just kind of the senior people's sort of reaction to it.
And if I may just continue on that, a lot of the feedback that we do receive through the year, whether it's through our Facebook account or through the surveys, does then get worked into the budget manager's budget development in August and September, and then forms their budget submissions for the following year. So it is an ongoing feedback cycle that we use throughout the year. It just hasn't been sort of captured in this budget process for council's review in terms of those ongoing comments.
Okay, great. Move on.
So we were talking about where we are. So we talked about the existing service level being at 3.8. We have a capital plan right now that exceeds last year's value. That's good. We actually had a goal to exceed it by about $250,000. We're exceeding it by $563 right now. So that's putting us another 2.3% tax revenue increase there. The proposed service level changes, so anytime we need to add to the operating budget for growth, for new initiatives, this one is a direct hit. It goes, you know, basically it increases our operating year-over-year budgets. And then the special projects, what we had in 2015 was about, or sorry, getting all my years mixed up, in 2016 was about $547,000 of special projects that impacted taxation. This year, we were hoping to get to about 650 in our targets, but we had a conversation last time that maybe we need to weigh capital against the special projects. So, you know, getting a blend of that would still meet our targets without compromising sort of our future. We're trying to get to a sustainable level of funding, essentially. So we're trying to get our capital up to a certain level, and we're trying to get our special operating projects up to a certain level year over year in terms of trying to maintain sustainability. We're so close right now. I really feel like we're starting to hit that, our groove of leveling out. And I think with capital, if we were to remain on targets, would be about 2019 when we're starting to get into a groove.
So in theory, once we hit our groove, we wouldn't see those percent increases with the capital plan and service level. We wouldn't see those increases on a yearly basis. We'd be sort of at the mark, and so you wouldn't see those increases.
In theory, that's correct. So with the capital, we have a little further to go. And in fact, by doing this, we've actually put the 1% reserve increase below the line because we already recognized that we were above the line here. So, so that's one of those places where we've kind of tried to blend the compromise of strategic priorities, operating priorities, affordability, and our long-range financial sustainability. We're really trying to balance all of those balls in the air when we bring forward these suggestions. So the special project is right now at basically $159,000 over last year. And so overall right now, we're sitting at a 9.6% tax revenue increase. I did crunch some numbers with the completed roll. It's not definitive yet. We still have a lot of really outstanding questions, particularly around the port property and that dock. So the new dock, a portion of that will actually be capped even lower than 27.5. It's going to be capped at 22.5. The ministry will not provide me yet the magic answer of how much of that. They say that I'll get that in April. So
Can you explain why a portion of the port is now being capped at 22?
I will do my best, but it's basically legislated under the Port Property Tax Act. 27.5 is the cap, and Squamish is part of that act. For new infrastructure or improving their port, they get a portion of the dock that can be applied at even lower tax rate under that act. And it's just trying to determine the amount that the province is going to agree is the magic amount. I think it's about 4-point-something million that they think will be at that lower cap rate.
Right, so, and just sort of thinking out loud, rationalizing why the province did this, they're trying to stimulate new investment in ports.
I believe so.
However, the assessed value of that dock has gone up significantly, and so the lower cap on a portion of it will be made up and possibly exceeded by the increased value of the dock, the berth.
Yes, it's all on new investment, so your base assessment hasn't changed, right? So you are seeing an improvement in tax impact from the port regardless, because I believe the port infrastructure was about $9 million or so. So we're talking about only a portion of that new assessment value being reassessed at a slightly lower cap. So all in, the port will provide more taxation, absolutely. And you heard Ms. Stigman come in and talk to you about that. That's their concern, right? So that's it's definitely going to be a good contributor. But when we run all of this through in light of caps and everything and what we know or what we're assuming today, we think that the 9.6 would come down to about 7%-ish with the as the effective tax rate increase. And again, I use the term liberally. We have sort of started to set up some good ratios last year that we were sort of stabilizing our ratios to residential. If I assume those same ratios last year and I can take into account the caps, then basically I'd have to increase all of those rates by about 7% right now based on that to make this fly. How that shakes down to individual households, again, still not determined. And really, as I think Council is very aware, so many factors contribute to whether your specific house will be at 4%, 2%, 20%. That's really going to depend on a host of other factors around your assessment value as it relates to the rest of the municipality. Okay.
That investment offset for the port, is that a 1 year or is that an ongoing? Do you have a sense?
Actually,
of
Councillor
that?
Ray's just asked me that, and you know what, I don't know. When I look at the act, it's not, I don't recall it specifying that, so I will have to follow up with the province on that. Okay. So can you just scroll down? Yeah, just that side right there. So again, I think given that Council, I don't think I'm off base here saying that Council probably needs to do some cutting today in terms of where you really want to be. Maybe that's... yeah. So I'm thinking that if it's going to be a struggle, as Ms. Glenday said, to get down to actually the tax revenue down to 5, given that you saw we're already at 3.8 just off the existing kind of level. And a big part of that was the provision. Remember, we made a conscious decision. We weren't going to try and take the firefighter and the RCMP person and try and string it out over 10 years. We were going to stop that. So that's a big driver on that 3.8. But if Council wants to try and at least get to an effective tax rate of about 4%, you need to cut another $445,000 today of tax contributed dollars. What's that?
If you add, you gotta cut more.
That's right, and if you add, you're gonna have to cut more, exactly. So management has gone back, we've done some more rolling up our sleeves. We think we have some suggestions for you along the way, but really we wanna kind of hear back from you first, and then if you're really struggling, we'll throw you a couple bones if that's all right, and see how that works for you. I'm not gonna lie, some of those bones are not gonna be popular. As we said, everything that we've put into this budget, we think is well thought out. We think the managers have brought us really good initiatives and increases. There is no good answer here. It is strictly going to be a prioritization from Council.
Dr. Garcia?
Yeah. Yeah. So let me just ask you, without going into specifics, if you look at the two up there, capital plan exceeding 2016 level and special projects exceeding 2016 level, and the total of those is 3%. What is the effect of just not exceeding the 2016 level? In other words,
That would bring us back in within the
plateauing.
5% effective tax rate.
I mean, it takes out that 3%, but in reality, what does that do to our budget? Does that do we just not spend it, or do we fund it from some other way? In other words, borrowing as opposed to, or reserves as opposed to just taxation?
So we've gone back and we've looked at a lot of that. In the past, council has gone after some of the accumulated surplus to use to do some one-off initiatives. I suspect you'll probably want to look at that again. Bearing in mind that we targeted some of these things to try and get to that financial sustainability bit, but if it's part of what has to be weighed off, that's council's decision and prerogative by all means. We are still, even with the capital projects right now, we're about 59 grand over our target even. So if we can even trim 60 grand of that and another 200 or so out of capital, we're getting back into our target range. So that will be part of the mix of what we bring to you to discuss.
Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
So one way of doing that is just eliminating spending, what that represents, or those projects, The other way is finding another source of funds, and is that a realistic alternative?
We have tried to already, so I think we're going to struggle, but we can certainly talk about individual cases as we get there. What we have gone through in terms of, again, we're really at the same time that we're doing all this, finance is really trying to clean up our borrowing house, how we borrow, what thresholds we borrow at, and for what types of projects. And we are still trying to apply that philosophy as we work through this. So we have gone back and we've really tried to look at what could we borrow. On capital, there's really only one more thing that we could borrow and stay within those goals. And it's not really palatable. We don't like it, but we mentioned it to you last time and we'll mention it to you again today. But we'd like to throw you some other options too instead. Okay.
Thank you.
So, let's dig in.
Let's dig in. Sounds good. So I'm going to hand it over to Tanya now to help walk you through the workshop. Probably, Tanya, the first thing we need to do is help people get these things into their binders so that we can talk the same language and find stuff.
Yes. Okay, so first off, we distributed, we can start with the org charts, which I'm not sure if they have been a whole bunch. They have, great. So we are placing those
Section 3.
in section 3? In section 3 of your binders.
Can I ask a question? We have a whole bunch of things that we have scheduled replacement. And I'm looking particularly at the fire department. So scheduled replacement of breathing apparatus, scheduled replacement of aerial apparatus, scheduled, And so we have these big ticket items in a particular year. Do we? How do we
Trying
spread
to
that
smooth
out?
them. Generally, the capital managers do their best to smooth them out. We have been pretty focused on 2017 right now, I'm not going to lie about that, so as we move and defer, we're probably going to have to look at it again in terms of trying to smooth it out. But most of them are based on, particularly in capital, most of this is based on well thought out background master plans and initiatives, and then we're just trying to tweak it maybe a year or two here or there to try and smooth it a little bit. So, but essentially there is quite a bit of master planning that's in behind the scenes, particularly on our maintenance side with our facilities, certainly out of engineering. Our fire has a master plan and they have specific vehicles that really, for insurance purposes, this community wants us to replace those within certain time frames. So we do try to keep an eye on that all the time.
I just look at fire service, because this year, over $3 million, granted 1.7 is the seismic upgrade, and that's anomalous, let's say. Then it goes down to 764, then it's 545, then it's 32,000. So, like 3 million, 32,000 in like 3 or 4 years?
Yeah.
That's a huge change.
It is.
So, we need to be able to spread those out more evenly.
Yes. Agreed. And we are seeing some fairly heavy loading, and this tends to happen when you see a lot of deferral. And again, I don't want to, whine about this, but we also don't have robust asset management system right now. Things are done on spreadsheets in individual departments. Our asset management program is ultimately where we would look at all of our assets and the life cycles and ideally start to flush out year 4 and 5 better than we do today. Right now, like when we do long-range planning, I go back to the asset management plans more robustly. I agree, year 4 and 5 of this plan is a little bit weak. We probably could have had a little more robust input as to what they really see in year 4 and 5.
Yeah, and it's taking the fleet sort of mentality and spreading it out to some of the bigger things that do have regular upgrades, just like cars. Yeah.
And so I would agree with that, and I appreciate you speaking up on the capital plan, because I really feel like we are reactive with our buildings, everything. The asset management plan, that we don't put money away, we don't really save for things, and then when it becomes an emergency, we have to tax for it.
So, in our defense, and in council's defense,
Yeah.
I think you've done a great job over the last 2 terms
gone better.
of
Oh,
starting
for
to
sure.
put money away. And one of the reasons that capital is so difficult right now is that we're literally taking a hands-off approach to the capital reserves while we build them up to a sustainable level. So I'm going to fight back on that one a little bit and say, no, you guys have been doing a good job of trying to save. And that's part of why we're seeing some stresses in these kind of bridge years while we're trying to move from borrowing everything to really applying our financial strategies. The other thing is that the capital planning, what you're really seeing is a lot of deferred stuff. So we've recognized it needed to be replaced probably a couple years ago, but just like you're going to do this year, we have to keep bumping it out, right? So you're seeing that. What I think you need to recognize is year 4 and 5 of the plan is actually too low in this plan. It will be higher. It will be closer to these levels, realistically. They will smooth themselves out, honestly.
I'm thinking about replacement costs, things like, I think particularly about Brennan Park and our recreation resources, where we don't really, we save in the capital management fund, but we don't really save enough. We still haven't committed enough funds to actually replace. We still have to really push things out because we can't afford it yet. And then we're going to get to a point where everything's pushed out at the same time. We still won't have enough money. So either we have to have a more robust contribution to that fund in order to save more, or we have to knock things off.
Sure.
So, and I don't know if the community has tolerance for knocking things off.
Well, and it's very true, and I think every municipality across the province is going to battle with that. We will always want more services, more infrastructure than frankly a municipality our size could probably really carry. So we're always going to be probably playing this catch-up game, frankly. We're just trying to make it better and start to go after the things that must-have, the must-dos in terms of replacement.
Exactly, instead of new infrastructure, just even maintaining, if we're looking at just maintaining what we have, we're still behind.
Yeah, that's right, and that's one of the reasons you're going to find why staff is so stressed to try and find you that magic $500,000 is that we've already pushed this stuff to the point where we really need to do it now. And a lot of it is maintenance and replacement. And unfortunately, some of the things we toss at you may be some of those newer things that we want to do versus the things that just need to maintain what we're doing now.
Thank you, I really appreciate it.
So let's get our binders done and get into it because, like I say, we've got a lot of work to do today. So
Okay. The second section was updated capital plan and remaining updated worksheets. So we're looking at pages 6.1 through to 6.11. And essentially what you can do is take out everything that you previously had in section 6.
or just put this in.
Or just put this in front. Just put this in front and that's what we're working with.
This whole thing. This whole thing.
Yeah, 6.1 through 6.11, yes, yeah. That would be your capital.
I always feel like I'm in like grade school.
I know, right? You know, we'd let you self-manage, but honestly, at the end of the day, everybody's kind of looking for paper. It's just to take a few minutes now, it seems to help.
Okay.
Okay. And then next we will flip to section 7. So again, we have papers 7.1 through to 7.19, and we will just put that to the top of that section.
And to our viewers at home, because hopefully there are some, these are up on our website, okay?
That was section 7. I've lost my spot. Yeah, but
Bluey kind of color.
I'm looking for it now.
We've lost. Oh, you've lost. You're at a tab in the binder?
Fantastic. Anyway, sorry.
Did someone get council raise a tab number 7?
I don't know if we have another one, sadly.
Do you want my tab 7? You think that's open?
Yeah, I'll do number 3.
We'll get you, oh, do we have one?
I can get
I
mine.
was kind of getting there.
Try not to remember too much over here.
Candy's gonna sacrifice.
For tab 7, but that could be dangerous since she's the one that actually has to know where her stuff is. That's why I didn't offer mine.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
They kind of.
All right.
Okay.
You can flash
Do
it
we
up.
want to place any of this other stuff or not?
That's going into section 8.
Yes.
You just put it in as other resources.
This one?
Oh, that's section 3.
So that was the one that we started with. And then, let's,
You're waiting back.
I'm so confused. It's on the bottom.
So the HR one is section 8?
yes.
So everything from HR.
The business, any of the business cases or additional information, you can just put under the additional resources for now.
It's been stated on the website as well.
All information that we give to council is being reproduced and set up for agenda material, and then also our communications department and puts that up on the budget area as well. Okay.
The amount of space is a lot bigger.
And then this HR one,
That can
Also
go in
section
8.
All three of those.
all three of them? Okay.
So maybe just go back.
Is everybody
Just
doing?
do a very brief. The one before that.
Okay.
So I still have these pages. Do I worry about them?
Those ones can go up in section,
They don't
where's
have-
your
they don't have
strategic
holes.
plan? I would put them up in section, sorry, bear with me. I would put those up in section 1.
You want to cover it.
I'll put it. Awesome. Okay.
Okay. So just a brief overview of kind of how we provided the worksheets for you today. The items that are above the line are within the budget currently, and then the items that are below the line are not within the budget. And right now we're meeting to determine whether the prioritization is where we want it, whether it's included or not. And we are going to essentially revisit our special project prioritization and make sure that we've been through the entire listing. And we can start off with this special project fast facts. So currently we're sitting at an above the line net impact on requisition of $706,112. As Christine explained earlier, we have a target of $650,000. And last year's level for special projects was $547,000 and a little change.
Is there a page in our binder?
Yes, so we will be starting, special projects start at 7-8.
Thank goodness we got that straight.
And FYI, finance has lent rulers for the day, so there's rulers in the middle of the table if you need them. Please return them.
7-8, did you say?
7-8 is our ranking legend, and then 7-9 begins with the listing of the items above the line. And if I could, essentially, what I'll do is provide you with a brief explanation of what's been updated within this list since we last met in December at the previous workshop. So specifically, number 42, which is above the line, the cemetery master plan has been brought above the line. Number 38, we corrected the funding. It's a $10,000, number 38, the riparian classification of ditches had $10,000 cost, but we corrected for the funding that we determined as a carry forward. So it now has a nil effect. And based on determination by the council, the sponsorship and community partnership policy for arts, recreation, etc. was brought below the line. And that's sitting in BL 11. So those were the changes that have occurred since we last met. Okay. So I guess what we can do is just essentially review the list, and I believe last time it might be simpler if we...
The last time I believe you left off at below the line. So I think if you're finished with below the line, probably go back up above the line now, have us swing through and let us know if there's anything in there in particular that you think could move down, or if you're happy with it. And then what we'll do is we'll circle back to the parking lot items and talk about any of the special projects that were in the parking lot item, and we'll list those for you because we have them reclassified from there, and we'll tick them off as we go. And then hopefully you can get low enough by yourself, but if not, we'll kick in a couple ideas for you. How does that sound? It's totally up to council.
Yeah, go ahead. Would council prefer to see management's ideas for how to get us?
Sure, why don't we start
Just
there?
to give you
Yeah,
some
absolutely.
fuel.
Sure. Let's throw the fuel on the fire. Let's do it.
So, yeah.
Yeah, this one. Okay. So do you want to do this before the parking lot items, or do you want to do this first? Okay.
Yeah. So I'll briefly go through it. If you have more detailed questions, I can ask our subject matter experts. Whoops.
Oh, sorry.
Greening of the zoning bylaw in speaking to planning. So the OCP, as you know, the deadline has now been pushed out into 2017. The planning backfill or the planning resources for that you will see in the listing for early release. We also have the zoning bylaw rewrite currently above the line. The greening of the zoning bylaw is something that can happen following the rewrite of the zoning as opposed to concurrently. And we are just throwing this out there as an idea in terms of pushing it into the beginning of 2018. It's not ideal, but in terms of capacity, that's one recommendation.
Can I don't know, Gary or somebody explain how the greening of the zoning bylaw isn't simply merged into the rewrite of the zoning bylaw? Like, that's what we're looking for. So I don't understand the added cost. So, I mean, there could be something very logical. But, you know, a rewrite is, I think, I'm speaking a little bit to council here, is our intention is that through the rewrite, we are doing a whole bunch of things, including greening and making our communities more healthy. I mean, that's why we're rewriting the zoning bylaw. So my understanding is zoning rewrite isn't just cleaning up of language and stuff. This is a rewrite with a new philosophical basis to our intentions with regard to zoning. So I'm just confused why maybe it just needs an explanation.
So the question is, why is the greening of it a separate project from the rewrite?
Like, why, if we're doing the rewrite, why aren't we greening, healthifying, you know, the zoning bylaw, period? Like, that's why we're doing the zoning rewrite.
Yes, so the zoning bylaws, like you say, it's a fundamental rewrite. We'll be starting from scratch, essentially. The green elements, the green incentives, and that was budgeted as a separate project. We were going to get a consultant in to help with that part. It's sort of a parallel is the OCP project. We sort of had a portion of money set aside to deal with downtown neighbourhood plan, and then the Squamish estuary management plan. It's sort of a subset of a larger project. We anticipate that the zoning bylaw is going to run into 2018 anyway. It's unlikely that we're going to get that completed in 2017. So it's sort of pushing this one component into the latter part of the process into 2018.
So how much is the budget for the zoning rewrite, zoning bylaw rewrite?
That's based on
It's number 12 on your sheet. The column down the middle tells you which line item it is on your latest list. And this is just the consulting portion of that. There's also a bit of staffing involved in kicking the project off as well.
Backfill, yeah.
4 to 6? Correct. Am I getting that correct?
Yeah.
And so to add reading of the zoning bylaw would be another 25?
Yes, that was a consulting supplement on top of the backfill. So getting in a consultant to help our internal staff work through that portion of the project.
And if we were to do that project holistically with just a consulting firm as opposed to backfilling staff, what would the cost be?
I don't have a number. It would be substantial.
I think, is the question, Mayor Heinzman, would it be more than what we've put in here?
And how much more?
Right.
I think the kicker is you always need someone to manage the consultant regardless. They need data, they need information,
I
so.
understand that. Yeah, but our understanding is that we don't necessarily have the expertise on staff to move our greening of the zoning bylaw. Karen and Doug.
So I know that as a council, we've put a high priority on environmental and GHG priorities. So, but to me, if we miss the opportunity early on to fix our zoning so that people are building to a higher standard, you know, we miss this opportunity of growth in the buildings that are being built now. So what I'm thinking we might want to do is items 13 and 14. 13 is the carbon neutral plan, which I think is essential, and it's $40,000. But the greenhouse gas reduction initiatives, those funds are there. But the projects haven't been identified and will be based on the carbon neutral plan. So for me, if we delay item 14, which is $60,000, into next year, do the carbon neutral plan, but then keep the money in there for greening our subdivision zoning bylaw, and make sure we're addressing the built environment now, get our carbon neutral plan together and implement the projects in future years. Because I don't think we have the capacity necessarily to do both 13 and 14 in the same year.
So I can't talk to capacity, but I do just want to alert you to the fact that the yellowed item down below actually talks about reducing the greenhouse gas reduction. But note that that has no tax impact because it's funded from the carbon neutral reserve. So we're just asking that it be reduced because we think it's too big to get on our carbon neutral reserve. And realistically, by the time we get the marketplace in and do the curling club and a few of those, start out the program, that we're probably not going to spend a whole 60 grand and don't want to draw so heavily off the reserve.
So just to clarify, your staff suggesting that number 14 on our list be reduced from 60 to 40?
Be reduced to 20 actually.
Oh.
So these are reductions that you're seeing in this list. So they
Reduced
take whatever
by
the program
40
is now and
to
we
20.
reduce it by this amount.
Okay, by 40 down to 20. And just 2 seconds, and then I've got Doug and Linda. So number 12 says zoning bylaw rewrite green building program. 46. And then we have greening of the zoning bylaw as a separate piece.
There's there's the subdivision one and there's the zoning one, correct?
I think item 12 is both the 25,000 and the backfill.
Yes.
So there are two elements that make up the 46. What we're suggesting essentially is that becomes 21.
Oh, again, I've got it now. Doug, and then I'll go to Linda.
Thank you. And if I understand it, and this is through to Mr. Buxton, the greening part of it, the consultant part of it, is along the lines of, in return for this particular green initiative being incorporated into a building, you will, for example, more density or something of that nature, putting those two together? Is that?
Yes, it's that. So it's green building incentives or bonusing and development permit area guidelines. That it's not that we don't have the necessary expertise, but there are people out there that have done it before that are likely to do it quicker for us. So it's sort of that 25 allows our staff to focus on rewriting the zoning bylaw and getting the nuts and bolts done, and we bring in a consultant on that one portion and expedite that. In this case, early 2018 is our suggestion.
Yeah, and I can see the necessity for that. I mean, one of the previous initiatives that tried to do that was the S Block, which is my first term of council, and it foundered just on that particular point, figuring out what was the economic reality of putting some of these green initiatives into the building. So I think it is an important part of this to happen, and I tend to agree with Councillor Elliott in that. I'd like to kind of get that going as quickly as possible, and so I'm ambivalent, frankly, about delaying that and putting that, which in effect allows a lot of buildings to be built without that, would have that effect to me. So, as I say, I'm ambivalent at the moment about that.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, or repeat, that it was very difficult for us to come up with these things. Some of them less than others. We are not attached to them. In terms of this, we absolutely recognize council's priority. I think rather than, the delay was more around capacity, given that the OCP work is continuing into 2017. Certainly if this goes back in, then it's a shift of priorities and what else comes out, and very open to that. But it was more thinking, okay, OCP and then zoning, and then the zoning project leads into the first part of 2019.
Yeah, I'm almost of the mind that we do the greening piece first, like we do that piece this year. That informs, I'm worried that we get so far down as we'll rewrite the zoning bylaw, and then we get to the greening stuff and we're rewriting all the zoning bylaw stuff. So I'd almost rather see us do the greening stuff, and then a year from now, we get into the wholehearted rezoning rewrite once we have those pieces that are actually informing. So,
Thank you. Right now, the building code is changing on its own and is extremely robust, is an understatement. The insulation, everything else, the requirements in the new building code are pretty green. To give density bonusing for, I'm not sure, I mean, I suppose that's why you hire a consultant, but I'd be happy to delay it, because I really think that the building code is going to move faster than we can move with the consultant, and that density bonusing, when we're doing things like reducing our density on Cleveland Avenue, and there's a lot of things that aren't compatible. I'd like to see where we're going with a lot of the zoning and the OCP before we hire a consultant to see what's possible.
when we're talking green with the zoning bylaw, certainly I thought green building incentives were part of it. How can we incentivize exceeding certain aspects of the building code? But it includes a lot more than that, does it not?
That $25,000 component was really around development permit area guidelines and green building incentives. That was what that component was. It doesn't mean, as you know, that when the general overhaul is done, that green elements are brought in, but that particular component was to focus a consultant on those two particular issues.
And just for more clarity, the greening of the subdivision and development control bylaw is still in the
There's a second one.
Okay, Council, your thoughts on whether we take 25 grand out of the zoning bylaw rewrite / green building program? Well, why don't we see, it looks like it's a 3-3 split right now, so why don't we just do a quick straw poll of hands. Who's okay with taking that out this year? Who'd like to see it stay in this year? It's 3-3, so we're just gonna
Work it for now.
Okay.
So again, probably not a popular one, but delaying the parking strategy.
It's the numbers are down the middle column, number 16.
So that essentially is implementation of the strategy itself. gets pushed out to 2018.
Yes, Jason?
I think we should keep this one in here. It's the thing that I've heard the most about in the past year, and I know that we have a bunch of new buildings coming on stream in the next year, so I think we should keep that. But I do have some ideas of other things that we can take out.
Well said, same thing. I think we should leave it in.
And I think it's so interconnected with how we deal with our streetscapes, period. So I do think we need to proceed. Okay. Anybody going to speak against that, or otherwise move on? Okay.
Anybody dare?
Yeah.
Wasn't a dare.
So with parking strategy, it's so intertwined with so much else in our district, you know, like with cycling lanes and there's so,
That's what I just said.
yeah, exactly. But it's, you know, it doesn't have to be done in isolation, you know, like isn't it a part of everything else that we look at? Do we have to have another consultant come online and tell us that we have adequate parking in the downtown? You know, we do two-car parking pretty much in all our subdivisions. Do we want less parking and more what, garage, or, I'm not sure, I'm just not sure what it gets us in the end, except for another consultant telling us what we already know and other strategies that we've already done.
If I recall correctly, I mean, maybe Mr. Buxton can remind us, I thought it was more, there was actual like implementation measures included in that. It wasn't necessarily a study.
It's an inventory and utilization. So what exactly do we have and how is it utilized, which we guess at right now. The next one was locating possible sites for a downtown parkade structure, options for paid parking, which would be just a tabletop review. And then review parking at key trailheads, recreational access points. That was what we were going to task the consultant with, and that's really just a capacity issue. It's not an expertise issue. We could, other than the utilization study, we could do it. We're just buying capacity here in the consultant.
And I think what I'm hearing is that, as with everything we do, it's not isolated. So as we look at a parking strategy, we're going to be looking at how does that integrate with the pedestrian and the cycling infrastructure and different nodes.
So what happened to the parking strategies and parking studies that were previously done by developers? We've tasked developers with doing parking strategies and or parking studies in the downtown.
Well, they will be too dated to provide useful information on utilization.
4 years, things have changed.
Yeah, I think-
Which one are you talking about in particular?
Cornerstone did a parking strategy, any building that's been done.
6 or 7. It was approved before you got on council, so it's 5 or 6 years.
But it came forward.
It was being built at the beginning.
But
But the actual application and the parking, all that stuff was at least 6 years ago. Okay. I'm hearing keep it in for now and make sure it's not done in a bubble.
Okay, as we go down, we're hoping they're somewhat less contentious. The boundary extension project is still full steam ahead. It was originally at 70 in circling back with Ms. Arthur's. Primarily that 70 was for legal and support, and so we believe at this point we can take it down to 40 from 70. So there's a reduction, but the project is still going ahead.
Everyone's okay with that?
Yep. Delayed lock standardization. This is an operations project. Many of our areas that are fenced, so the Powerhouse Springs, the wellhead areas, the ops yard itself, the locks have not been changed or updated for many, many years, and so there are locks out there with people that no longer work here. Difficult because it's risk in terms of our security. That said, we haven't yet had an issue, and this was just simply, can we delay it to 2018? The other part of this is that our new, fairly new electrician did this program for Whistler Blackcomb on a comprehensive level. And so we're pulling this to see if he can do that for the district generally before we go and drop 10,000 into it.
Sounds great.
Okay. Emergency service projects, we just keep chipping away for Alexis's projects, but we've left $15,000 in for her to, she's working on some projects in partnership with the SLRD in Whistler, which needs money, and we want her to have that ability to come to the table, but recognizing that we can't do it all in 1 year. As we talked about this morning, the budget online tool for next year, we think that this requires a more robust strategy, and throwing in $3,000 every year that we don't spend, it's not enough, so we might as well leave it at zero until such a time as we can come up with a better solution with IT.
I'm just gonna let you keep going unless I
Great,
see.
okay. Cemetery master plan. I might ask Gary to speak more to this, but essentially, ideally, we do it this year. But what we're doing is suggesting, so it was in for $50,000. What we're recommending is leave $10,000 in to begin it at the end of 2017 and then complete it in 2018.
Okay with that?
So
So we did okay. We left in parking. We haven't decided on reading this on Susan and Jason.
The special projects budget, is it reducing it to $5,000? Or sorry, the emergency service special projects.
It'll be $15,000, plus we also have the wildlife, or the wildfire interface plan for $20,000 as well.
And so what would that 5,000 cut?
We had originally talked to emergency planning, and they had a number of things they want and initiatives they wanted to do. Most recently, though, they're really trying to do the combined efforts up the corridor. So we basically thinking that for $15,000 we can still participate in those ones. I believe the evacuation plan is one of them.
I have the answer
Yeah.
from Mr. Sim on my email, so let me just look that up.
Thank you. It does, as long as it doesn't, also in the emergency services, they had put some, basically trailers with emergency service,
Here's
with the neighborhood hubs, I guess. What do they call the,
I think this is
like containers, neighborhood containers, was in the budget somewhere this year.
Sorry, I got
Yeah,
sidetracked.
yours.
Was there a question on the
Yeah,
table to me? I apologize.
there was a container project where they were gonna put containers, emergency containers in neighborhoods.
That's probably the neighborhood plan.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's still part of the strategy, but we have the email, so I think Linda's just
I
going
do
to
think
find out
that's
specifically
really
what
important,
Jeff's hope
looking
brings
what's going
to.
on everywhere, especially because we live in an area that's such high hazard, that it's not prudent to have emergency hubs where not only you can gather, but that there's water, shovels, whatever.
So it was in the original, I believe in the original 20,000, but whether or not it's still here.
Yeah,
Let me clarify
thank
specifically.
you, I appreciate
Rather
that.
than try and guess. I'll do that right now.
Karen, oh, sorry, Jason.
Okay, I'll add a couple items for consideration. Number 30, the RCMP chairs. I'm wondering if we could wait a year for that one. The second one is the number 8, which is municipal hall siding, and I'd be curious to know if, I mean, it says, part of the line item says at risk of falling, but I'm wondering if we could do a short-term measure that may look ugly, that could just be within our, within our existing budget, recognizing that we are working towards a new municipal hall, and we can kind of shore it up for the year without actually getting new siding.
Can you pass that back to Camille and see?
We have talked a little bit to Camilla about this because obviously management's very cognizant of the fact that we're looking at whether this is the right facility. These are the must-do soft spots that if we don't, that we compromise the building in the short term. So I believe they were quite, that's the beauty of our facilities manager. She's very pragmatic. If she's putting it here, it's kind of like we can't really wait any longer to do it. Understanding there'd be a new facility, but it's not going to be next year, right? I mean, we are going to have to survive in this building for a couple more years. So.
Okay.
What was the first one you did?
The chairs, the RCMP chairs.
RCMP chairs, how terrible are the chairs at the RCMP building?
We did hear Mr. Sim talk to that last week with the understanding that they are fairly significant. They are quite old. I have personally not seen
I'm not worried about their age, I'm worried about the condition.
their condition. So do you know more about the RCMP chairs?
Yeah, essentially, you know, Mr. Sims indicated that, I haven't actually gone over and sat in one, but that they are threadbare and in poor condition, and we do have an obligation under our lease to replace them. That said, is it an emergency and a risk? No.
Yep.
I would support that. We've been replacing them on an as-needed basis, and I think we should continue doing that if they break, and then bulk buy when we have bigger budget. I mean, that was the justification for doing it, is it would save money by bulk buying, but if we have to replace 3 or 4 this year, just one off, and do it later.
Okay, I'm seeing consensus there. Yeah, any more, Jason? You want-
The other thing I wanted to know about was number 5, which was the arena, Brennan Park Arena floor replacement. And again, it's sort of a similar thing. And I mean, I know safety can be a bit of a qualitative thing. And I'm just wondering again if that might be something that, we could wait for a year, recognizing that we're doing a lot of planning around, renovations and things like that. And then the other one was the...
Hold that thought, we'll just go,
sorry.
number 5. The flooring around the arena.
They're concerned about safety at this point because the floor is getting so bad that it's becoming a bit of a tripping hazard, as I understand it. So it is becoming a bit of a safety concern in terms of having the facility operating. Again, recognizing we do understand that we're looking at facilities improvements, but they're probably a few years out. This is an important space for the recreation area.
And just to follow up on that though, I'm just wondering if it says that, we've been doing patching and replacing, and could we not, because it's $65,000, I mean, it's pretty significant. I'm wondering if we could, work that down to $10,000 and just do some more patching that will get us through the next couple of years. I know.
Can you pop her an email? Or? We can talk to our facilities manager, but so how much would you be looking to?
Well,
Even if
why don't we have,
tentatively?
maybe Camilla come back and say with a number, what does she need to patch and sort of get us through a couple years and make it safe? She might come back with 65,000, but, yeah. So on this issue, Karen, Susan, Peter.
So we just replaced the slab, so we're not getting rid of that ice rink anytime soon. And this is a place where we are at capacity with skating and hockey, and I think it's a good investment because the better the facility is, the more tournaments will want to play here. Even if we build a new Brennan Park, we're going to keep that slab and build something next to it, whether it's another slab or build around it. I mean, we're not going to make that huge capital investment and then a few years from now chuck it all in. So I think we need to keep investing in this part of the facility. It gets really well used. There's, no shortage of youth in our community and adults that are using it. It gets used morning, noon, and night. And I just think it's a good investment at this time with the amount of people using it.
And just to clarify, it's the lobby, so it's the part outside the glass, and the hallways and the washrooms and all the dressing rooms. So it's a big project. Yeah, I'll come back to you.
Thanks. Didn't we just a few years ago, we replaced the lobby and the washrooms and floors? Do you remember? When it went white from the, yeah, we resurfaced it. And I would agree, I don't think it's not a playing surface. It's the lobbies and the washrooms, right?
It's just in the arena area, so it's where you can walk with skates. Am I correcting? It's the black, rubbery stuff, not the actual lobby, not the foyer and that. It's just in the arena area, bathrooms, dressing rooms, that outside lobby. All the stuff around the slab has been redone.
Correct.
Yeah.
I agree with pushing it off and preparing it another year. It is not critical to playing or tournaments. I'd rather invest in areas like the change rooms and everything else that is getting replaced. I'd rather invest in areas that are critical to playing. And because we're now having roller derby in, I think that surface is going to need tuning up before anything else. And I'd rather put money away for tuning up the area that's now being used for roller derby and a lot of other sports that aren't normally played on that surface. So we should be maybe taking some of that money and putting it forward to replace the, like the gymnasium surface is gonna need too long.
So the only thing I will obviously suggest is under municipal occupiers, we need safe spaces too. And that, those are high traffic areas, very prone to tripping. Just laying that on the table. Your facilities need to be safe.
I am in there morning, noon, and night, because my boys are playing hockey.
Because you're a hockey dad.
Yeah, unfortunately, and well, all the pros of that. My wife's not watching that. I do agree that it's, you know, we want to keep it in good shape, but I spend a lot of time in there, and it's not quite as bad as it's made out to be. I don't know that we should invest all the 65, but I would like to have Camilla come in and just say, you know, point out some of the spots that really are in danger of tripping, because I haven't seen a lot of those, but I've been into probably every nook and cranny of that place, and I don't think it's quite as degraded as this makes it out to be. I know I'm probably going to hear about this from some of the hockey guys when they show up in the arena, but you know, if we can save a little money, and we do have a master plan for the place, and I'd like to see what we're going to do with that as we move along, instead of just sort of money. You know, I know it needs to be done, but there are other things that we could probably address with that money too. Let's let her tell us what we need.
And I say that in saying that, like, especially for projects like this and some other things, like the arena and Brennan Park complex in general, I think is one of our best potentials for sponsorship, and when we pursue that a little bit more aggressively in the future, that we probably bring some more funds to the table. So, and again, I'm not saying we shouldn't do anything, I'm just saying, you know, maybe just a little patch job, get us through 12 months, and then we reevaluate next year.
So I don't want to belabor it too much. Do we want to leave a bit of money in there to do some patchwork? If Camilla thinks that we're absolutely nuts, she can come back and try to convince us otherwise, so why don't we leave 10 grand in there?
You're going to reduce it by 10 or leave it 10?
Reduce it by 55.
Okay.
Unless I see a huge objection to that.
So I've been sitting here with a furrowed brow for the last little bit, and I guess it's, and I tend to agree actually with Councilor Elliott's comments, subject to Camilla's comments about whether we can defer it, because it is a high traffic area, well-used facility. It's going to be around in some form for a while. Having said that, I think I'm stuck on a slightly bigger picture about the philosophy we're bringing to this. And so I understand that a lot of this comes from our long-term financial plan. We want to build up capital reserves and so forth, and I get that and agree with that, and so have supported that. We're at a year where we're now talking about another jump, as opposed to, let me suggest one of the alternatives is just plateauing our contributions to capital from last year. And so I asked the original question, you know, if we did something like that, what does that mean? And so if you look at those numbers, you could say, well, we just eliminate them all, because there really isn't another source of funding except from taxation. You don't want to go and borrow for $3,000 and $5,000 and so forth. This one is perhaps a slightly different thing. It's a larger, I'll call it more capital-oriented expenditure. And so let me suggest that we do have perhaps the option of borrowing for this. And I know and understand that we're trying to reduce our reliance on borrowing and so forth. And so it's kind of a philosophical approach to this, because in my life in municipal politics, I've heard two things. One is you can start saving for things like we're doing by building up reserves, which effectively means we're taxing people today for an expenditure in the future. The other alternative, which they may never use, the other alternative that those particular people may never use, because at that time they may not be taxpayers. The other alternative is borrowing and doing it and paying for it in the following years, and then the people who are actually using it are paying for it through the repayment of the borrowing. So it's a bit of a philosophical approach to things, and so I'm not suggesting we go all one or all the other, but we're at a year where we're facing some real constraints. We are in a municipality, and we've struggled with this every year I've been on council, where we have a population with growing, we have a population with expectations for amenities and a variety of different things and services. And yet we don't have perhaps the industrial and commercial base that really supports that, and we're trying to extract that money significantly out of residential taxation. And I think it's one of the things that we struggle with every year, and this is no different. So I'm thinking that maybe we also consider, because it would affect some, maybe not all, but some of the decisions we might make in the next little while, what is going to be our philosophical approach this year? I don't want to just start borrowing for everything, but I will suggest that one of the alternatives we have is holding our capital contributions at more or less the same level as last year and plateauing for a year. And that may work for some and not others. But this particular one might be one of the ones that we could package up into borrowing or find some other source of funds as opposed to taxation. So it kind of, as I say, I've been mulling this over, it sort of affects some of the decisions, maybe not those ones up on the board, but it might affect some of the other decisions we're coming up with. Is it realistic to borrow for? Do we really think it is something the community wants and needs right now, as opposed to just going to taxation for it?
Yeah, I generally agree. From my mind, the philosophical piece is, particularly if it's new, I can see go to borrowing. If it's a maintenance item that has been used by past people, now we're replacing it, and you know, so that from a philosophical point of view. One reason why I'm okay with moving this is, I think the master plan might hopefully bring some real changes, including maybe blowing walls up.
For the cemetery master plan.
No, we're talking about the arena still. I don't know why, I don't know if looking at that. Sorry. For example, maybe we want to move the concession completely and put another dressing room in there. Maybe we want to blow the walls up between dressing rooms and add no other, you know, so the master plan is really going to inform how that space is reconfigured maybe, or maybe not. But I don't want to prejudge that by spending $60,000, $70,000 today on a rubberized thing, and a year from now go, well, actually, we want to actually take out this whole section and move this over here and add dressing rooms over here and double the size of the dressing room over here. So I'm a little hesitant to spend that sort of money prior to the master plan.
So you make a good point. That begs the case. We've got a VCH mandate to update the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to spend that money this year. So
No, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. But maybe we want to move. Oh, are we talking about the kitchen or the concession kitchen?
the concession kitchen, but it would be interesting to have Camilla come in. So rather than us sort of deciding that it's $10,000 for the flooring, it's still really like Camilla to come in and say, you know what, I'd prefer if it was $20,000, then I can
Then I can actually
check,
do everything
take
that I need
the
to
most
do.
unsafe spaces.
So if we could have Camilla come back on that one.
I've
And
asked
maybe
her
sort of regurgitate the ideas.
And I was going to bring the concession one up for discussion. So.
Okay.
I don't know if you want.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so we've beaten that horse to death.
$310,000 district energy implementation.
Do you see
What number are you?
the number?
Exactly.
It's not in the budget.
But I don't ever.
Do you want,
Just,
you want to cut something that's not in the budget?
just back on the concession one though.
Yeah. Well, we haven't done the concession one yet.
Oh, we're not going to do that?
Yeah, so hold on, we'll deal with this one here.
It's not in the budget.
It's not in the
We're
budget.
still making people do the upgrades. It's still.
Okay, we're talking budget now. It's not in the budget. We can bring it to another conversation to see whether or not we want to pursue it at all, but we're currently just putting the whole thing on hold and not moving forward.
So people are not having to implement infrastructure for a utility that's not in the budget or
That is correct, yes.
Jason,
I'm glad that's off my head. Thank you.
Okay, item number 27.
I would love to cut $310,000 from.
I know, darn.
That's what I was trying to do.
So item 27, Brennan Park Arena concession upgrades. I think when Camilla comes in, what would be useful to know, because I see two items in this $15,000 budget. One is the replacement of the floors, which is the specific request from Vancouver Coastal Health. But there's also included a bunch of new cabinets. So it'd be nice to have a breakdown, and maybe we can just do one of those, and then also to know what the current utilization is. You know, how many days a year, how many groups, that kind of thing. And again, sort of based on the same principles as we discussed with the flooring, that maybe just do the minimum this year and look at upgrades in the future.
Yeah.
Sure.
And just to remind myself, currently we lease out for next to nothing to a nonprofit, correct?
For this concession, I need to call in a friend.
Sorry, I'm calling in another
Okay.
friend.
Sorry, I'm not as up on the recreation area as I should be. We're talking about whether that concession is one that's rented out, or is that the hockey concession?
It's the hockey concession.
So we lease it. Does the lease rate even come close to the cost of?
No. In the past, we've done nonprofits, and then the last couple of years, we've been out to expression of interest, but it's not a revenue generator really.
Let me mull that one over there. Do we know what that costs us every year?
I can call a friend.
I have another line item, but, I mean, if you wanted to make money, you have to get a liquor license. Frankly, that's the way to make money.
Well, it's a great suggestion.
No, it's a good
So, if we want it to be a viable business revenue generator, it needs to sell beer and wine. So, it needs to be upgraded, and this is where we need the master plan. But if you look at the feedback we've had from parents and people who use the arena, they want a place that after the game, they could sit or watch their kids in the evening play and have a drink and some decent food. And so that means, if you look at a lot of arenas use that mezzanine level, and we've got a room up there that we use for programming, but we've got offices up there too, and you could turn that whole area into a functioning kitchen, bar, view of the rink.
I can do.
Which is, I think, probably how it was imagined first off. But anyway, that's why I agree with Jason. I think BCH told us to do the floors. I don't think BCH told us to do the cabinets. So let's do the floors, because that's a safety hazard and a cleaning hazard.
Sounds like Camilla has to come in.
Yeah.
She'll be in after 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And I
So
hope,
if we can hold that for Camilla.
yeah, the other line item is 41, and it's the contract for the affordable housing. So I heard some discussion earlier on that we're going to talk about digital strategy, the housing proposal, and that. So it's in here, but I just want to be clear whether we're going to discuss all that and whether that full amount should be in here for this year and later, or whether we need to talk about that.
Yeah, what I'm hoping is, I wanted to make sure that we were drawing the connecting lines between the work we were doing the previous year and how we're either not or are following through with the action plan piece of it. So I just wanted to make that real connection. So if we can hold those comments on the pieces that are directly linked to some of the policy stuff we did in 2016 for that conversation.
So we're going to circle back
We're gonna circle
and
back.
the economic development.
Yeah, and the digital strategy and sort of,
Fighting for.
yeah.
But my confusion is that it's a position.
Yeah.
And it's in special requests, and shouldn't it be a service level increase?
Yeah, Linda, maybe clarify that.
I can clarify that, Mayor Heinzman. Originally, when we brought this forward, the idea was to hire it as a contract for a year to work with the task force strategy and ascertain exactly what the district needs to be doing versus other agencies. Since that time, we've heard more discussion and anecdotally from council that
And that's the
want to be
conversation I want to have
a
this afternoon.
full position. So essentially, the tax implication would be we would just flip this into a service level increase. If we get direction to start hiring now, that number will go up,
Yeah.
assuming we can get them earlier than halfway through the year.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to have this, that piece of the conversation. We're going to have that after lunch.
Okay, thanks.
Susan and Peter, and if it's on anything we've already talked about, I'm going to cut you off.
Like changing the park, you want to have that discussion?
The concession?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the concession, there's a room upstairs.
Well, I think that's part of a whole master planning conversation, right?
I don't,
Yeah, it's master planning.
yeah, it's for sure is.
And the
Like, we
recreation.
used to have that facility was, we used to have tournaments up there. When we had tournaments, it became a gathering place for people. But the whole idea of a living room style environment where people can gather in Brennan Park is really appealing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the master plan.
The master plan is in the budget this year.
We have a carry forward on the BP, and we have the real estate facility strategy.
Yeah.
And we are going to circle on one of our parking lot items and just talk to you about those discussions.
Okay.
Hopefully, we've gotten an email from Tim, because sadly Robin's not here today, but just filling us in a little bit more on that. But it's in the parking lot item, so we will address it.
Awesome. Okay.
And I'm just gonna throw a little fresh ice on that, because what Karen said and what Sue brought up about that space is very true. I go to all the other arenas like Hollyburn and Camden, all those have a place to sit in, a lounge, and there's kind of a shock when people come from out of town, and they go, well, where can we sit and have a beer and watch the game? And it's like, how? But I think there could be a serious, there could be some revenue to be had out of that for sure. It might be an initial cost to set it up and turn it into a space, but I think we can get some good revenue out of it. For now, anyway.
Okay. So
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay, any other pieces that people would like to discuss on this? So just, do we have a bit of a tally?
I think you've done a really good job so far. We're right back, we basically cut about $153,000, not including the arena concession upgrades yet. Well, we
And that's not including the green zoning, that's still in
It's
there?
not including the green zoning or the parking strategy. So that's a good start on the special projects. If you'd like, we can just get into the parking lot and then move ahead.
Okay.
Does that work? Okay. Green strategy.
Okay. Do they have this?
No, it's just for, we're gonna take it off the board
Okay.
there as we address it, but, so do you wanna kick it off?
I'll
to Linda?
introduce it.
Actually, Linda,
Yes.
can you explain the benchmarking program and cost a little bit more, please?
Number
Item number 17.
Yes. This is an initiative that, basically, I know that the benchmarking program sits in my office and has yet to truly get traction based on my capacity. There are very different, we use the term loosely, benchmarking, so we currently measure a lot of statistics that go into the annual report. The TTP is certainly benchmarking or measuring how that project will improve our processes. We monitor our strategic plans. That's not benchmarking, that's have we met our objectives. This is an initiative that I'd like to bring forward. So I should back up, there is benchmarking occurring. This is more around the innovation, continuous improvement idea, where I would bring someone in who I've already been speaking to, but won't indicate in the public meeting, to start small and work with me to, as an example, say go to the planning department, talk to staff. What are you doing on a regular basis that you can see is inefficient or you can see doesn't work? Or what should we measure to see if we can improve it? And we don't do that well yet. And for me to kick something like that off, I need help. If we don't do this, and this would be an initial almost pilot for that, so we target 1 or 2 departments and see if it gets traction and keep going. If we don't do it, then we will continue doing what we're doing, which is measuring annual plan statistics, and then as projects go forward.
So you anticipate this being something that would ultimately either build capacity or find redundancy or help decision-making? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the goal. I mean, I in my head, but I'm trying to
Yep,
understand.
it's continuous improvement for efficiency. I hesitate to say redundancy only because we're still growing, and so does it free up staff to do more innovative things? Does it free them up to think and grow what they're doing? Certainly if there comes up that there's redundancy, you wouldn't ignore that, but yes, it's continuous improvement.
Yeah.
Thank you. To me, benchmarking is a culture change. It's not a project. It's measuring your cyclists before you go and put in a cycling lane. So putting in a strip and starting engineer thinking, how many people use this cycling lane now? We're going to change the cycling lane, and then we measure it afterwards. It's a culture shift, it's not a project. So I'm not sure what it would take to get staff to start thinking that way, in that we have an incredible amount of data that has already been measured. And, for instance, the work that Ben did, the work in our business licensing, understanding where our businesses are, and how many business licenses did they go up or down after we implemented a large change in our revenue. So that's numbers we already have. Why wouldn't it be feasible to just have a culture shift where you say, understand where you are now. We want to understand if you make a change, what's that change going to, even just understanding budgeting, you know, you're making a change. How is that change going to be affected by the public in the future? And then thinking about if there's measurable data there, you already have the data, just keep track of it and then remeasure it after you've implemented the change. So to me, it's not a $20,000 special project, it's a culture shift. Because engineering should know how many people are using our cycling lanes before and then after we make a cycling lane change. You know, like we put in a cycling lane on 2nd Avenue. Are more people taking 2nd Avenue instead of Cleveland because we've moved a cycling lane over? Or, you know, are more people parking in certain areas because we've implemented a parking change? Are more people backing into the parking space?
Great thoughts, but how do we measure that?
It's, how do we measure the measure?
How do we measure
It's a
more
cult-
people cycling into town and the cost of that? How do we measure where
It should be
people
a
are
part of the
parking?
budget. It should be already a part of the budget is that we should know how many people are using Government Road because it's been council's initiative to make that an active transportation. We should know how many people are walking and riding along Government Road.
And how should we know that?
Then you can put in a strip and usually they're already measuring.
Okay.
They measure cars.
Okay, what I'm trying to get to is that costs some money, right?
We
We want to
already
make
do it.
sure we're measuring what's important for decision making and
Yeah,
future
I've been
improvement.
over the strips, we measure lots.
And that's just one
Okay,
piece
but
of
it's
the
for
whole
cars
bunch.
and it's cheaper for us.
And that's just one element of 170 that we do in the district, so. yeah. And then-
I saw Councillor Lake, but I can.
That's all right, I just,
Thanks.
never mind, yeah.
A couple of things. One is, the idea behind this is internal benchmarking for continuous improvement with our own processes internally. Second, in terms of a culture shift takes time. It takes training, it takes effort, it takes time spent with staff. And I am just being very candid here that for the past year, I have not had that time. I continue to work on my own schedule and strategic priorities. Truly, I need someone to help me kick this off and help me with that culture shift. External benchmarking, things like Councillor Chappelle has talked about, is a lot of data mining. And again, that takes time and money too. I believe, myself, this is my opinion, is that if we begin internally, that will help shift the culture because people will understand. I think the challenge we have is the term benchmarking. It's intimidating for people. We've never really spelled out what it is we're looking for. That culture shift needs to start internally, and I believe that that's the first step. And so that's what this means.
Yeah, I've got Karen's hand, but Susan, does that help?
Yeah, that is very helpful. I would agree with that if it takes extra resources to get that culture shift going. But as a member of the public, I want to know if my tax money is being spent here, what shift did that cause? And if we're not measuring it, we can't explain to the public. And that you can obtain better resourcing and taxation if you understand how money is being spent and why it's being spent and the shift that it causes in public behavior. So it's, and if you feel like it needs more resourcing, I'm totally good with that.
Karen?
Yeah, I think it's important for us to really get clear in terms of how we want to talk about this and the wording. Because I think there's a subtle difference here between fact-based decision-making, which is knowing how many people use your bike lane and then changing the bike lane and then measuring that again, which I think our staff are doing and should keep doing. And benchmarking is really, like Linda said, about continuous improvement and being really strategic with what we measure to drive the behaviors we want and to provide a return on the customer experience. And I think that takes another level of attention because you want your benchmarking program to not only create a culture in which people are always looking to improve their process, but also the impact is felt by the people that we serve. And that takes time and effort. I don't think can be done off the corner of the desk. So if Linda needs $20,000 to kick that kind of strategic level change off, then I think it's important to keep it in there.
We've certainly been talking about benchmarking since I've been on council, and we've never moved the dial on it. And I think it's because it's sort of on the side of someone's desk, and sort of getting the skeleton of a program going will help to, building on something, starting from something from scratch is essentially really difficult. Building on some sort of, quickly and
No,
then.
yeah, I think we're talking about the same thing as resourcing. I'm happy to resource that as well, but I do think that saying that we are benchmarking right now and the things that are external is if we are doing that, then it's hidden somewhere and I can't find it. So, which is, we really need we ask for taxation money to do changes, but we do not measure cyclists in our cycling lanes. We may measure cars, but we don't measure our active transportation routes. We don't even have numbers for our bus system. The simple things that we have to make decisions on. I know that I need numbers and data to make an adequate decision, right? And it's been on our, I know Patty and I
all
have been talking
agreed,
about it
yeah.
for a while.
Understood, yeah, we've only hit the public works area right now, frankly, and we need to expand that.
So, a quick question about the CAC policy. We've been working under CAC policy for about a year and a half now. I think we want to go and revisit some percentages and some ability to be responsive to different demands without being sort of overly prescriptive on certain developments. We want some flexibility within it, but how is that going to cost us $20,000? I think we kind of know generally. I mean, it costs $20,000 in legal fees for a CSE policy. I don't understand where the cost comes from.
A portion of that is a temporary planner.
Why would we need a temporary planner to finalize a CAC?
I can take it.
Sure. Go first, and I'll back you up if you...
Okay. Part of what council has asked, I'll back up a little bit on the parking lot, is the org structure of planning right now. It's a bunch of moving pieces with leaves and backfill and whatnot. So basically, there were 2 contract planners hired last year to backfill for the OCP process, as well as increased development applications. One of those planners has left. That contract is in the budget to extend beyond 2017, which is what we'll talk about today in terms of requiring early release. Rather than, and tell me if I'm confusing you, because it took me a while to wrap my head around it, rather than backfill Matt Gunn's leave, those resources, because we don't pay his salary when he's gone, plus the contract, we've melded into one contract position so that it goes longer to backfill for OCP, and it's included, I believe, as part of this CAC as well.
Yes.
And so when you see .17, these are specific projects that contract
one
will
contract
do.
position is going to do.
So if we decide not to do the CAC and just run with what we have, then that contract will be shortened by this amount of money.
Yeah.
By 2 months.
That's explanation I could give you.
Okay.
Jason?
Yeah, I think it's a good investment because I think our CAC policy in terms of cash in lieu and all of that is fairly robust, but what we haven't done work on yet is some of the other alternatives, which would be, on-site or inclusionary zoning, all the density bonusing, that kind of stuff, and I would anticipate that that's where the focus will start.
That's where we'd like to.
Okay. Ruby? Thank you. Okay, unless we can always come back, but we'll close the...
Yeah, I think you've done some really good progress there. So if we can, we'd like to, I'll use the term loosely, but fly through the parking lot if we can, because I think we've got some good momentum in terms of budgeting. So if we can sort of, while we're on special projects, if we can get there, we're going to be kind of throwing the ball around between a few of us here to get through that. And I'll tick them off on the screen up here, but we have them resorted into stuff that's specific to special projects, okay? So, Gary or Linda leaning off on marine strategy.
Yes, I'm going to pass this over to Gary. We certainly hear council's desire for urgency on this as opposed to 2018. There are some contributing factors to why that's challenging, and I'll have Gary explain the detail of that to council.
Yeah, so we went back and looked at phase 1, phase 2 of the marine strategy. So phase 1 was really working on some short-term initiatives around enforcement. And we've made some progress on that, and we're continuing to work on the navigable channel aspect with the Crown and dealing with illegal mooring. Phase 2, when we looked into it, was one of those things that we hadn't actually agreed on what phase 2 would be. So the first part of marine strategy, phase 2, is actually scoping. The list was probably 8 or 9, well, it's probably a dozen bullets: governance, water use, climate adaptation, environmental protection, industry and economic development, dredging, recreational use and access, so on. Some of them we've addressed through the OCP, some of them the Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan has addressed some of them. But before we could we'd really need to figure out what council wanted to focus in on phase 2. So the thinking is we get the OCP done Q2, Q3, and then we move those resources into the zoning bylaw. At that point, there would be some resources available to do it, but it's really a scoping thing in 2017. For that reason, I just don't think we can get it completed in 17. If we get the scoping done, the budget then would likely hit in 2018 when we'd scoped and we could figure out what exactly council wanted to achieve in terms of, there are going to be some things coming up, some issues get crossed off with the OCP, some issues, if there's a sub-area plan amendment for waterfront, council will get to decide what, if anything, goes. So there are elements of it that council will be dealing with anyway, but to sort of close the loop as a scoping thing in 17 and then work in 18, we think would be sort of disingenuous to say we could finish this for council in 2017, given the fact that we need to scope it first.
I thought, I thought we had done quite a bit of that this year. I remember we had planners, actually we had Neil and Sarah speaking at the House and Community Forum once. They were talking about the scoping work that was being done on the marine strategy, phase 2. Have we gotten nowhere in the last 7 years? Phase 1 was done 2 terms ago. And we are going to have so much pressure on our marine environment as the oceanfront gets developed, as all of that on One Channel, waterfront landing. I think pushing this out a year I just find it hard to believe we haven't gotten any further down the scoping conversation than it seems to be we've gotten. Doug.
Yeah, not dealing with that issue, although I tend to agree. It has been frustrating, to be frank. And this is something I think you all know that I have sort of a particular interest in, just because I like the waterfront. But I think the urgency for 2017 in my mind is figuring out what the district's vision is, and maybe it is part of the OCP, but having sort of a marine lens on the district's vision of the land use and potential public realm areas along the waterfront, and what we want to get out of the waterfront development between the one we've just zoned in our park right out to where the oceanfront lands actually start, and we've already zoned that. And there's marine uses associated with that. We've kind of touched on them, but I think that's the part to me that has the particular immediate urgency, is having an understanding from a district's perspective and the public perspective what we want to see come out of the development along there. And I'm not sure if it is covered in the OCP or whether it's maybe just a little bit more specific than that, more of a zoning issue. I think there's things such as we're talking, you look at the list there for the park, and I think it was me that mentioned, putting a 5-year plan in place. I'm not sure that we have a vision quite yet for our park, and so I'm not sure what 5-year plan we would have for it, or how it would budget for over 5 years, for a dike or public access, or what types of recreational facilities or public facilities we might have there. That's an example, and are there other spots along the waterfront? Do we expect that entire waterfront apart from our park to go into, for example, marinas? Is that a zoning thing that we want to even contemplate? Is that a use that we want to encourage or discourage? Do we see more floating homes, for example, along there? So I think these issues are going to hit us really quickly. Just because I spend time down there, there's been property transactions, and I think these things are coming at us pretty quickly, and that's my concern about putting it off indefinitely. As far as scope goes, I mean, the things you listed there, when you look at both sides of the blind channel, all of those are in there somewhere. But for me, the immediate part is the downtown side of the blind channel, and what we see as the public wishes or needs along there. So I don't know how that breaks up the work plan. I
Part
guess
of
it's,
that is encompassed in the downtown neighbourhood plan rezoning that's coming up in the Mount Crown Blind Channel Development Permit Area Guidelines. So, I say, looking at this, some of the work's sort of happening but it's happening in various places, and there are some things that are not happening. So, I won't hesitate to say that work has not been done. I mean, there is stuff about climate adaptation, and we've dealt with that through the Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan and the design of dikes, which is Green Shores and Sheep Parland. We've sort of made some, council has already sort of made some decisions on how that's going to manifest itself in the blind channel. So I hesitate to say work hasn't been done. It's sort of figuring out what's left and how council wants us to focus on what's remaining.
When phase 2 was conceptualized, I'm trying to read it here quickly. I mean, it seems to me the scope is written right here on the page. So, we could move forward with this planning process this year,
So our main strategy is
if we want to pay for it. We don't have, I mean, the
Yeah.
scope is generally,
18 sheets.
maybe we want to refine it a bit, but it's generally
And it's the
right
very
here on
last
the
one.
page. Is it not?
Sure. I mean, we're saying that we can start on this, but given the workload in planning on the OCP and then into the zoning bylaw, there's really sort of one staff person that can pick this up once the OCP is done. I'm just really cautious to commit to council we can complete this in 17, given the projects that they already have sort of on the books.
Okay.
So if we look at phase 2, a lot of this should be covered in the OCP update. And we can update DP Area 4, which is the new Mampum blind channel that we're dealing with this afternoon with Sirocco. That's the start, that's the first development to go through that. Because I for one don't want to see just float homes and marinas all the way down. What are the limitations and the density we want to put there and still allow for industry. So I'm not sure what to do, because in the budget is the Squamish Estuary Management Plan review, which will touch on some of this. A whole bunch of more flood mapping and risks, quantitative risks are in there. We're doing more sensitive area mapping and classifications. And then we've got these big developments. And like Doug said, there's land changing hands down there. So if we captured as many of those line items in the OCP and the update of the DP areas, as well as the zoning bylaw this year, would we not capture a lot of it without calling it a separate strategy? I mean, we've tried to put all these different lenses on the OCP, and I'm wondering if this is just another lens that we have to put across it as we design it, so that we meet our needs to get it done, but also don't have to hire another contractor to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, it sounds exactly right. I'm looking for staff to acknowledge that that lens is part of all these other pieces that we're doing, and the one that worries me is take advantage of any opportunities that the redevelopment occurs. My worry is redevelopment's going to occur and we haven't put our mind to that stuff, and we're not getting what we want.
Thanks, Mayor Heinzman. Part of staff's discussion coming into this parking lot was really understanding what council's objective is out of this marine strategy. Last year, we did, as staff indicate, we'd like to do it following the OCP for that reason, that a lot of it comes out of the OCP. So that's partly the main reason why it feels like more work has been done on it. Would it be helpful if staff came back and said, okay, out of this scope that's listed here, here is where it's being completed in different policy or regulatory areas. What I'm hearing and what we've heard from council is the main urgency is around the development. So getting ahead of, the land is getting bought, what does that look like? I've heard from Mr. Buxton that on the waterfront side, it requires a sub-area plan, so council will weigh in on that. Maybe it's maybe it's not phase 2 of the marine strategy, but how do we target all of these areas and make sure
we're
council?
encapsulating these things within.
Yeah, and if council's okay with it, we can get more detail on that and bring it back to you.
Personally, I'd be fine with that. I think, and maybe it would help users like me if we just put it all on one page, in these different things, and kind of brought it together and say, okay, from planning staff's perspective, here's the vision for this chunk of the channel. I mean, there are certain things we've talked about over the years, and one is, do you have a special tax on the water lots that fund diking, or not diking, but dredging maintenance, for example, and things like that. That's not critical this year, admittedly. There's no question about that. We can live without that for a year or two. But I think we can see the development pressure. I think we all understand potential changes. And I said before, I think you get kind of, as a municipal government, you sort of get one shot at these things and then it's gone. When we're talking about getting public assets. And that's my concern, is that we have kind of a bit of a vision that we can articulate when this does really start to play around. And I think that could be sooner rather than later. So if staff want to kind of pull those pieces together, and we could maybe just have a discussion about, okay, this is where we think we are. Are there any critical pieces missing in the short term? That might solve it.
So the next one is the neighborhood energy utility was up on there too. So we'll ask Gary to speak to this one, please.
We talked a little bit about it already. It's not currently in this year's budget. No one's asking it to be brought forward. We're not implementing any part with the developers at the moment. So currently it's just out there in the ethers, not moving.
That's correct, yeah, it's below the line. I mean, if you want, if it's below the line and we want to leave it there, I would suggest.
Does anyone want to bring it above the line? Okay.
Is it sitting in the 2018?
Well, I don't think we discussed whether or not it's a...
I don't think it's sitting in anywhere that I remember seeing it in a column. It's just
below.
It's a policy piece that we've moved forward and we're not acting on it at the moment or even putting it in the financial plan. That's what I can see.
So we need to address it in our strategic plan because it's still there.
Yeah.
And so we either need to make a call at some point, not today, that we're going to kill it, or that there's a vision for it, or, because the last discussion we had was that we were going to move forward the smaller pieces of it that were easier to do and have staff bring forward a proposal on that.
We're going to do a bit of a strategic plan revisit as we do in the first couple months of the year. So we're going to do that. Haven't figured out the date yet.
Yeah. So my concern is that it was broken down, and when presented to us, there were pieces of it that were actually feasible without implementing the whole thing. So I don't necessarily want to see it completely lost. Like as of today, it just we don't talk about it anymore. I think there's still an opportunity here to use part of that those findings to make something happen potentially. So I just want to be assured that we're going to come back.
But do we need to have a budget implication?
Yes, if there is a budget, if we want to advance it in any way, shape or form, to be honest, that's the amount. That is looking at a phased implementation. There just is to get it going, you've got to bite a fairly large chunk off, and that's it. So I would suggest let's put it in the strategic plan discussions and figure out whether or not we want to defer it or abandon it.
That's all I want. I just want to make sure that today is not our last word on this
No, no.
downtown
Well,
electric utility.
Susan mentioned that she would like to do the last word, but
Yeah.
haven't heard anyone else articulate that. Except Susan. Okay, so we will have a discussion about that in the, no, we're talking about NEU. We are
Okay.
past Marine Strategy Plan. Okay,
We need a robust discussion, we need to have.
we're gonna do that, yeah, that's what we just talked about. Can we do maybe one or two more on our parking lot and then we'll break for lunch?
Sure. So next up is Haste BC Safe Routes to School. Mr. Buxton, I believe, was going to talk to this one. We were basically, we were looking for a resolution to support the scope, re-independent schools inclusion. There was just a discussion, we can't find a formal
There was
resolution.
a discussion, and for better or for worse, there were nods around the table that we took as a yes, so we proceeded on that basis. There is not a formal resolution.
To proceed on what basis, sir?
To proceed with looking at the independent schools as well as the public schools.
And just to clarify, independent schools, we have, what are we considering in the scope of the independent schools? Well, there's Waldorf,
Waldorf, Coast Mountain.
Montessori.
there's a couple Montessoris and some are preschooly and schooly.
Yeah, I would need to go back and look at what exactly, oh, hang on.
I just want to let him finish his thought. Okay, he's taking a while. Carry
Yes.
on.
So, I feel like we talked about this many times. So the last thing I remember is that the Waldorf school will be included with Valley Cliff because they're close together and generally there's a lot of overlap. The Montessori school is moving, so it wouldn't be included, but we would look at a safe route to Brennan Park from all directions because all kids go there.
Yeah.
So inevitably, where its current location is, it gets included. Coast Mountain, we haven't even talked about yet, and they're way up on a hill.
Not walkable for anybody.
And, you know, you see the kids walking up and down there from Garibaldi Highlands, but generally it's a car-based school. So I'm not quite sure why this is on the parking lot because I thought we had dealt with it.
Yeah, does it not get included simply in the scope of the program?
So Mayor Heinzman, I can clarify that this was a carry forward project that was funded already, essentially, but the scope increased by about $15,000. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tanya, but I believe it was about a $15,000 increase to add what staff thought you wanted to add in terms of independent schools. So we're really talking about whether we increase the scope of that.
So why $15,000? I mean, the Valley Cliff one, is, the Waldorf is included in Valley Cliff. And I think, you know, if we do an engagement thing at Valley Cliff, we invite the Waldorf schools. They come to Valley Cliff, they participate in the, like, I don't think it increased the cost. They're just, we're not doing a separate engagement thing with Waldorf. They're being included in the Valley Cliff one. Brennan Park, I think we want to make sure we want to get people to Brennan Park, period. It's not necessarily safe route to school, but certainly in the philosophical sense it is. So, and we're not doing Coast Mountain, so I'm just confused about the scope. Is Brennan Park just not included
And
originally?
so 1 o'clock, I will get a list for you for what will get done. I will get a complete list for you at 1 o'clock.
So can I just follow up?
Yep, and then so.
I thought that we were going to do Brennan Park as part of our active transportation plan.
Well, that was, and so I'm just not sure
So I'm
why the
confused why
funding
this is on
increase
the
is what I'm
parking lot.
trying to understand. Or the funding request increase.
Since HBC is a school-oriented, it's meant to engage in schools and do mapping for schools. Brennan Park has an active transportation trail going right by it, it's our corridor trail that is right past it. I don't know why we would increase the scope to include Brennan Park as an HBC initiative because it's not a school.
I think we're arguing semantics here. The Brennan Park is included in the active transportation plan and will be acted on in the process of doing the active transportation plan. I think we're arguing the semantics of it. So we're trying to understand why the HBC piece has increased, because I don't really see it as a massive scope increase, if at all.
Okay, so I believe, Gary,
I will
we'll probably
get
bring
an
back
answer
to
on
talk
both
specifically.
What and why when, okay.
Okay, thanks. I mean, if we want to fund active transportation more to Brennan Park this year, next year, whatever, that's a conversation. I think we're kind of throwing it in that needs to be some really whack because we're using the same philosophical direction. Okay, moving on. Can we move on?
Yep.
Okay, should we break for lunch here?
Let's
Okay.
do that.
Okay,
That
thank
would be
you.
great.
We are in recess. Yep, we are doing the whole meeting of January 10th, and we are in our financial plan workshop. And we are currently going through our parking lot items. It's okay, I feel like to just keep going through the parking lot items. I'm going to ask council if it's a bigger conversation, strategic planning, yada yada conversation. We're going to do that sometime, another time. And we're going to focus in on budget-related aspects only in the conversation.
Thank you, Mayor Heinzman. So the last time we were on, basically what's up next is Brennan Park Centennial Field renovation plan. I'm going to look to Ms. Glenday just to have a quick discussion on that one for you.
Christine, could you clarify the budget there? There's some carry forward.
Yes, I sure can. So there's about, I believe, about $21,000 worth of carry forward amount from the Brennan Park piece, and we're adding that to the real estate facilities budget to kind of incorporate the Brennan Park facility with the real estate plan. Whether or not that captures everything council's hoping for is in question.
I have an email from Tim that I'm essentially going to read because it's quite detailed in terms of the status. This is essentially the Brennan Park Center facility master plan. The fields weren't encapsulated in the scope of that project at that time. So what has been complete to date: needs assessment, audit of current facilities, available space and land, master plan, so the Parks and Rec master plan, which is dovetailing with it. Ascertain community arts and recreation priorities and broad estimate costs, feasibility study, justify the needs, so that includes current state of facilities, required upgrades, required expansion to meet community growth. Comparison to other communities is currently underway, not complete. Order of magnitude is done. Building awareness is underway and indicated here as complete. So the recreation story, creating a project team is complete. And then what's outstanding is real estate strategy, so that's underway, which will include prioritizing community infrastructure in terms of municipal assets. And planning sub-team, determine funding level from council, fundraising sub-team, business case, 25K rollover funding, community engagement, draft management plan, return on investment, present options on capital cost, options on funding, and then the approval process.
Any questions on that? So from a budget point of view, we've got 21,000 carry forward to be added to
$80,000 worth of facility planning. Oh, that can't be right. So, no, there's above the line one.
Can
Where's
you
the-
just
I'm
point
sorry,
out
we're just looking at the wrong, we're
the
looking at the wrong
numbers,
one.
the page number, or the item numbers, or the,
So it was number the,
What do
we
you
need
want?
to be above the line.
we're in
There's
C,
one.
we're in 7.
So the carry forward is number 21, and we're just trying to find the real estate one right now, so bear with me.
Page 7.
The 21 is on 711.
Is that all we need?
No, it's a facility strategy.
So the question is the 21 coming forward and being added to the real estate?
It is, yes, but we're trying to find the real estate strategy.
Are we in the right section? Are we in,
We're still in special projects.
which is,
7-9 through 7-19. Yeah, so line 21 is the carry forward piece, but we're just trying to find the real estate strategy here.
Mayor Heinzman, in answer to your question, yes, the 21,
Oh, is it coming out of this year?
Here we go.
Yeah, it's I expect the real estate strategy is probably carrying forward, and that's probably why we're not seeing it here, is that we're waiting for it to roll from last year.
okay.
Does that sound right?
So
Gary?
there's no,
Yes.
this year's budget indication on this?
No.
Requisition.
But it's, I think the conversation was whether it covered enough of what council was looking for here.
Okay. I don't see any hands
We're
or
good?
questions, so we're good.
Okay. So we think we've covered this. There was something up for the storm system maintenance and storm detention pond maintenance. Request for better description, which I believe we're not going in that order.
Oh, okay.
We're going in our special project order.
Well, I thought we were doing parking lot items.
We are. But we've rejigged that list into special project service level changes.
Okay,
Capital
I
and
need
other.
to find that piece of paper that you have in your hand.
We didn't provide it to you.
Oh,
We're going on the fly. We're going organic.
confusing me.
So the next one up was storm system maintenance and storm detention pond was in the parking lot. But we actually, last meeting in December 13th, we had Gary cycle back and talk to you about that. So we believe that that's been addressed and council at the time decided. We're gonna talk to you about going with one or the other as we circle back to see if we can reduce the list. So the
On the
storm.
top of the other page.
What was that? Did we miss something?
And
I think I've
can
slipped
you
in
remind
this-
me what the conclusion was? It's
Service
in
levels.
there?
This one says it's, you know what, this one's actually a service level change, I'm sorry. It's causing confusion for even me. But, so we'll cycle back to that one in a few minutes.
Okay.
We're at the Healthy Community Index now. There was just a request for information on scope and cost. And so I'm gonna hand that over, I believe, to Mr. Buxton, just to have a very quick discussion around.
And that's in the, I can't see it. Oh, that's my eyes was writing, got it. Okay.
So right now, we don't have anything specifically in the budget for this, and there was some concern about that. So I think Mr. Buxton's just going to quickly talk to you about what we're doing under the OCP that would cover some of it, and then if there's other options or what else that would look like for council if we had to do it.
So, to council, the OCP is going to have a monitoring and implementation section. This incorporating as much as we can for that health community index metrics into that would be the place to do that. At that point, we can decide, I think, as Councillor Elliott mentioned, take a more holistic look. Is this a complete set of metrics that we want to use? Do we have data for some of them? So certainly we're going to be using this when we're looking at that part of the OCP, and then at that point decide what we can pull out of that and put into the OCP, or whatever other sort of monitoring tool that we exercise at that point.
So is the suggestion to put this specific budget item off? Because it's going to partially or be incorporated in the OCP,
Yeah, I don't
or
think
that
we
will
need-
lead into it?
The suggestion is I don't think we need a separate budget item for this. We need to see what we can pull out of it into the implementation and monitoring.
And I think this goes to the benchmarking as basically packaging it more than a budget item. I would agree with Gary's sentence there. Density, service proximity, land use mix, street connectivity, road network and sidewalk characteristics, parking and aesthetics and human scale are all
Part of that, yeah. And
healthy
we're
community index
focusing
and part of benchmarking and everything else that we're doing is just basically packaging it so that you have some sort of index to benchmark.
I think
how
we
you're
all
achieving those goals.
understand what it is. We're just trying to understand what was being encompassed in current workload to understand the budget implication. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, and I think we can take out of that what we can through the OCP budget. I think that's the best place for this to land.
If I can just clarify, Mayor Heinzman, again, that term benchmarking. So this would be part of the OCP implementation and monitoring. Benchmarking project that I've got.
Yeah, different.
Is
Is
different.
it different? Is
It's all benchmarking,
It's all
but it's not
benchmarking.
the internal piece.
Just
that
want to
we-
make sure that
Yeah.
we're not piling a whole bunch of expectations into that.
No, but I think what we're trying to do is infuse that idea of the cultural, understanding, being mindful of action, reaction, and how do you.
So just for clarity's sake, we're going to use the numbers that we currently have, and anything that would require extra effort won't be included in the OCP, but could be looked at in a future budget item. So we're going to use what we have.
I think we would look at this, and if we have data, we can certainly pull those into what I think it's essentially is community benchmarking rather than corporate benchmarking.
There were some discussions around paratransit. And again, I'm not sure if this isn't better in the service level change, but we'll have a quick go at it here. And again, it was just the confirmation of request of formal response from BC Transit regarding the non-approval of the handy dart for 2017. And I think that Gary probably can chat to it, but we also have some notes from Beth on that.
Yes, I mean, there's no budget impact to this, so I don't know how deep we want to get into this rabbit hole.
If it's
I mean,
not budget related, I don't want to get into any rabbit hole.
Well, we will pursue with BC Transit getting a response to our decision not to fund that scheme that they had. So.
Okay, yes.
And this came out of the annual performance summary, and that indicated that it wasn't required at this time. So I think staff will continue to revisit it, but the most recent MOU with BC Transit includes the handy dart in 2018. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Joint agricultural strategy, Linda, please.
I did connect again with Linda Flynn, CIO of SLRD, and at this point, what she's told me, it's essentially currently an idea at the SLRD that may be brought into the budget in their process this year, but beyond that, they don't have any detailed scoping or plans.
Yeah, there's complicated at the SLRD. Let's put it that way.
So it's challenging because if we budget in anticipation of working with them on it, we're potentially taxing for something that may not happen.
Yeah, and I don't mind not doing it this year.
Yeah.
But it would be good to put in some time for next year so that we make sure we're getting that conversation up front. They're faced with the same thing as they haven't had the conversation up front, and now they've got a work plan, and how do they fit it in? You know, evaluating area C's and area B's and area A's and all the things that influence those budgets. And within the planning's an interesting one at the SLRD. Everyone pays into planning.
Yeah.
So it does get sort of slotted.
So what I'm,
And they like to focus on area C more than anything else up there, so it tends to override. And then there's a new director who's still getting their head around the other priorities. So that's fine to do, 2018.
okay.
Anything on that? Yeah.
Well, the Food Policy Council has been communicating with the province about how to get our agricultural assessment done this year and looking at different funding options. And so I know that they're coming to present to council shortly, and maybe there's a way that they could pursue those same funding options. Because a lot of the agricultural planning makes sense to include this portion of the SLRD because we don't have a lot of ALR land. It would just be a fuller scope. So I wonder if we could just follow up with the Food Policy Council and have them sort of consider how they would include Area D.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because the way I mean, SLRD has limited staff, so do we. But if the Food Policy Council is driving this, and it's a matter of essentially funding coming from the SLRD, it's not tax, and us, it's not taxing staff on a huge percentage. So it might be worthwhile keeping a little bit of flex money in there to help facilitate it happening, and the SLRD can do the same.
Only because they did receive a $50,000 grant.
Yeah.
This
So
year,
if it's not a lot of money, we could incorporate it in a contingency fund. If it's more than a certain amount, then if we really think it's going to happen this year, then we should budget for it. Susan?
It's also, I just look at the future of agriculture, it's not just ALR land, it's industrial and it's comprehensive, so just to make sure that that's included, that, you know, I think that's a really complicated policy piece as well, is farming and industrial lands.
Permanent home prospects,
Exactly.
security, a whole bunch of different things, yeah. Yeah, it is definitely, ag plans are complicated. And the word agriculture is very broad.
So we'll make sure it's in
What's currently,
Right now, there's nothing in 2017. We're looking, but we can look to put something in
what's in,
2018.
do we have any ballpark number? Does the Food Council have any ballpark number of what this might cost?
They're trying to get numbers from the province.
We have it in 2018 now.
They need to get us numbers pretty quickly.
I understand they're presenting to council shortly, I just don't know when it's on the agenda.
I haven't seen it
I
yet.
haven't seen it.
So we, do
these things.
you want us to
They're
take it away
working
and
with-
investigate it
They're
for
working with
2018?
Sarah McDonough as a liaison. So she
Yeah,
went.
that's what Sarah's been on all those meetings. Can we get, understand?
So can we take that away?
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is that we're going to look at it for 2018, is that correct?
Well, no, it might be 2017 is what I'm
Okay.
hearing.
Okay, so we'll take it away and look at it. Is there sort of an order of magnitude that?
We need Sarah to inform that. And obviously the magnitude will likely determine if it's in 2017 or 2018.
Okay. The next item was around maintenance, and we believe that the focus was around the RCMP building. So we talked about needing to do a few things with the RCMP building. Again, I think this is probably more capital than operating project, but perhaps there's one or two maintenance projects in here. I do have just some information from Ms. Say around this building, because I think there was some questions. We're thinking the question was around whether we continue to invest in the RCMP building, or is there broader problems with it, and should we deal with it? So essentially, there are some complicated aspects to this building in its original design from a mechanical perspective. Geothermal was poorly designed and boilers were oversized. There's a few architectural feature blips that they work around, and some envelope construction issues have caused concern in 2017 and 2018. They're working on some of that building envelope stuff. But overall, the RDH assessment of that building was that it is good. It's an 11-year-old building. Our maintenance costs are still running under the proposed indices that would be required to consider replacing a building instead of rehabilitating it. So they consider that, they have this term, which I don't profess to know, EFCI rating. would be at 30% before you'd start consider it, and they're saying ours is only at 13.72% for that building. So I think overall it's a viable building. Camilla considers it a viable building. There's a few complications with how it was designed that make it a little less fun. Some of the costs that we've incurred more recently in the past few years, if we remember, some of the investments in RCMP have really been more around RCMP rules changing versus building issues.
Federal regulations.
Yeah, and so really, she has the plan for the next 5 years. In 2017, 2018, she'll address the exterior wall repairs that was part of that building envelope question. They're looking for flooring upgrades in 2018, some exterior camera upgrade in 2017. 2019 to 2020 would be HVAC upgrades similar to other buildings, and 2020 would be the backup generator replacement. So overall, she considers it still be a very viable building and worth the investment.
Okay. Good questions? Okay, let's move on.
All right, that was it for special projects. We kind of blurred the lines there on a couple items, but so I'll go over and tick those off, and we'll get you started over on the service level, and we'll do the same thing.
I want to do the parking lot.
Oh, you want to just stay with the parking lot? Sure.
Stay with the parking lot.
So we're into service level changes then. The first one being the bylaw enforcement officer.
We can't follow that list over there.
We can certainly try. Where would you like to go next?
Well, we were at, we did HBC, so resolution way compound.
Okay, so resolution compound.
Karen?
Hey, if we have other decisions to make around service level changes, reducing our budget, then why wouldn't we do like we've just done with special projects? Look at our special projects, reduce what we can, and then look at the parking lot, and then do service level changes, reduce what we can, and then look at our parking lot, rather than jumping. Because we're going to make decisions on like bylaw officers and that without understanding what else we need to cut from the budget.
Well, I think the way I understood the parking lot is there was questions we had answered. What we wanted to have clarified.
Okay.
So some of them are below the line, some of them are above the line. We get those questions answered, then we consider all the things above and below the line altogether.
Okay.
That's the sort of way that I was conceptualizing.
Sure. So resolution way compound was part of the capital discussions, and
I can
Ms.
speak to that.
Glendale will speak to it.
The question was why we brought it below the line when staff had already come in and got council direction to not lease that piece of land for storage for bylaw. The reason it was below the line was because at the time we were still working on a possibility where we can, not finagle, work something out where it wouldn't cost us, but in the interim, we absolutely need that space fenced and secured. And the reason that we can't continue status quo is because status quo, we haven't been doing it properly according to regulation in terms of impounding for 30 days and then having it released after that. So we're hopeful that we can work something out with this other entity, but in the interim, because we're not leasing the land, we want to secure it, we're putting it in the budget. So there's clarity around below above the line.
But if we don't need it as an impound lot, we can lease the land. Or at least we have a different consideration in that decision.
No, I don't know that I can speak to this in the open. We do need an impound lot. We need the impound lot. There's an opportunity where we can sort of work a trade with someone that we're dealing with so that
Okay.
it doesn't come.
We'll talk about that. We'll do an in-camera session at some point. Okay, thank you.
So sidewalks is next, and I believe this is around UTP to be reviewed prior to tender. Paving has to come back to tender. I'm going to see if I can find it here. We have the Trails and Sidewalks machine on here. Do you know which one this from? Yeah.
The sidewalks is,
Sidewalk.
Was this the Aristotle?
no,
it's
that's
snow
a,
removal?
that was the snow removal, especially in relation to the sidewalks.
Okay, so we'd like to talk to this with the trail maintenance machine.
Okay.
Those are the two that, and I believe sidewalks was around snow removal. Is it?
Can't remember?
I thought this was just a direction from council that they wanted to see the list of what was on the paving budget and what was on the sidewalk construction
Oh,
budget.
Okay,
that
sure,
before
and we
the
can bring that
Wednesday.
back at a meeting before we tender,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. So campground is next up. I believe Linda was gonna kick this one off.
Introduce this. So there is a capital amount currently for the campground. At this point with how the campground, to keep it going, we need to, at a very minimum, deal with the grey water issue, and that's coming from Vancouver Coastal Health in terms of the safety. Don't know that you want to do this today, but ultimately what we're hoping for is a conversation with council on, do we keep the campground open? Do we shut it? Shutting it also would require some capital in terms of pulling out the infrastructure that's there. It's not very much. It would be a lot less than the grey water, I believe. But we're in this limbo right now where we don't do a fabulous job of our campground. It does get quite a bit of use. The revenue is about $50,000 a year. But to do it well, at the very minimum, the grey water and then other infrastructure in terms of security and making it a more desirable campground.
And how much, remind me, how much is the grey water solution?
55.
It's $55,000.
$55,000. And that is to take the water from what?
There's currently no grey water disposal, so if people have got water on site, it's just going on the ground in the bushes.
So from washing dishes.
So I'd have to go back in, but it's probably going to sanitary now.
And so a $55,000 solution is to put some sort of holding tank in and a sink?
Again, I would have to.
I was just gonna check them out. Anyway, we can understand that. Jason?
That was my question, I was wondering what the cost was.
You know, the whole conversation about the future of the campground, I think is part of the whole master plan development of the whole facility, of the whole area. So I wouldn't want to preempt that. I'm sure a lot of the user groups would want to weigh in on the value of that campground for tournaments and et cetera. So it's a more complicated decision than just.
So it apparently is the grey water disposal and storage, and then also bear-proof storage, cache, and site improvements. So I'm not, sounds like there's a little more than just the grey water happening on that one.
Yeah, it's food storage as well. That's for the wildlife issue, wildlife attractant issues. If we want to continue to operate the campground, we kind of have to do these. That's separate from the discussion of there are further upgrades we could do. Closure.
What kind of revenue do we get from the campground?
They're actually breaking even now, apparently. So that, because we had this discussion, so whether or not we would once you factored in the capital, but right now they're actually breaking even and making a little bit of room on the maintenance side.
Mr. Hoskin indicated it's $50,000 a year. but
Revenue,
Breaking.
right, to run it is 50,000, revenue is 50.
I think we should do it. I just think that we're not going to be ready for at least a couple more seasons to entertain closing it. So, and I would imagine that we'd probably be, as a district, looking at alternative sites. So, yeah, I think it's one of those things we just got to do.
Go. Everyone just go at the same time. What's that?
We have a discussion closed.
Yep.
Discussion closed with it.
Changes are gone.
Yeah. We will. Pete, and then.
I'm somewhat inclined to agree with Jason. I just think that I don't know that we're ready for it yet until the Brennan Park master plan comes out. And the other thing is if we close that, then it forces people to camp illegally along the river, along the dike and all of that stuff, which we're already seeing considerable amounts of. And if we have closed the one space that we do actually have legitimately, it's just going to force all those people to go elsewhere and on illegal sites and pose a whole new set of problems for bylaws and everything else, which will incur costs.
Yeah, and there's a whole conversation to be had about do we lease it out to somebody, you know, do we lease it to someone to manage? What parameters around that? How do we get our investment back from that? Anyway, there's a big conversation to be had.
There's definitely a much bigger conversation that I think you probably want to take into a committee meeting. So, but unfortunately, the budget request here is around the
And
key
if we
thing
didn't
being
do
water.
it, would, particularly on the wastewater, would Vancouver Coastal just shut it down?
That is my understanding, but maybe.
No, it's
Greg
actually,
can-
it's actually Ministry of Environment regulations that we're not meeting. I doubt they would. I don't know if you want to roll the dice on that one. That's the,
And what percentage is bear proofing, what percentage is great water management?
I would have to contact Mr. Smith and get that breakdown.
We
I
have,
can-
Karen has.
Yeah, so I think at the very least we need to do the bear proofing, because some of those big tournaments and events, it's just a bomb show in there.
Oh, we've had bear problems.
And, oh yeah, and bear. But also in the second OCP engagement event, we specifically asked people about camping strategy, and so I think there'll be good information coming out of the OCP as well to help guide our decision making over the long term. But I mean, if that development does get approved, where the RV park is, we lose that, and then we would lose this and that. And we don't have alternatives at this point, so we need to give ourselves a sense of time to.
So this one's currently in,
This one's below the line currently.
and that was staff suggestion below the line?
That was management's discussion at the time. We were contemplating whether it made more sense to close, but subsequently talking to Mr. Smith, to actually properly close it, you'd still need to invest in capital. And I think we all are sensitive to the fact that the community doesn't have a lot
No
of
one's
capital.
talking about closing.
Well, that would be the only option to not doing the gray water, was our understanding as a management team. So I have a couple options here from Tim and Bob. The baseline one was 60,000 to 100,000 to put in the gray water, proper signage, food cache, install new compound, and implement campground process map. That was up to the $100,000 level. So I think 55,000 is zeroing in fairly closely on the gray water system.
It sounds like council's more interested in the bear proofing than the gray water.
Gary's just calling Bob right now to get that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
So I'm confused though. So bear proofing, when we're talking about that, are we talking about, like, I'm assuming there's already garbage containers that are bear proof? No? So,
There's minimal infrastructure out there right now.
so like, could we do a minimal bear proofing? And I distinguish that between, like, because I'm assuming that most of the people, and I could be wrong, but I'd be interested to know what percentage of campers arrive there in a vehicle, because
Almost everyone. I mean.
Because a vehicle, that's where you're supposed to store your food. So is there food storage facilities?
No.
We're just talking about garbage.
Well, I think there's,
Of the 55,000.
So let's get a
Yeah.
comprehensive understanding of what this 55 is. Which number, is it outlined in here?
They did not, he's not broken it down
If we
sufficiently.
can get a breakdown, that'd be great.
Okay.
Because we're arguing
Stuff we don't.
hypotheticals right now.
Just quick question, would it not be possible to maybe get Carney's to put like a dumpster bin in there with a small access hole to put the garbage into that a bear couldn't get in and out of, and just have, instead of having a small garbage can with a special latch lid on it, like to actually put like a blue dumpster in there that has just a small hole cut in the face of it?
I'm not
Cost
sure what
about the same amount, yeah.
operations,
Think so?
I don't know what operations is actually recommending for the scope of the campground, so I think.
Let's get the
You know, it's good.
details. Okay, we're gonna park that again.
Gary's not here.
Trail sidewalks maintenance machine.
No, I'm getting information that Gary was supposed to speak to.
Okay, the trail sidewalks and maintenance machine is a capital item. And there is also potentially a service level change option.
Tell me the line number or the reference number?
Can you just pop to the screens for the thing and then they'll be on there. Right, they're on the capital. Do we have it as a, or
And
do
this
we
is
not?
in the capital one, which
This
is.
is in capital in 6.
Sorry, no, it won't be on that one.
So we just have to find it in the capital. Downside of jumping.
So I'm gonna do a basic diagram.
But I'll go through that, I'll find the number.
And we want the trail sidewalks?
Yeah, the trail maintenance machine, just below
Okay.
the line on our.
It's page 611, number BL4.
Below the line.
Yeah. Next one?
Gary, do you want to talk that
I'm
out?
gonna,
Or Linda, you have to sit, Linda, if you
I
want to
know, I
talk.
have a diagram I'm gonna show you.
Oh, go wig Kelsey out, I can mime for you. I can describe what you're saying.
Do you wanna do that?
Sure, go for it. Or vice versa, I'll draw it. You can.
Okay, you draw it.
The things we do for you, Kelsey.
Because I prefer to understand things visually, this is what I did to finally clarify with staff what this machine will do in terms of service and cost. So blue is service level. The bottom one is status quo. And our current status quo, Gary's got a list of the actual detail of what that looks like. But that service level, the status quo we've achieved by hiring additional staff, which you'll remember from last year when we said we'll hire the staff, see what we can do. It was one full-time employee, or 1.7. See what we can do with that level of labor increase with our trails. So we are currently there. If we buy this sidewalk and trail machine, we can increase our service, we can do more, and we can do more faster. If we do more faster. If we do it with the machine, it's more economical than trying to pull it off with labor, exponentially so. That said, if we don't want to spend the money, we leave service where it's at. What we've heard from council in terms of wanting neighborhood commuter trails to all feed into corridor and discovery, snow clearing on sidewalks, and increase the service and the accessibility for the active transportation, is that service level increase is something that council desires. However, it's a $200,000 hit.
So we have the person, we hired them last year. They're using a substandard machine, so we're getting a certain amount done. You buy a new machine, we still have the person. So we're not necessarily looking at a new person. We're just looking at a way better machine, can get to way more in the same amount of time.
Correct.
And do it more effectively.
Correct.
And do more things.
Yes.
And then if I could add, there was a 0.3 person, which is service at night. So then you're running the machine
16 hours a day.
16 hours a day with an additional 0.3. If you don't have the 0.3, then it's...
But in these, no offense, don't we second from other departments? Or is it like,
We do with the best that we can.
yeah.
And
Still need
that's-
small operators, equipment operators.
Really? Jason?
Yeah, I think we should do this, and I think we should also add the 0.3 FTE. And I know that $210,000 is quite a bit of sticker shock, but we should also consider it for the lifetime of the machine. You know, so let's say, for example, a machine lasts 10 years, $20,000 a year. I think that is a very needed investment in the community, and you know, I think it seems this year and previous years have borne out that it is something that is increasingly a problem in our community.
Yeah, no, I generally agree. I would like staff to look at potential revenue opportunities with this. For example, vacant landowners who don't do it, we set it up in our bylaws, so it's not done with a certain time, we do it, we bill them. And also, would like staff to think about perhaps funding it. We have asked to see if the gas tax or community works funding will go for it. We're still in discussion with UBCM, I gather. Is that correct, Christine?
Oh, I'm working on the community works fund, but it's not looking good.
I think we need to articulate it in a certain way.
We are working on that articulation, absolutely, but so far they consider the machine to be on the maintenance side of the world regardless.
It's not maintenance at all, so that's what I'm confusing. So we need to make sure we're communicating that well.
Yeah.
So I'd like to either community work or even a community surplus, or what other mechanisms we have funded. Because it's a new vehicle purchase, we don't have any reserves for it. So, Doug, Susan, and anybody else.
That was my question, because in the book it shows it's being funded from taxation, so I was wondering what other options there were.
Yep.
Because funding from taxation is difficult.
It
to
is.
say the least.
Yes, it is. And so what we've looked at is, based on the discussions last time, we have discussions out with Community Works with UBCM around whether it can fit within that program. So far, the answer is no, they will not accept that as a Community Works project, but I am going up the food chain right now, and exactly that, talking about enhancing service by being able to do snow and ice clearing. We're actually improving and making it a more year-round active transportation scenario. That's why I got moved up the chain. Otherwise, their answer was no. But I have not heard back yet. I think there's a risk. It certainly does not fit within the defined parameters of that gas tax program right now, the way it's defined. And in past lives, we have tried things like bicycles and things like that, and they turned those things down too. So, you know, there is some parameters around that program. The other option really is accumulated surplus, or you can look at short-term borrowing.
Right. So.
But that won't take the 0.3. The 0.3, you're going to be eating with tax.
That's actually, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's the capital cost, $210,000 I was thinking about. And so, I think we should consider those two options. I'll go back to my comments earlier about possibly borrowing for it on a short term. If you amortize it and stretch it over 5 years, that's a lot easier to deal with. I tend to agree with getting it, I guess, is what I'm saying. And to me, it's just a matter of how we fund it. And so, and the other is, and you know better than I do, what reserves we could plunder to cover it. But we go through this every year.
At this point, it would be the working capital, the accumulated surplus that I would ask you to plunder.
So far I'm hearing, I don't know, just I'm trying to summarize, so we don't all just reiterate what we're saying. So far I'm hearing support. We would like to, particularly the capital piece of it, not fund it through taxation, but fund it through either community works hopefully, and or community service and or short-term borrowing. And maybe we'll get you to just evaluate what the pros and cons.
We'll figure out which one.
And so if you have something different from that to add, then please, if you agree, then go.
I'm wondering about green municipal funds as well as a way to fund the machine. We haven't really looked at green municipal funds as a way to fund anything. There is funds available through FCM.
So let's look through FCM.
Yeah, exactly, and I would agree with that.
Thanks, Karen.
Can I just clarify, the 0.3 would cover what hours in the winter?
It's an evening shift, so basically in the morning,
So how early would someone start just on a regular day shift in the winter if we've had a snowstorm? 8:30.
Right. I'm not sure, but the intent from...
Can you, Bob?
I guess I think the point that where you're going is, you know, we have 2 months where it snows, maybe 30% of those nights, it's snowing at night. And really, so how do we justify a 1/3 position for something that might only be need for 20 nights out of the year?
It's a night operator during the snow, as far as I understand it, and it's basically to allow that extra small equipment operator in the evening so that they can go and do this in the
What I'm
morning.
saying is that we might need it 20, even 30 days a year, that's 1/10, not 1/3.
It's
of position.
604 hours is what he's proposing.
604 hours?
That's 0.3.
So
Well, why 604 hours? That's what it is.
I'm just trying to clarify the hours so that I can understand whether we really truly need that 0.3 right now. Because if we can cover it by whatever time, you know, the corridor trail has been done before 8:30. I walk on it. So
Yes,
someone's starting before 8:30 and using our current plow to plow it in the snow events. So if we can already do that, then I'm in agreement with getting the machine and finding a way to fund it. I'm not totally sold on the 0.3 at this point.
the intent was that that additional 0.3 will get us, essentially it can run 16 hours a day instead of 8. So I'm not sure what the exact time of when that person starts. It's probably dependent on the weather. But it will get us far more. Right now, what we've got is the corridor and the Discovery Trail. We can get more done with the new machine, but what Mr. Smith is saying is with that additional 0.3, we can probably get to most of the schools and most of the safe routes to school and the haste BC. Now we can sit down and decide with council what gets priority, what gets done first, second, third, fourth. But what he's saying is that to ensure that we have enough staff time to make sure that the routes to school are ready by 8 o'clock, that's what the 0.3 is for.
So can I just clarify again?
Yeah.
In looking at the org chart, we have staff that have time in the winter, like 0.3 positions. So I'm wondering if we just scale it up for the winter. The 0.3 seems to, and 600 hours seems to imply a whole year's coverage.
Can we ask staff to reevaluate that?
So I'm trying to figure out what would it cost to just cover that winter crunch time, the couple of months where we need to do brining and salting and plowing. Versus, I'm okay, if this machine can do more in less time, I'm not sure we need a 0.3 for 600 hours throughout the whole year.
Mm-hmm. So based on the way Mr. Smith generally does his labor, he has a 0.3 night shift in the winter. In the summer, the other 0.7 is a parks person generally. So he probably is looking at one full-time person through the winter would be my guess.
Oh, I see, you're going to take that.
Because he usually puts his night shift guys on that. The 0.3 is a winter night
0.3 is
shift.
75 nights out of the year. We're not going to be using this 75 nights out of the year for snow events. Jason?
Okay, so what I heard though is that we're increasing the service level, right? So we're basically doubling the service level from 8 hours to 16 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And so the way
One
that...
snow event.
Or
yeah,
brush
and
cutting
ice
or whatever.
or whatever, those things. And so my understanding is that this is the way that you maximize the utility of the machine. So you maximize its capacity, and what I'm hearing from staff is they're saying, well, we have this machine, it can run up to 16 hours a day, and you want enhanced service. So with this one machine, if we want it fully operational, this is what the cost is. And in my view, you know, I think we do want to maximize it because I do think there's quite a bit of a gap. And just to get all of the safe routes to school, I think that would be really great. And then we can kind of hold the line there for quite a while.
Something to consider though is, how long will this machine take to get here, Gary?
The delivery time is probably 12 weeks.
So it's not going to be here for 3 months. Whole half of the whole season. We basically have maximum 30 days in December that this is going to be used, and we're budgeting 75 nights.
Sure.
So I think we just need to reevaluate what that number really is for. Because we're not going to be running overtime during the summer. We're not going to be.
You can still brush cut and things. I think that's
Yeah,
part
but
of
you're
the
going to do that
problem.
during the day. We're not going to have a night staff to go and brush cut. right? So, well, maybe. But anyway, I think let's,
I think it's
council,
a,
I'm hearing unanimous support for the purchase of the thing, as long as we're not doing it in general tax. We'll find a different way to source the funding, and we're looking for a bit of a grid of where we should do that, from your advice, whether it's community works, whether it's green municipal funds, whether it's short-term borrowing, or whether it's accumulated surplus.
sure, we can do that, and certainly, I think you've made a great point, actually. We only have the one winter season, so I think it does make sense to phase this in, like have it as a part year for .3, and go .3 next year. If that is truly what the math says need to maximize this machine, then you could probably bring that in at half of the 25,000
So
for this year.
maybe just to make this really clear for staff in their evaluation, is council looking to make sure we can deal with the snow and ice events during the evening? That's the hours, not, you know, that's what we're looking at. So if that's 600 hours, I'd be surprised, but let's make sure we're doing, Karen.
Just a final question, because our council, future councils will always deal with this when we get to a new piece of equipment that we want to buy. Is there a way in our vehicle reserve that we can add just a percentage of a point for each new vehicle that we're saving for? So there's a new vehicle just in there. So as we're saving for the ones we're replacing, we're also saving a little bit for all these new ones. So even if it's not hundreds of thousands of dollars, like at least we could offset some of it.
I read about it. Yeah, there's done some creative stuff with their vehicle reserves. Yeah, can you?
Sure,
think of
we
something
can,
like
yeah, I can certainly look into that. I would just say generally, we have the capital rehab reserve that we're building up. So there is opportunities for, and the beauty of that, not designating it specifically to equipment, is then you can use it for anything, right? But we will, absolutely, we are in conversations with Whistler all the time. We can talk to them about the vehicle.
Great, excellent job, guys. We're moving slowly, but slowly. Aristotle. Oh, is that insurance for, there was a question about insurance for wiring. Not sure it's a budget, is it a budget?
Well, Aristotle was a budget question.
No, right.
So I'll just touch base on the insurance. We actually cannot insure streetlights. So they're not available for us to go get a claim. The underwriters will not insure them. So they just won't insure them. They're considered too high risk. The underwriters won't look at them. There's quite a bit of municipal infrastructure we can't insure, honestly. But this is one of them. And so that's why there was no insurance claim made on it. I'm going to turn it over to the right people to talk about what we're doing, but I think we landed last time on the paving we would take out of the paving program, and so that just left the street light replacement piece.
Which I believe was 36,000.
You can't whisper, Gary, because I can't hear.
I believe it was 36 or 40,000.
It's 40.
Yeah.
And is it currently above the line? Below the line?
And
What's
I believe
the risk
it's
in not doing it?
Mayor Huntsman, the risk, we have a lot of streets that aren't streetlit. So the risk is that homeowners seeing the light standards may feel frustrated that they're not lit, but it doesn't mean to say we have to actually rewire them and relight them.
I think we overlay stuff.
Lots of people don't like streetlights.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, unless someone wants to bring it above the line, we're going to leave it below the line. Okay, let's move on. Yes?
If I may, Mayor Huntsman, Ms. Say is here to speak
Oh,
to the rec
lovely.
center, so rather than have her waited.
Sure, come on up. And can we make sure we're dealing with all the facilities issues while Mel is here?
this issue.
Because I know we have.
told me to.
We sold you a Billy Goats.
Welcome.
Thank you.
To the Lion's Den. All right. We have a few on the list there. Can you help me out? It was the arena flooring in the foyer and dressing rooms and stuff.
So we have several things we wanted to talk to Ms. Say about. One of them was the arena concession upgrades. We wanted a little more breakdown of what is just the must-do to make Vancouver Coastal Health happy versus what were other upgrades.
Okay, let me start with that then.
Sure.
So, yeah, the arena has got the concession kitchen that has been closed for quite a while now, since the last operator left. It is used periodically by user groups, and it is currently out for a tender. I don't know whether it's closed or not with Tim for looking for interest. Vancouver Coastal Health on their last inspection last year said that we have to replace the floor. The floor is original and is a lino floor with wood underneath it, and it's all cracked and you can't clean it properly because it's covered in cracks, it's broken, and it's a tripping hazard. It's just not a safe floor to be spending a lot of time on. And the floor, so that we have to replace.
And how much is that?
Well, it's about half, so it's about, I think the total budget was 15, so it's about 7.5 of the floor, 7.5 of the cabinets. The cabinets were put in after the floor, so they're sitting on top of a portion of the floor. The cabinets, we have to replace the cabinets because they're currently painted plywood and that's not to code, and it's not easy to clean. So because it's uneven surface, so she said we have to replace them. We could just do wood and arborite, which would be cheaper. We went for stainless steel because it's the better of the standards. So we could probably shave $2,000 or $3,000 off.
If we went with our.
If we went with arborite versus stainless steel.
Yeah, and this discussion and the other discussion came out of the thought that when the Brendan Park master plan comes through, there might be, we might be inclined to do some significant renovations inside, and so some of this work would be basically lost or gone. So I guess the question with the cabinets is whether they would be salvageable if we were somehow renovating that space. Could we take them out and put them back into a new space, or would they go?
I would think with stainless steel you probably could repurpose them. With arborite probably not, because I think I don't know how easy they are. They would be custom made, right? So I think if you were to remove them, I don't know how useful they would be. But yes, you're right. There is plans to put in a cafeteria, I think, as part of the arena.
A bar, you mean?
That would be nice. For some people.
For me, obviously. Jason.
So you mentioned that there's no operator right now,
No.
and it's just used by community groups. How often is it used in a year?
Only a couple of times in a year. The last time was one of the recent hockey tournaments used it, and they were allowed only to be like a vending machine, so they could sell packaged crisps and chocolate bars, but they weren't allowed to cook anything. There's a full stove in there that you can cook. So I don't know what expression of interest Mr. Hoskins got on his recent quest to find somebody to want to operate it on a full-time basis. But some of the hockey tournaments would have volunteers who would want to go in there and do more. There were complaints at the last hockey tournament. I know that it's, they have to get in the car and go and drive somewhere to get, so it's much more convenient if they're there with 3 or 4 kids running around, not to have to leave, but to be able to buy food on site.
And in order to open it, we would have to put at least the flooring.
In order for them to cook in there, we can open it as one-offs in order to sell basic packaged goods. But
when will Mr. Hoskins know if he has a tenant for that?
I have his email here. Okay, I don't believe at this time that he's actually gone out to market with it. Do you want me to give you some detail on it right now? Is that...
Well, if it was imminent, it might be worth the investment.
Mm-hmm.
If it's just going to stay closed all year, I don't want to fix a floor that's going to stay closed all year.
Right. So what I've seen is, historically they've tried staff run, community run, contractor run. They brought that coffee cart in, which wasn't ultimately successful. So what Tim has written here is, rather than business as usual, staff see an opportunity to see if a different food service model will work. Some ideas, keep a concession going if they can find an operator, close concession and offer some other food service options, food cart, food truck for events, community groups. But actually, I should clarify if he's actually gone out looking for an operator. Let me do that for you right now.
Maybe while you're doing that, maybe Ms. Say can weigh in on the arena flooring replacement. Council has requested that you review whether we could just do some patching in the interim, given that we want some master plan discussions around.
So part of that is that we might do the master plan. It might say, you know what, we want to blow out the walls between and make all those dressing rooms bigger over here and add more over here and repurpose the the concession and move the concession out into the, you know, like there could be a whole reconfiguration. We don't want to spend a lot of money if the street might change. And if we can patch it until such time as the master plan is done, we can understand if that investment's.
There were a couple of areas here. There was the corridors, which we have patched over the years, where it's got really worn outside dressing rooms and by the fire exits. So we have put patching in there. The patching doesn't work great because it looks terrible, but also it's a different height, different surface, and so it's a bit of a safety issue for people walking along there in skates because it's not a completely smooth surface. So. And the dressing rooms, again, we have patched some key areas in there where it has worn right through. The lobby area is one big area that we haven't patched, but it looks terrible. It's asphalt rather than rubber, which is what they use now, and so it's really difficult to clean. You can't use a mop on it because it just catches. So it basically all you can do is sweep the floor. And it's quite rough on skates because it's asphalt, not rubber. So. But it is starting to wear through in a few areas, and it's where the joints are, they're kind of separating. So can we wait another year? Probably. But I don't want to do any patching. There's not really an area that I need to patch right now. We've done all the patching we had to do. We wanted to just replace it all. Because we replaced the flooring around the immediate, right next to the arena as part of the slab project, and it looks fantastic, and now it really makes the rest of it look.
That was my suspicion.
But yeah, the lobby looks really bad because we can't clean it. I mean, when the arena is shut down, we can kind of hose it, but we can't do that on a regular basis.
Yeah, and just to preface what I had said earlier is because I was actually the one who flagged this one, but I'm definitely in favor of getting the work done. I think it's just a question of when, and perhaps maybe waiting just a year or so. And so I think that was my mindset in terms of bringing it up at this point.
Okay.
I agree, and actually with both items, particularly the kitchen. I mean, if the kitchen we kind of struggle through with the packaged goods and that kind of thing, and not do anything with it. I generally want to support that building, but given the fact that, as the mayor says, we might decide to do something significant in that building, I don't want to spend the money and then re-spend it a year or two later. So I'd be inclined, if there's no significant health or safety issues, or we can manage them, to put it that way, I prefer not to spend the money this year and wait for that plan to come out and make some decisions around that, and perhaps something more extensive.
Okay. Sure, makes sense.
I'd actually be in favor of doing the lobby and just getting the lobby done, because it is, with kids walking in their skates on the cement as well, with the asphalt there. And, just as far as walking into that area, keeping clean, it's also in the summer used. I doubt we're going to blow out anything in that lobby that's going to change. I agree with the change rooms and everything else. That area doesn't seem too bad, and it is already rubberized, but the lobby being asphalt and not being cleaned and not being the appropriate surface for skating, I would just agree with just doing the lobby. I agree with leaving the kitchen and everything, but I would also make sure that we do have parking for food trucks, which may require some electricity somewhere in the Brennan Park lot. Is that if we could bring food trucks in and make that an appropriate place for food trucks to park summer and winter, that may be, if people know that there's a tournament, it may be somewhere that food trucks would come up to and park, and then that would give an option for food and families to not have to get in their cars and travel for food.
Yeah, we're getting a little off budget topic. Good point. I agree. Camilla, is it make any sense to do just the lobby and not the dressing rooms at this point, or is there a...
Well, the dressing rooms are asphalt as well as the corridor. We've just patched a few areas, but it's all asphalt right now. So
it wouldn't be
easier to do.
No, I think it wouldn't be cost effective to bring people up twice to do it. I think if we're going to do it, I'd rather do it all together.
or not do it and put it off for a year?
Well, yes, I'm saying we can limp another season.
I like hearing
So then it would have to be done anyways, even if we get a Brennan Park plan, or we're still gonna have to do it, so
Yes,
I'd
we
say
will
leave
have to do
it
it.
in the budget. I know it's, even if we get a Brennan Park plan, and even if we'd have to budget for 2019 and beyond to get any renovations done in Brennan Park, have a big discussion about how that's going to go forward. And it may not even be that we, it may be a P3 project where we build an entirely new Brennan Park with density on top. There could be other options, I'm just saying, and we do have to maintain what we have for the public's use. So if it's not appropriate surface for skates to walk on, then I would say include it in the budget, just the hallways and the thing, but leave the kitchen out of it.
Well, that's a separate budget item. So I'm hearing one councillor say they'd like to move forward on the rubberization, I guess, of the, and I'm hearing several others say we should put it off. I'm hearing Camilla say we can win forward this year. I mean, here's a hypothetical scenario, is that we want to actually shut down the concession completely. Put up food trucks or container food thing outside, whatever, some other facility, and put another dressing room in where the concession is now, in which case we can cover up. So I'm sort of thinking that we want to sort of get our brain around what those possibilities are before we
Okay.
both on both the concession. Unless we have a really good leasing opportunity and we see that revenue from the lease actually paying for the improvements in that concession and for that.
We can't manage it. Like if we can't manage it with staff and can't manage it with the public and nobody wants to run it,
Well, that's what
then it should be.
So neither of those are in right now.
Okay.
Everyone okay with that?
We've got them delayed for a year,
Yeah.
correct?
Both
For now?
of them, okay.
Okay. So this will be very unfair to Camilla because I think I dropped the ball on passing this one on for an ask. The community, and this came out of the community grants discussion, where the Arts Council came and said they wanted to take down a wall. Is that ringing any bells for you? No. Okay, so this will be very unfair. There is no budget ask right now. It is a broader question, given that they want to look at bringing down a wall. So in this case, Ms. Say has not had an opportunity to go out and see which wall they want to bring down and whether it's even feasible to bring one down. I don't know if council was contemplating that in terms of a budget item for this year, or whether it's something we can take offline.
Mason Council just has that conversation with Camilla.
She did contact me yesterday, and we have arranged to meet next week to review what she would like to do. And then I'm assuming this would be considered as part of the facility's overall long-term strategy too, right, in terms of the future of that building.
Oh, that would be
ideal.
exactly, that needs to be considered as part of this. Yeah.
So are we able to defer that for this budget, do you think, council?
We don't know yet.
There's not too many walls in that building, but I don't
No.
know.
There's two
No, I
and
think
they
just
wanted
wanna-
one down.
Like they have 3 small spaces, so they want to
Yes.
take one of the walls down, basically make one big space,
Right.
maybe be able to cordon it off if they need to, but basically create a bigger flex space so it's more useful.
Well, if it's not a structural wall, it's probably not expensive. I don't know until I see.
Yeah, exactly. If it's not structural, it's not a problem. If it's structural, so,
When do you need to know what the?
well, if it's structural, I suspect we're not going to do it.
Not going to do it, no.
So we're going under the assumption that it's not structural if we proceed. So maybe just take that into your conversation.
So I need to get back pretty quickly then, is if we're going to go ahead, if we're going to budget, so we would budget an item for that one.
Yeah, I mean, if it's non-structural, it won't, likely won't be a lot of money.
No.
So I'm not too worried about the impact there. Okay,
Okay, so we'll just, right now, I'll put it on the kind of the list of things. If it's reasonably priced, would you like it included with the next round?
we would like to know about that.
Okay.
I'll take that. I like the music sledgehammer. There you go. Next. What's up?
Anything else for me?
I don't know, maybe.
We're saying,
What else do you want to talk about?
Nothing.
Where are we now?
Just very quickly, I did hear from Mr. Hoskin that they had gone out in the fall for an expression of interest on the concession with no interest. The idea was to go back out again in February, but if we don't do the improvements, perhaps we just hold fast on that.
Okay.
Okay, so next on the list is the animation of the senior center. Last time we met with council, the question was, can we have a presentation on how the advisory committee is recommending further animation of the senior center before a decision gets made? In circling back with staff, what the discussion is, and the reason this is above the line now, is that We are recommending to council that this is a prudent use of a municipal asset because it currently sits vacant. We endorse further animating it. How it gets animated, that presentation will definitely come to council, and I believe that, and Tim is very close to that with the advisory committee. That said, we think it's a prudent financial decision from leveraging the asset to spend the money for the capital upgrades to be able to further animate it and keep it open longer, especially given that Brennan Park is pretty much at capacity for its programming. The committee, which includes the seniors, are currently looking at and will present to council their recommendations for how to animate it, and so that stakeholder engagement will absolutely.
What item are we on?
Senior center animation, what's the
Yeah,
number?
and it has a couple different ones. There's a gate at the senior center around this, and there's some additional costs
And how
for
much was it?
janitors. There's a couple different.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deb.
Just how much money are we
She wants
talking
to know
about?
what all senior center projects are.
How much money are we talking about?
All in, I'm sorry, we'd have to, there's a couple different places that this is sitting.
I think it all got, didn't it?
It was under service level change? Okay.
Yeah, Tim's a bit one, I think, never know.
What's the capital?
It's just
On the gates.
the senior gate.
What is it? Or what is the amount?
That's okay, we've got it here.
Yeah, we've got it.
Okay. So
do you have the
there's
service level?
capital
Yeah.
pieces to it and service level increases to it? Are they hand in glove?
Yes.
So the service level change is 26, and the dollar value on that net of some
26,000?
kind of alternate revenue is about $61,000, $60,855.
Didn't understand the word you said, I'm sorry.
So there's a couple different things, but one of them is a service level change. The service level change,
It's an increase of $26,000?
no, is an increase of $60,855. We currently have it above the line as number 26 in the service level changes.
Which is 8, 7?
It's 7-5. And so this is to expand the programming opportunities over there, and there is some offsetting revenue expected from that, but there's some initial costs that go in. Yeah, and there's additional building costs because we have to heat the buildings into the evenings and things like that, so.
And how much revenue do we anticipate in that?
In the first year, it shows 27.5.
And is that incorporated into your percent increase?
For which, sorry?
Yes.
Yes, it's net of that revenue.
Oh, yeah, it's over here, 88.27, okay. Council, service level increase?
I mean, if we're confident that we can actually fill the hours, I mean, I guess that's what it really depends on, because then we should go ahead. But if we're not, if that's quite uncertain, then I don't know. How confident are we?
Mayor Heinzman, we are quite confident based on the capacity of Brennan Park. That said, it's not 100%. So there is a risk that we'd be taxing for something we wouldn't spend because a lot of this is staffing hours. So if the programs don't fill, we don't pay the staff person. But then we've taxed for something we're not using, and then the capital investment would have been spent already. But I know that Mr. Hoskin is quite confident that we would fill it, especially with arts and cultural programs that we're getting asked to do currently, and adult programs that we're hearing from the advisory committee that people want.
Anyone want to take this out? Next.
Okay.
Equipment reserves.
Okay, so I'll have a quick chat on the equipment reserves. Council had just asked us if we can do something more with the equipment reserves. We talked before about this being largely about interest. We will, with council's permission, we will take this away in 2017 and review the bylaw and determine if there is any opportunity to build in a provision where if interest rates drop below a certain level, we would somehow enhance those in the contribution to reserves that we do. We'll have to look at the mechanism. It's not as straightforward as it may sound. What I don't want to do is look at enhancements in that reserve. And again, this kind of comes back to that strategy of, do we tax people for an enhanced service that may be out there that we are trying to predict right now? So I don't necessarily think that's the best use of equipment replacement provision of this nature.
So you'll come back with something.
So during the year, if we can just reflect on that bylaw and look at, there's something we can do, because I think the real problem with this bylaw right now is that the interest rates have just dropped too low for too long. And it's not meeting inflation on vehicles.
Okay, so you'll bring that.
So we'll have a look at it outside of budget if that's all right with council.
Sure.
And for now, we'll carry on with our formula for this year, but we'll look at whether we can update that bylaw and update the contribution for next
Okay,
year.
great, thank you. Yeah, Doug?
Very quickly on this point, so the thought is to have a discussion at this during the year, just at a finance committee meeting or something like
We'd
that?
probably review the, oh, sorry.
Well, because I think that there's that aspect of it. I remember raising this point, and I've raised it before, because new vehicles, apart from inflation, just because of advances in equipment, et cetera, very often, if not always, cost more than the one that they're replacing. And so to provide for that. And secondly, as Councillor Elliott pointed out, there's going to be expanding the fleet issues. And here it might have been the sidewalk cleaner. Next time it might be an extra fire truck or something over and above what we have now. And do we want to start providing for that? And so now you're creating kind of a contingency fund, if you like, just for expanding the fleet, not just replacing the fleet. So that's, I just mentioned it as a discussion point.
Yeah.
And just, we can hash that out.
So in a previous discussion, we talked, I will check in with Whistler and see what they're doing with their vehicle programming. However, again, I'm always going to try and sway you to not trying to lock down all your reserves so specifically. Just because it gives future councils way more latitude. If we continue to increase the capital rehab reserve and those types of reserves, then you can use them for a vehicle, you can use them for a facility, you can use them for whatever is the interest of the day. If we start getting very specific and pigeonholing reserves, then you know that the legal mechanisms kick in and I start having to make very specific decisions and borrow from one reserve to another reserve. So I'm not a fan of getting a bunch of little pieces of money. I like to try and give you some flexibility.
Okay, that's for.
But if
for
council
another day.
prefers a different route,
No,
we
I
can
think that's
certainly
a
look at
discussion
it.
for another day,
Yeah.
that's not, okay. But we'll put it on a finance. Yeah, got it. Okay. We said yes to the sidewalk machine. Only took us 4 years.
Okay.
So where
Just have
are
to
we
figure out
now?
how to
We're at
pay
the
for it.
Dentonville Park, I believe.
We all want to drive.
Discuss
Yeah.
point 3.
If
Yeah.
it's okay,
Oh my
Mayor
God,
Huntsman, we brought Bob in to discuss the .3 FTE.
Oh, great, yeah.
Clarify how that maximizes use of the machine and how a .3 fits into a winter season, and Bob can explain that in more detail.
Sure. Perfect time to talk about snow removal. So the way that we run our snow removal right now is we have night shift. There's 5 staff that are on night shift. 2 of them are on Monday to Friday, and the remaining 2 are on weekend coverage, both 5 days. They start at midnight and they finish their shift at 8 a.m. and then our day shift comes in at 8 a.m. and they finish at 4:30. If we need to go 24 hours, which we do in these type of events or in our ice events, I do like to call it snow and ice removal, because ice is probably 90% of what we do versus the snow. For either snow or ice. If we do need to go to 24 hours, what we'll do is we'll bring the night shift in early at 8 p.m. and we'll run the day shift late to 8 p.m. and that's how we get that cycle. Right now what we're doing with our trails guy is because we don't want to work anybody beyond 12 hours, that becomes dangerous. So what we do now with our trails person is we bring him in at 4 a.m. and run him until 4:30 p.m. and that's the end of the shift. So the intention of this is when we're in these events or a nice event, we'll be able to run that trail equipment 24 hours a day, which is really key. One of the things I found when I was doing the research for the trail maintenance machine and in preparation for this person is a lot of our safe routes to school and the transportation plans, I mean, they all point to having the maintenance done And for us to make sure that that works effectively, we need to have that done by 8 a.m. So this is what we're striving to do, is to have, I may get in trouble for this next year because it's going to be challenging to get all of it done, but what we're trying to do is certainly get those main routes done and have them clear by 8 a.m. And then similar to what we do with our day shift for snow removal, is night shift will open up the roads and then they'll widen, go to the flatter areas and do that during day shift. So it's the same idea as what we're trying to achieve with the night shift trails operator. Just briefly speaking with Linda, it's very challenging to create these positions on a casual on-call basis, just to get the expertise, the knowledge, the training for the routes, and to have somebody available all that time. It's almost like you need to have them in a standby type mode, which costs the district as well. The question then comes is what happens when there isn't an ice event or a snow event. So staff generally will do, like right now what we're doing is the event is over, but we're widening and we're getting drainage dealt with so that we're ready for that next storm event. So that's a significant issue after the event. If there's no snow or ice at all, we deal with drainage issues, or signage issues. There's a ton of work that needs to get done that just gets us prepared for that day shift.
So this .3 is connected to this machine, this is correct?
It would be, yes. Yeah, it's basically, sorry, forgetting my bad.
If it's connected, this is where I think council's having a hard time getting their brain right. If it's connected to this machine, we're looking at 600 hours a year, which is 75 shifts a year for snow and ice events. It seems excessive.
So the person will use this machine for alternate use too.
Yeah, but we wouldn't need it overtime. It would just be done in a regular shift, wouldn't it?
But that's a regular rate. If we have them on night shift, we pay a premium. It's about $1.05 an hour premium.
In the
for
summer,
night
we
shift.
would be running this machine at night?
No, it's just for the winter.
Just for the
months.
winter.
Yeah.
That's what it's for, we're just trying to get our brains around 600 hours, which gives you 75 shifts-ish.
Yep.
Over 3 months.
So what we do is our night shift starts approximately November 15th-ish and ends about March 15th-ish. So that's our time. So there's a training time that we have in there, and then there's a prep time, so we get all of our facilities ready for the snow and the drainage events. So that takes time as well. So there's lots of other things that lead into the event. And then like this year is an anomaly, obviously, but it's been pretty much full on
Crazy, yeah.
since that time.
So right now, we're budgeting for 2017, and by the time this machine arrives, we think it's about 12 weeks probably. We ordered it tomorrow. So it's not likely to help us in the spring, if I understand it correctly. So we're talking about the fall. So we're talking about, give or take 1 month or 6 weeks in 2017. So that, I take it, has not been 0.3 FTE, it's a fraction of 0.3 FTE, is that a correct statement?
Yeah, through Mayor Heinzman, that's exactly correct. Finance will do that for us. They don't let us have that full amount. They'll just get the...
And I'm making some adjustments here, so we would still consider it a .3 position so that Mr. Smith could hire it for seasonal, like next year as well. But we would only show it for like 1/2 of the season. Does that work? So that would be about a $12,000, almost a $13,000 savings.
It's a
for
10%,
2017.
it's a 0.1 or a 0.08 if we're only really hiring them for a month.
Well, we can go more specific than that. If you want to get really nitty gritty, we can take it down a bit more for 20. But remember that Bob does need to train and get these guys up to speed too. So it's we're talking.
Yeah, I still can't understand the justification for 600 hours, but
Sure.
at this point, let's just put a 0.08 or 0.1 in there and evaluate what the real need is. Okay, cool. Anything else we need, Bob?
Just my concern with that is if we hire someone in November of 2017 and train and bring them on for that night shift, we need to know for 2018 if that's going to be a seasonal position. So to evaluate the first 6 weeks of the season, just thinking more.
No, I'm not. I'm saying until such time as this person is hired next November, whenever, we're evaluating what the need would be in the 2018
Okay.
budget.
Understood. We'll put in a 0.3 and we will annualize it for 2016, or
Mhm.
for 2017 is what I'm hearing.
Mhm.
Yep. Done.
Just a bit on the machine itself, the snow plow that's on the front, the blade that goes on the front, how wide is that? Is that wide enough to get onto some of these, the sidewalks, for instance, say, by Mountain School there, where, because I'm seeing right now in this snow event, anyway, a lot of mothers pushing baby carriages and stuff, taking the older ones to elementary school and up in Brackendale and stuff, but they're actually out in the street because they can't get onto the sidewalk at all, because it's, you know,
The
knee
whole
deep.
purpose of this is to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, through Mayor Council, through Mayor Heinzman, it's not actually about getting it wide enough, it's about getting it narrow enough so that we can actually get on the sidewalk. And then the nice thing about having this crew work with the night shift crew, or this person work with the night shift crew, is that they can choreograph their plowing as they go, so that we're not doing the classic put on the sidewalk.
Yeah, good.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you, Bob. Is there anything else on that?
Not to belabor the point, but I just wanted to clarify, because I wasn't sure if it was clear, that the 0.3 FTE takes the machine use from 8 hours to 16 hours a day, in terms of maximizing that. Okay.
We're trying to understand when we'll need that.
Mhm.
How many nights a year we're using that, and when we hire someone for that amount or not, or do we have to hire a larger position to be able to fill that position? That's what we want to know. Okay, where are we?
So I think on this list, we're on the
We've got
debt.
Tim, do we want to, thanks Bob. Do we want to ask Tim some questions while he's here?
Sure, we can jump over to, maybe you called him specifically in for something.
And
We're-
just, we have this meeting for another hour and a half, is that correct?
Before Bob leaves, did you just want clarification on the gray water at the campground, the specific cost
Is
of
that a Bob question or a Tim question?
I think that's a Bob question, right? So they wanted to just make sure that that 55,000 is just the gray water system, because the sheet talks about it being gray water, garbage bins, etc. So they wanted a bit of a breakdown as to what's what.
It's around the attractant issue, so it actually includes a food cache as well, so that we can ensure that there's a food cache, food storage for all of the campers that are there. Right
So-
now, we've just got a small.
Most of the campers there, and maybe Tim can correct me if I'm wrong, are driving there in their car. So I would assume they're putting their food in their car. And not that a food cache isn't a bad idea, but I don't know how many people we just get there camping without a car, if any. And like, why wouldn't they use their car for the food cache?
Yeah, the cars aren't exactly bear-proof, that's another issue, whereas these kiosks are, they are bear-proof. So that was a concern with the bear-aware people, is to ensure that we had an area for everybody to put their food, so that when we are enforcing that, it gives them a safe place to store it, I guess, rather than just blocking it in a car or in the back of their truck, or it just helps with bylaw, I think, or pardon me, not bylaw, but with bear-aware to enforce the rules.
How much is the food cache?
Gary asked me, I believe to get them all is 4,000. I'll have to double check.
And there'd be a food cache per campsite.
Yeah, it's like a cubby.
And do any of the other campsites in the district have food caches? Do we require them of any other campsite?
I know the provincial one at Squamish has them, but there's one for every 6, I think, with a customer. I can't remember very often.
Yeah.
My experience at the provincial campgrounds is there isn't one per, but one for so many sites, but then they are very clear with their rules that you have to leave a clean campsite, so your stove can't be out, your cooler can't be out, your dish towels can't, if you leave for the day, it looks like no one's camping there. And so if we enforce those same rules at our municipal campground, we would need to provide the facilities for people to leave some things behind in a bear-proof container, because they would have to take the rest of the stuff in their car.
Just wondering, this is a very added level of detail, but do you think it's fairly reasonable to assume that these food caches could be repurposed at another location at a later point in time, or are you install once and then that's it?
Yeah, it's similar to the bear bay garbages. They've got a solid base on them, so the bear can just pick it up and go with it. But yeah, you can repurpose it for sure.
Where were we with that one? I think we.
Were really undecided, so right now it's below the line. Council's been talking about whether they want to bring it up. Maybe Mr. Smith can talk to more about how urgent this is. Because I think council was kind of at the spot of, can we limp through for another year, kind of push our point with the ministry, and while we're doing a bit more of a review of what we want to do with the campground in a committee. I think that's where you were kind of at, so maybe Mr. Smith could talk about whether that's a flawed theory or whether that's reasonable.
I never want to say council's got a flawed theory.
Wise man.
You're one little chance. I gave you a window.
So a lot of this work came from when Meg was still with us for the Bearware. She created a lot of this this program basically, and the issue is that we're breaking municipal bylaw as well as provincial bylaw with the animal attractant. So what we looked at is we said, okay, do you want to have the campground or not? That's the initial question, open or closed. And to close it, we need to take some of the stuff out. It's not free.
That's a future decision
Yeah.
of council, so.
Yeah, it's not free to close it. So we said, okay, so if we keep it open, the bare minimum is to put in the grey water handling and the attractants. And then we also talked about doing some upgrades so that everybody can have a picnic table and some fire pits. And then we said, I don't know, in this financial crunch right now, it might be challenging to see that happen. So then we just went back to the bare minimums.
And so what exactly are we putting in with the grey water system?
It's basically just a big underground tank that's got like right now what we have is a rock pit. We just kind of direct people to go to a rock pit, but it doesn't deal with the odor. The odor is still there. Whereas this is, it's in the ground. It's got a bear-proof lid on it. You just can't get into it.
And so people come and dispose their dishwater.
Correct. Yeah. And then we have to get that sucked out periodically.
Where does it ultimately go?
That would likely go to our wastewater treatment plant, actually. Typically, we probably get picked up by the contractor that picks up the porta potties, and then it ends up coming to our.
And that's $55,000.
With the bins, yeah, and the installation. I mean,
With
it's
the-
got a big, the
Caches and bear-proof garbage.
Same question for the tank. Is it reasonable to assume that you could move that to another location, or is this?
yeah, we can dig it up. It's just it's like the big septic tanks that you see. They're just.
What kind of extra servicing would we be looking at to have them come and drain that tank?
It sort of depends on how much use we get in that. We estimated, I think we estimated once a month pickup. I think it was once a month. I'd have to double check on that one. Whereas porta potties are twice a week.
Or once a month?
It's based on volume, but it'd probably be, for that, it would probably be about a $200 fee, or $50, depending on the size of the truck we use.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to make this investment in the absence of sort of a more comprehensive look at if we want to keep it open, if we want to make the investment in it. I think there's some value in looking at, is there some bear-proof garbage bins, maybe a couple caches in a minimal sense, just to provide that function. But I don't think I want to see a massive investment this year in the campground. Looking for council's feedback on that.
Yeah, I would agree, just hold off for a year and sort of see how it goes, but yeah, maybe have a couple of caches, just for a couple people for whom the car option is really not good, and then, yeah, maybe hold off on the grader just for a year, and then I think we'll have to set ourselves a task of making sure we have a clear vision for that future, by budget time next year, so we can decide. That's what I think.
Thoughts on that?
Yeah, similar place. I sort of feel the same way about this as I did about the rec center, that, I think there may be something more significant happening there, and we're going to have to make a decision one way or the other. And if we commit to a campground, then absolutely necessary. I don't think there's any debate about it at that point. And I just, once again, don't want to spend money that might just be wasted. I get we can repurpose them, but as you said, the labor component, putting them in the first place is quite significant.
On the tank.
Yeah, so we can hold off for a year. I'm happy with that. So we can decide what we want to do with that campground.
I think that we need to add some of the caches at a minimum. We can use the rock pit still, but
Can we
heaven
get-
forbid if something happens and we haven't provided.
Yeah. Can we get real modified budget item for a couple, handful of caches. Are there no bear-proof bins there for just general garbage?
Let me double check, I'll get back to you today.
Yeah, so if we could just do a real minimal budget to provide some of that well-instructed
Yeah, I think I got it.
convention stuff, and then we'll put the big ticket items up.
Sure.
Okay, anything else for Bob?
We're about to talk about cemetery, but I think that
No, I think we
I
covered
think
that
we're-
this
I think
morning.
we've covered it. I think we
did.
put it
I
off.
think we're comfortable. We're delaying it till the end of the year to start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where are we? Denville Park location? Or did we want to deal with some Tim stuff while he's here, or is most of it?
We can, so one of the items, I think, do you have something pending for Tim? Because we have.
Yeah, the outstanding item is the food survey information that council asked for. But I don't know that that needs to be a budget discussion or.
Sorry, which one was it?
The results of the food. I'm not doing it justice, food survey, but. Surveying of users of Brennan Park in terms of the food options that they would prefer. I don't know that that's a budget.
So we
I think they
have
give us each
decided
item
not to
a
fund
concession.
the upgrade of the concession. In the absence of having someone to run it, there's no point in fixing it. And it's still useful for if you just want to sell chips and drinks and stuff. And we did talk about the possibility of creating a system whereby food trucks are facilitated there. So if people have a tournament, they can bring food trucks up for it and whatever. So maybe there might be a little bit of an infrastructure thing there for hydro supply. But at this point, we're not doing the concession, unless there was a tenant, I think there's some purpose. And it sounds like it's hard to get. Is there anything else with the food?
No.
No, the other item for Tim we covered around the master plan, so that was good. So your timing is excellent.
That was easy.
Doug?
Well, it was just on the master plan issue, and the reason we sort of held back on some of these expenditures was because this master plan is coming, and we might kind of move things around, we didn't want to waste money, so, but just on that, do you expect the master plan this coming year? Do you have a timeline for that?
Sure, I mean, and maybe just to touch on the expectations, because I've heard different names for this. So where we're at is we've got an order of magnitude on Brennan Park. We've got 3 options prepared. We're going into the real estate strategy. We'll have a project team to look at the various priorities of facilities that council wants to look at building. And this will really be around the business case. So it's looking at the ROI, it's looking at the community engagement. So once we've had the conversation now with council, it's the artist rendering. It's okay, community, this is what we are looking at. This is the long-term cost, here's the return on investment. So we should have that subject to
So
real estate plan.
I'm going to cut it off there because
Sure.
we have budgeted for it.
Fantastic.
And I want to focus on budgets.
Cool.
Okay, fair enough.
Perfect.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, so we're at the Dentville Community Park. There was just some consideration around the strategic location of where the park would go versus maybe some affordable housing. So Gary's going to just quickly talk about this. I think it was sort of
So it's in the budget.
yes, because it's one of the
450?
ones.
175.
170, that's right, 175. And we're going to go through a participatory budgeting planning process with the community. Can that conversation wait? Like, we don't need any
Yes,
budget information?
I believe the question, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Councillor Pryor, was the appropriateness of using that location.
Okay, that's not a budget conversation, so we will hold that over to,
I think why it was a budget conversation was basically we can use it for affordable housing or we can use it for a park. There was not really an opportunity to use it for one or the other. So if you want to use it for affordable housing, then you probably don't want to spend $175,000 for a park. That's where this...
oh, is that the budget question?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and the 175 is the contribution from the developer? No,
I'll have to go
That was
portion
the
that.
total.
I think there's some partial, but I think we're doing...
And so where's the rest of the money coming from?
I'm going to just check for you.
Like, so I don't understand what procedure is like.
Well, because there's a piece of land there that I believe Councillor Pryor felt might not be the best use of the land for a park. He thought maybe we should be looking at it as an affordable housing, like allowing it to be densifying housing
Okay,
in
but
there.
but that's not a budget question.
Well, it would be if, because that site can only, basically, I think the crew is coming back saying it can be either or, but we can't cordon off a piece for park and a piece for affordable. It would have to be either or. So that's where the budget question comes in,
But are
because if you decide to go another way.
Our intention is to put a park in Denver.
Great, then we don't have a budget question.
I believe that's the intention.
Right. But I think that are there not, like, I'd like to know, like, we haven't even seen specifically which site we're talking about, like, what the boundaries are, what the size is, and like, because there might be some other areas.
And I guess the question is how would it impact the budget? Like, we don't have to determine location now, we just have to determine we're gonna spend X amount of money on a bomb.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, and we'll determine if it goes here, or here, or here, or here. And it could be less than that amount, but we need to put a budget amount in there.
So we have a capital item. It's DCC funded 78,556, and the rest is coming from revenue plus some carry forward of accumulated surplus.
And wasn't there a community mandate contribution from the developer?
It's coming as DCC is what I'm showing here.
No, there was a CAC.
Okay.
And DCC would only be acquisition of land for park usage, it wouldn't be for the development of the park.
Okay. We'll review that. We'll see. It didn't come in to us that way, so unless it's just been miscategorized here, maybe it was the CAC versus the
We're
DCC.
debating hypotheticals, let's get the straight goods on that. And we don't need to determine location now, that's a future conversation.
As long as
I think we'll do that in concert with the public, like say, where would be a good spot?
Okay, so, but the question is though, is, like, say for instance, like, we have this $175,000, what if we determine that the best location requires a different amount of money, like more money? I guess we just put it off the construction until
We would
next
do
year.
a portion of it. We do have money in the, we could in theory, we'd have to modify the DCC bylaw, but we can purchase land for a park through the DCC. My understanding is we're funding this through CAC and some revenue and some reserve, maybe, I can't remember, to the tune of that amount. We could say we're only going to spend 100, not 100 and whatever, 70 something on the park. Or we could say 170, only spend 120, you know, so, but that's the debate, not necessarily it's going to go on site, any site, DCC.
I don't know if I agree with that, because without understanding, I can't budget $175,000 or whatever $1,000 if it's coming out of taxation without understanding the land use planning in the area. And we have both House Sound and Squamish Elementary School with massive green space, trails going to all sorts of parks. You know, we really need to look at the land, because if the land is right next to Squamish, I'm not interested in spending $100,000 on more public like to
The land
put in
is
the
right
park.
next to Squamish.
No, if the land, I'm saying I don't understand what, you know, I need to understand where the land is and what the options are before I can tax for budget for a new park and understand the appropriateness of the space. If it's going to be closer to already existing parks, then I would oppose it if it was.
Yeah, no, I think we
But if I understand it correctly, this amount is not coming from taxation, so it's coming from other sources of funding. And this was participatory budgeting. I think, from my perspective, our purpose was to set aside a sum of money that the community could have significant input on to deal with its disposition. But if we don't spend it, we don't spend it, but it doesn't really affect taxation. We're not taxing for money that we're not going to spend.
There's a $33,000 hit to tax.
Okay, but a relatively small portion of it
Yes.
is taxation. So it's just for that area. So I don't think that, to me, that doesn't cause a problem. It is a discussion, absolutely, about where it's going to go and the suitability of it and so forth, but it's kind of part of the pilot program, from my thinking, for participatory budgeting. So that's the budget issue, yeah. There's a lot of input to come in this thing.
fundamentally, it still comes back to council to make a decision on it, but.
Yeah, with 33,000 would be.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's coming from
So we're hearing, we're good to leave that in for now.
Yep.
Cemetery over excavation, I think we've pretty well touched on this. What we did was, there was concerns around doing the over excavation first without really understanding what that was going to get us. So staff took that away and they agreed that they probably needed to do the master plan first. We talked about the master plan earlier and suggested starting at late 2017. So we've taken the over excavation and we're moving it out.
Okay.
We're hoping that's okay with council.
I think out is good.
Swing back to capital review BP and wayfinding.
BP, Glen Park?
I don't remember.
That's okay, we're doing that. We're just, basically, you just didn't want to finish off capital until you'd looked at special projects. So
Oh, so-
we're good.
It was code, okay.
It's code.
I remember the wayfinding. I think that was there's like it's a $500,000, 175 or something.
This year's.
So we'll
portion of
address,
the
we can
5-year
address
program.
wayfinding, we actually have it on a
It's-
slide to talk
It's,
about.
yeah, we're gonna go through the next.
So we can swing back.
I just wanna get through these very quickly.
We did circle back, that's the one we talked about earlier on today around the storm maintenance and the storm pond. And so I believe we've covered this off. You got a further explanation on December 13th, and management's going to bring back one of a potential option is you do one or the other. And Bob has suggested that the storm pond maintenance would be the best to do if he has to choose between the two.
Okay.
Okay?
Everyone okay with that? Okay.
Bylaw enforcement officer?
Mr. Sim provided a fairly detailed business case. I can provide a summary for you. Essentially, the numbers are showing that bylaw requests and complaints are up 60% from January 2015 to December 2016. Additionally,
Do we have a breakdown of what people are complaining about?
I don't right now.
Like, is it parking, is it dogs, is it what?
I can get that detail. In addition, in terms of events, in terms of the town is growing, in terms of the types of, a lot of bylaw complaints and calls don't come in from 9 to 5. The bylaw department is hoping to expand hours for evenings and weekends. The original request was for one full-time equivalent employee. When I went back and actually calculated the number of hours, so to add evening and weekends within the collective agreement, it's 25 additional hours of bylaw coverage. If we add that plus some holiday coverage, assuming 8 weeks for the other 2 employees, it's about 30 hours a week as opposed to 40. So that's 3/4. When we talk about management's recommendations, we've actually at this point put in a 0.6 and see if that is robust enough to cover those evening and weekend hours, provide some overlap. We've also talked to the bylaw manager about staggering even more the staff that he has, rather than just hiring a full third person. So that's where that is at, and is management's recommendation.
Susan,
Things I'd like to understand the revenue stream, because they give out warnings, but I don't know how much they're bringing in as far as ticketing. So understanding how much they're being, bylaw should be ticketing, and if they're not enforcing with ticketing, that should be a revenue stream.
and we did do the ticketing bylaw in the last year, so, and that new, what do you call it, blah, blah, blah
The
system.
bylaw adjudication.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah system. So our expectation is that we will start to implement.
And they were giving tickets, just to be clear, there's been a collection issue on the MTI side. It's more difficult to get traction and get collections. Bylaw adjudication isn't expected to help with that. It's generally helps to reinforce, and it's an easier way to get people to do what they're supposed to do. We are also, from a finance perspective, looking at other collection tactics around ticketing, so.
Yeah.
So also the film and events, that they should pay for their own bylaw officers.
Yes, we generally do.
And events, we don't have Squamish Live anymore, we don't have any massive summer events, so we've actually decreased the amount of functions that we've had in town. So, without having our summer festivals.
Can we hold on to that conversation?
So, yeah, because we will circle back on it as part of the service level changes, so. Okay, so
Jason?
Yeah, So are we discussing now the merits of keeping this in or out, or?
Which one?
The bylaw.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still disappointed that there's not very much data, like 60% increase. Like, did we increase from, 5 to, 7 complaints a day, or how does that work? And then also, I was concerned in the report, it was presented as though it was basically, we would have no weekend service if we didn't approve this. And I'm just wondering if there might be other alternatives, again, like was mentioned earlier, the staggering and focusing on high priority times. So for example, we know during certain weekends and festival season, big time events, we want priority there, and maybe we need to cut that week on Wednesday, maybe we don't need staff. And I still would like to know what the nature of these complaints are, because I think that would help us decide as a council if it's something we need to prioritize in the community, or if maybe it's something that, if we had some extra money, yes, we'd love to do that, or maybe we need just more of a public awareness campaign and, have some of that more self-enforcement happening, if you call it that. I just think, I don't know, I'm not seeing the case to increase it significantly at this juncture.
So can we get real numbers to the percentages and real
And a breakdown,
issues?
so like
Yeah.
pets, noise, parking, snow removal, just the raw data, like the numbers instead of percentages. Thank you.
Do we currently have staff on the weekend?
No.
Yeah, this is a service enhancement.
Just during the summer.
Yeah, we have, for peak periods in the summertime, we bring in casual staff, extra part-time hours.
So we have that even without this. Okay.
The report says that we reassign people in the summer period so that they cover weekends, which reduces service during the week, but increases on the weekend.
Right, okay.
So we're trading off
Yeah.
to cover weekends in the summer.
Sorry, then if I could just add, for those events and peak periods, we also augment with casual, but the summer is a.
Okay, so we are undecided on bylaw.
Okay, facilities clerk, Ms. Glenda's going to speak to that briefly.
Council asked about this in terms of, we're talking about workforce planning and better leveraging our admin pool, which is definitely something that we are working on, especially through the HR workforce planning. In the interim, if we do have an admin pool, we still need the extra hours to help with facilities or as the admin resources grow. I don't know if I'm explaining that very well, but essentially with an admin pool, we're still growing to the point where someone like Camilla will need those hours. And once we get a pool going, those hours will be put in the pool, but it's not going to base right now. And Camilla has 13 staff, major capital projects, a lot of invoicing. Every other department that has approximately 13 employees or more does have some level of admin support. We just feel that Camilla's worked to the bone. We're paying a manager to do admin work, and then she's not sufficient in terms of getting projects done. Back to the pool idea, forgive me if I'm not explaining it well, and perhaps Christine can jump in here, but the admin hours we already have are sparse. Even with a pool, we prefer to add these hours to help Camilla.
And so just remind me how many hours?
I believe it's 50%.
Half FTE?
I believe it's half.
0.5?
Yeah.
0.5 for this year or 0.5 all?
0.57
For an annualization?
for an annual
So for
value.
this year, it's quarter.
That is for a pool. Yeah, this is for a pool. I'm surprised.
That's in the budget right now.
And that's currently above the line?
We have that above the line. And just to put context around it, Camilla actually has 13 permanent staff reporting to her all the time, and any other department with that level certainly has at least some administrative support, and she does not.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this. I mean, it seems like one of those easy ones to not fund, just because it seems like red tape and all of that, but in fact, like was said earlier, I mean, we don't want managers using their time for administrative tasks. I don't think it's a good use of their time, and I do think that things are, sounds to me, at the level where we do need this upgrade in capacity.
And Camilla was very open to a pooled scenario as well, so we are looking at that internally as per the Auditor General recommendations, so we are looking at that as well. To Ms. Glenday's point, we still need the hours regardless, whether it's in facilities or in the pool.
I'd really like to see that pool scenario really, you know, I just on my observations, pick out a whole bunch of things where I'm like, why does this have so much at clerk admin support and this one doesn't have any, and it seems a bit of a mishmash in some departments, and can go into more detail. Closed meeting. But, so, you know, I'm generally supportive, but I think we really like to see more comprehensive sharing and pool type scenarios as well. Pete?
Yeah, I support it. I think Camilla's got a lot on her plate.
Leave it in.
Okay, so the environmental coordinator, Linda, this is you too, so I can do this.
So when staff went back and revisited this, you know, and talking about whether or not we need it or not, I think the original case in the Excel sheet made it sound like quite a slam dunk. And in hindsight, in terms of raising permits and then paying for a person, it's not a slam dunk. It may happen, it may not. What we would prefer to do at this time is the site alteration bylaw is being updated, and it may be such that we need, or people need less permitting for the site alteration. So what we want to do is through the bylaw and through our processes, streamline that specific process, and then if we feel we need an additional employee, we can reevaluate that next year.
Who does the site visits then? If we're updating our bylaw and the environmental coordinator is doing policy, who is doing the site visits? I do not see the same person doing this equal job of doing site visits, having to do all our environmental protection by going out and seeing the sites, as well as writing policy. So is this something that can be added to the pool of like, somebody to help write policy at the same time as somebody does the site visits?
I think that the site visits are getting, sorry, through the chair, the site visits are getting confused with the DP11, the riparian area permits. This would be site alteration permits. You generally don't need to do site visits for site alteration permits, yeah.
So we don't have any environmental coordinator leaving the building, we just don't need it anymore?
No, our environmental coordinator does when it's necessary to do riparian area assessments to do site visits, but for site alteration permits, it may be necessary, but it may not be. It's not essential with site alteration permits. Some of them are moving dirt from A to B or off of A to C. There's some tree removal, it's not.
I agree, but we have her looking at anything to do with the environment that the environmental coordinator has to go out. So that means she's leaving her desk and not doing other things that are green-oriented policy recommendations. So to make somebody get up from a desk and go out to do anything, riparian areas, environmental, pretty much anything, and we also have the estuary management plan. We're piling a lot of environmental coordination, we're making it a priority. So I don't mind if it's pooled as well, but we need either somebody to stay at their desk and write policy, and then somebody to do visits. And if the visits are small, then maybe that can be farmed out. But it can't be that you task the same person, because as soon as you get up from a desk and leave and you're writing policy, you're wasting, you're costing time.
My understanding is that not a lot of policy work is being written by the coordinator currently, that a lot of it is contracted out somehow, or local expertise, or whatever. Like the site alteration permits being done by some other people outside the community informed by or through, correct?
I think it's largely being written in-house now. I mean, we did use some contract work early on, yes.
I think for clarity though, the general question is the environmental coordinator, how much of that job is policy currently?
Well, there is a lot of policy, whether it's riparian, assessing the ditches, DP11 amendments, Squamish estuary management. And I'm not going to deny that that position has a lot of policy work. As I said, the site alteration permits, the revenue projections on that work, if permits stay the same and we get the same number of permits and we crank the fee schedule, we can get that revenue back. If neither of those two conditions pencil out, it perhaps doesn't, the revenue doesn't cover the expenses. So we are bringing back the site alteration bylaw.
And the whole intention of doing our ditch assessment project last year was to minimize and reduce and streamline the work that the environmental coordinator is doing on that type of thing. So
Those DP11 numbers should.
I would like to see the result of that. And I think it's going to take a year to sort of see the result of that streamlining, hopefully.
That's what management's requesting as well. It was below the line. It was brought back up because it looked like there was enough revenue to cover the position. But one of the reasons we put it below the line, we should have gone back and cleaned up that requirement, was because we weren't convinced that there was enough revenue to support the position.
Just some history on this, and I'll go to Susan. We had an environmental coordinator for years. We talked about bringing in a bunch of environmental policy that would bring in theory, enough revenue to pay for or support the position of environmental technician. Our current coordinator was hired as the technician position. And we had the coordinator and the technician position with the idea that site alteration permits and such like that. We talked about soil removal fees and a whole bunch of things. None of that got implemented. And so then a number of years later, when the environmental coordinator left, we just kept the technician position. And then a year or two after that, we augmented it to an environmental coordinator position, not the technician position. But we never brought in the policies, soil removal, tree removal, site alteration permits, whatever you want to call them, to bring in the revenue to actually pay for that second position, that technician position. So now our coordinator sort of does a mishmash of coordinator policy stuff and technician stuff in one role. And which may be fine for now, in the absence of the policy to get the revenue, you know, it's hard to justify it. We have grown in other areas of environment, sustainability coordinators, transit, a whole bunch of different things where I think we've done really well. I'd like to, you know, rescope on, you know, what type of role do we take in the Squamish Estuary Management Plan? Should we be in the leadership role there, or should we be more in the administrative role there? So I think there's some ways we can streamline what that position is doing. So at this point, I'd like to see how the policies that we developed last year pan out in terms of this position and the efficiency of her time, the person's time, capacity of that position, and to see if some policy is coming forward to actually create the revenue to justify the technician position. Because at this point, we have a coordinator with theory, and we're looking at whether we add a technician position, which would do more of the site visits. It'd be interesting to see, like this is good benchmarking. Like we had policy, how many site visits did the coordinator do? Before we did the policy, we put the new riparian ditch policy in place. I'd like to see how many site visits. You know, these are the types of things we should be benchmarking. As Susan was talking earlier about bringing policy, what are the changes, things that happen. Yeah.
Yeah, so I agree with all those points, but in the meantime, we prioritize the environment. I look at, you know, we build a site, like everything affects the environment as far as policy is concerned. And anytime something is built, it's not just housing, it's anything. We have an environmental coordinator that has to go out and ensure that the mapping is correct, that ensures that there's no impingement on species, invasive species. Like there's so much that one position covers that you know, you think about when you're building along a ditch, you still have to have somebody go out and make sure that that area is not affecting anything that's environmental, that only an expert would be able to negotiate. So I would agree with hiring a part-time technician, outsourcing those site visits to an expert, and maybe just have it be whatever, whatever the revenue generated. It's tough to say that every position is gonna be revenue neutral, right? We can't have it be both.
We're not
It's
saying it.
No, exactly, but you're just saying, the staff just said that, the revenue isn't gonna cover the position, so it's not as slam dunk as it seems. But if we made it a priority to make sure that we are making sure that we're not damaging the environment or infringing on areas that should be infringed on, or looking at invasive species or species at risk, it's a tough position to manage in a growing district, and my point is that if there's going to be site visits, I'd rather have an expert be doing the policy development and get that done so that we can reduce positions or reduce costs, and reduce costs to developers and reduce costs to the community, and then have a sourced out person to do site visits so that the person doing policy isn't doing policy and then gets a phone call and has to go do a site visit and then has to come back. It's just not an appropriate way to work or ask somebody to write policy.
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, I'd love to see us reduce our site visits. Like if there is a qualified environmental professional signing off on something, why we are duplicating that work? Whether it's building inspections, whether it's environmental coordinator, there's a whole bunch of work that we are duplicating that professionals are doing out there. So they put their reputation and their qualifications on the line every time they sign off on something. So I think we need to go back and assess, how many site visits are really necessary in these circumstances. And maybe there's a capacity building exercise there.
That's a valid point. It's whether you trust a developer who pays somebody to give an opinion as opposed to actually going out and making, doing one site visit. A developer that pays a professional to do something and they do all this work, and we have a site coordinator that does one visit to ensure that that work is done correctly. I think it's prudent to protect the taxpayer's position, and having we do it in every department, and maybe that is a philosophical question of do we trust outside professionals that are paid for? We certainly don't in other areas. I don't know why we would in this particular area.
So Mayor Heinzman, I think we've heard the concerns. As a management team, we'd like to take it back, revisit it. We'd like the year to do that, to look at how the bylaws shake down, whether from a staffing perspective, we still consider that's the best place to put our staffing. Okay. Is that?
Yeah. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, so we're at the
We've been going for 2 hours, so let's give council a bit of a 5-minute break here.
Okay.
Hey, everyone okay with that? Okay, thanks, we're back. In our committee of the whole meeting of January 10th, oh my gosh, 2017, and we are still on the budget, but we have two parking lot items. Let's do them in a minute.
3, yep.
Okay, so
the stormwater oil interceptors, we'd like to circle back on that in a committee meeting. We don't believe there's a budget impact right now. It is really around talking about it in relation to the greening bylaw, which we can talk about hopefully through the year. The highway pedestrian overpass feasibility study, there was one done in 2008. We do have the information from that. Obviously, that's a long time ago. What we are saying though is we have had conversations with MOT in the past. They continually tell us they're not interested. Until they're interested, we don't really want to tax for it in 2017. So
we'll bring back the feasibility study in a committee meeting, and then we'll go from there.
Talk about it more holistically, exactly, around where we're going next. And
I don't want to repay for feasibility study if it's just duplicating what we
already know. Yeah.
That's all right with everybody?
Yeah. And the Hawanic Park estimate for 5-year plan. So we did go out, our engineers came back and they've put in, and you'll see in your capital plan that you got today that there is the diking out in the 5-year plan. We're starting that 2019 with design work and then into 2020. So that's what we consider to be feasible. We believe that addresses council's request on that.
Well, I think we wanted to see if it was going to coordinate with the work that was going to be done to the north of us. We're not going to be able to meet their timeline, so we can plan for it or contemplate it this year and get it into the 5-year plan in concert with everything. Okay, see, we did that in a minute.
Yeah, and so there was the tax trends, we've got a slide on that later on if
Yeah.
council's interested.
Yeah, tax trends was, I
Councillor
think we all
Pryor.
want to know about Councillor Pryor in particular, so
Yeah.
we'll have to probably revisit it when he's back, so.
And there was one other item with the House on Curling Club that was not really a parking lot item, but came out of community grants, and the 10,000, we kind of let you know before Christmas that the reserve, but we do have a solution for you. We can run it out of the CARET funding. If council's pretty committed to doing $10,000 worth, we can run it through the CARET funding before it goes to the reserve, and then we don't have to worry about it.
What funding?
Well, we get grant funding for our carbon. Every year, the thing that funds that reserve is actually a grant that we get annually for our emissions and carbon tax that we pay for all of our gases and things. So we're just saying we'd grab it before it goes to reserve. If council really wants to do that, we'd do that. We've talked to engineering. They're very on side that it's a good community project. Beth isn't here to talk to this. We were hoping she would, and maybe we'd do this on another day to bring you in line with what staff is thinking. We don't really want to change the bylaw or anything right now because we actually think the best way to leverage the funding for this is to do our own projects and to use the carbon market.
Okay.
So, but we just thought the curling club, it is good and it's probably not a carbon market
It doesn't have a
scenario
budget
very well.
line.
So if, with your permission, we'll do the grant and aid, but we'll grab it before it hits the reserve.
Giddy up.
Giddy up? Okay. All right, so with that, council, can we get back to service level changes? You'd have had a chance to look at this before.
And this is 6?
So we're in section 7.
7?
And it should be the first part of the, so it's 7.2. So basically 7.1 through 7 was your package.
Okay.
We brought in above the line, or we did a few adjustments, which I'll get Tanya to quickly tell you about, from where you saw it last time, some of them that council directed, some that we had to fix.
Okay, so our current above the line net impact on requisition is 696,567,000, and included in that are the following changes. So we had reduced the transit expansion cost based on updated information from BC Transit, and that was a reduction of just over 38,000. We had brought the environmental technician above the line, which reduced by just under 7,000.
But we just bumped
that.
Yeah, we just bumped that one back out.
But I'm speaking to, we just bumped that one back out.
Okay.
And we had included above the line the consideration for mayor and council remuneration based on Mr. Sims' report. Exactly.
Okay.
And the last addition was an increase of 4,000 for fire department radios. Originally it was classified as a capital item, and it's really an annual renewal of the radio, so it's more a service level change.
We took it off capital because we were going to move it to operating, and my mess, we didn't get it over into the operating.
Now, are all these additional jobs, are they all prorated for when we think we're going to hire them?
For most part, we were hoping you'll get some requests for early release with the planner, for instance. So not all of them are, the planner's a special project, so that's off the wall. We are looking at doing some of that with the bylaw officer if council's in it, but given our last discussion, I think we're taking that away for the moment to talk about further. The other positions, I think most of them are in stream to do, like the EDO officer and
So EDO, we actually budgeted for that.
EDO's already in the budget.
Yeah, that's right. It's in the
HR
last
assistant, for example.
We have her here.
I'm just going through the list here. For library security, they've already hired someone, I'm assuming we'll just continue on. We won't so HR assistant, has that been prorated yet?
The HR assistant, we currently have employed on a temporary basis, which will be pulled out of the HR operating budget, should the position not be hired. So I'm trying to remember if that's been annualized for 3 quarters.
Well, we had her on a temporary contract until, I believe, January, so it's getting really tight now to make that decision. But the long and the short of it is there's not really, we'd probably want to continue with that. So we'd be able to hire them very quickly.
Okay.
The IT data analyst has been annualized, I believe, for 0.5, right, in the year one, so that has been dealt with. The plan checker is already on site on a temporary basis, so again, that's one that we would want to extend. So we don't see an opportunity for that. The communications, again, we have sort of the body, this would be to increase hours of the body we already have hired, so that could go fairly quickly. Bylaw adjudication, same thing, to kick up that program. I think they've already done interviewing for that, if I understand it, as part of the discussions with council in the fall around the adjudication project. So they were hiring it temporarily, but again, with the eye to having it permanently if it can come through this process. Inclusive adaptive programming, I look to you on that one. It is a part year right now.
Yeah, it's only 0.1.
0.4.
0.4.
It's only a part year.
We do think it's a part year.
It's a
yeah.
part year because Tim continues to work with the Adoptive Society and that program and how that's exactly going to work. Yeah.
So the maintenance attendant is just a small increase in hours. So again, I think that could be managed fairly quickly. It would be broadening the part-time person now, is it not? And then the seniors center janitor, again, we'd be increasing part-time staff that we have now, so that could happen really quickly. Expanding the senior center hours, I believe this has already been taken into account.
It would be a bump over what we currently have. I can revisit.
We'll have a look at that and make sure that it's annualized. And in general, we can look at any of them and see if we can save on annualization. Our only caution to you is it kind of just backs up the budget to next year. So, you know, starting out next year, you got all these annualizations, so just be cautious of that too. That's right. So that could be one. We'll look at the senior center to see how quickly we can ramp that up. I have the service level. I can have a look in a minute while you guys are talking about something else, and just see if they've already done that in their proposal. Assumed it would be a partial year already, because many of our managers are getting understanding that scenario, so a lot of them are actually budgeting that way. Facilities administration support, so it's again a part-time position. It hasn't been prorated at this point. You could maybe do a little bit there. The environmental technician, we just took that down, and council. And I just want to touch base on the remuneration for council. We did provide, Mr. Sims provided in your package there, an excerpt from some of the documentation so that you have a little more information as to why it is that's being proposed.
Yeah. So just on all the bylaw stuff, so there's the bylaw adjudication screening officer for 25/7. There's the bylaw, but all that bylaw stuff, I want to understand what, you know, what's the 60% of complaints, a whole position to do what kind of ticketing. We need a real understanding of that. I'm not seeing it in the report.
Yeah, so there was a report sent to council on the bylaw adjudication talking about the whole process and the fact that that position would be required to do the clerical work on actually managing the notices, sending the collections information, dealing with the bylaw adjudication process with the corporate office and the other, I believe it's being done with one of the other municipalities. So there was actually a specific role there when that bylaw was chosen that was indicated as to how that staffing person would be used.
Perfect role to be funded directly through revenue from that role, so I'm expecting it to have a zero.
Okay. Is that net on that one? Okay.
Bylaw adjudication.
I just want to see, I think it did have some revenues, did it not?
The enforcement did, the adjudication
Okay, so we will definitely
did
look
not.
at
Okay.
why we're not reflecting any revenue on that.
Yeah, and just to add some further depth to the conversation, like I do think we have to be cognizant of the fact that, you know, we are a smaller municipality and, you know, the impact of bylaw infractions has a different effect than it would if we were in a much larger community or a more densely populated community. So I really want to have a better sense of what are we adjudicating here, and because if we're setting up this very elaborate system, maybe we're getting a little too far ahead of ourselves, and I think it's great that we have this option to be part of that North Van system, but maybe we need to just look at what the phasing is going to be for that.
And can this type of thing be in some sort of administrative pooling position too? Like, we're setting up a whole position here to deal with how many tickets?
Mayor Hanson, certainly, actually, we're only hiring, I believe, a half position. It's a part-time position. But that said, yes, and in the absence of...
But part-time for this year, because we're not hiring them until halfway through, but
No, it's intended to be part-time.
It's a half
It's
time.
0.57. It is only a part-time position.
so this isn't prorated, correct?
That is not annualized.
Correct.
Okay. Annual, okay, that's the confusion.
Or,
But,
yeah, partial.
Yeah.
but to the mayor's point, I mean, how many tickets are we talking about? And do we really need a half-time person? And if they were in a pool, could they do the tickets and also help out something else?
Camille?
Or Camilla, or anybody. I mean, that's the thing is, we're working with percentage increases, but we don't have numbers, and it makes it really difficult to...
So my point is, I'm not willing to put anything in bylaw above the line until I understand
Okay.
the numbers.
Okay, that's fine. We will take that back and have a look at it before the 24th.
Great.
Okay. So if we can maybe just way back in, if there's anything else, we can talk to you a little bit about some of the other suggestions we have for reducing. So we talked with the bylaw officer, understood we're going to take that back and have a look at it. We were looking to bring it down from a full-time position to about a 0.6, which would have a minor adjustment, but we'll take it away and look at it more holistically, bring back some information on the 24th. We had talked earlier about the fact that Mr. Smith had both the storm detention pond maintenance as well as storm system maintenance. We kind of asked him to prioritize which one is the more important of the two new initiatives in storm management. Both are hugely important, but he opted for the storm pond maintenance. So we're saying, okay, that's your choice for this year. We'll look at this one again next year. Invasive species, again, we have an invasive species program. It will never be enough, frankly. This was to deal with more growth and more information. We've asked him to carry on leveraging the budget he has now. It's not ideal. The group that he works with can definitely leverage that more with a little more money and do, quite a good job. But we're suggesting that of all the things here, that would be up for grabs. And the dangerous trees, again, he has a dangerous tree program. They are getting more and more as they get more and more interfaces with development. They're getting more and more pressure and stress to go and deal with complaints and trees that are more subject to windfall now with the development. But we've asked him to try and manage within his current operating budget. Right now, he says he does go over budget in this area. But again, there's no great answer here. We've brought you things we think are important. These are some suggestions.
And we contract that out?
The dangerous trees, generally, yes. So we'll send a gentleman, we'll send one of our staff down to do initial evaluation, but ultimately we have to bring in a specialist who knows trees and knows whether they're rotting or not, and to take them out.
Are those, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a different way to pay for that. Well, I know it's on the budget issue, but if developers are clearing trees to put in homes, but then sitting on the edge of those homes is a danger tree, why isn't that being taken care of by the developer instead of finishing the development and then residents calling us and saying, I've got a danger tree overhanging my backyard?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It is as best we can. So if we'll have them do a hazard tree assessment, and both if it's on our land and their land, and that's identified at that point in time, but 2 years later the developer's gone,
Yeah, okay.
the condition still exists.
And again, this is something we're proposing to to not enhance this budget at this point if council needs some additional reductions, which I think we do, for affordability.
You'd think with all the firework companies out there, you could, say, hey, you want a free tree? Come get it. It used to be the guy with the chainsaw just showed up and said, I need firewood.
Especially when they're near developments, you want to be a little careful with how you take those
Well,
babies down.
Obviously, they gotta be certified and insured,
And,
you know,
yeah.
which most of them are, so.
So is there anything on this
I
list?
was kind of being serious about that, but.
Yeah. No, well, and honestly, duly noted. With this list, where's council's appetite?
I think everyone, unless I see somebody wanting to keep something in there, and as we said before, bylaw, there's no guarantees on any of the bylaw stuff right now, so we
Okay.
get an understanding of the scope of it. Everyone's good?
Is there anything else in service level changes?
Okay, yes, go.
Okay, so going to below the line, number 4, page 76, or sorry, number 5.
Roads, labor, maintenance, growth?
Oh wait, no, sorry, I'm getting mixed up because of the titles here. 4, because that one, it includes maintenance at a whole bunch of disparate parks. And I'm just wondering if there was a potential for a more targeted maintenance growth for only specific playgrounds. Like, is that a scalable number, or are we?
We do
pretty
maintain parks now. I think this is recognizing that there's more with growth, there's more parks being developed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and specifically on Willow Park, because I know that a lot of the feedback we had gotten even prior to doing the enhancement in terms of the infrastructure was that the maintenance for the park wasn't adequate given the heavy use.
No, maintenance for all of our parks is inadequate,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Good.
Mayor Huntsman, just for clarity on the question, in terms of scalable, are you asking then, you know, is there a way to bring this down to the point where we just look after the University Skate Bowl and Willow Park, or just Willow Park? Is that the question?
Yeah, that's pretty much the question, and I was thinking, like, so for example, in my view, like the University Skate Bowl, I don't think we need to do maintenance there. I think that that is more of a self-run facility, and, you know, I like the idea of the porta potty, which is already included in the budget. And then perhaps New Maples Park, I don't know, is that's in the Maples subdivision?
I'm assuming that's where it is.
Right.
Sorry, I'm
So
bad
that
person to ask
one,
that.
you know, maybe we don't need to do that right now because the neighborhood's just being built. McDonald Park, even Crumpet Woods again. So I'm just thinking really specifically Willow Park, and I know we had the whole lawn bowling discussion, so I don't think we should revisit that, but yeah, Willow Park, and then, you know, if we need enhancements in some of our, I don't know, in our other well-used parks.
So that's, management put it below the line for many of the comments that you've said.
Yeah.
They're brand new parks. Maybe we need to prioritize where our staff goes. So I think it's really a question to council of whether you think our parks generally have enough maintenance or not. If they don't, then maybe you beef this up. Right now,
Yeah,
we looked at
and
it.
I generally think no, and I think we do need to be careful about which ones, like, but I do think that there are some that we should maybe enhance, and Willow Park is definitely one of them. So, I don't know, I mean, if it could be done within the existing budget, and I was assured that resources were being shifted, that would be fine, but if not, if we do need additional resources of a 0.15 or 0.2 FTE, then perhaps
So,
that might be.
yeah, so we have an existing maintenance budget for parks.
We do.
Did it go up at all? Or is it? did it go up
Over the last few
percentage?
years, we've supplemented it with some growth dollars every year, and that's one of the reasons management said when we're looking at staffing.
Our staffing goes up 3.8% every year, so I'm assuming that those things are incorporated in.
That's what we've been trying to do.
Yeah, sorry. Go. Do you have one follow-up?
Yeah, just one follow-up, and then like, I think maybe this is something that we can discuss further on, but I also think that we should be maybe looking at other enhancements to the parks. So for example, if, you know, in a drought season or in a very dry time of year, like maybe we do want some areas where it is irrigated with some sort of grass to be cut and whatever, you know, that kind of thing. And I'm just putting it out there to say that, you know, as we get to be a more densely populated community, people are going to be looking for some of these extra spaces.
I think there's a whole philosophical neighborhood issue with some of our parks that we want to actually go out into the community and dig into.
It's in a philosophical discussion. I went by Willow Park and right behind it is Manpan School with this massive park and green space. And it's fenced. I don't understand why we don't utilize, like consider the school parks as green space as well, because, you know, here you have this massively dense area with this huge green space and bridging and you know, access to all these areas with parks and playgrounds. And in off hours, why can't that area use that park? And why would we invest? Willow Park is a very tiny place. I don't deny that it's highly used and needed. And we just enhanced it with this massive play structure. But putting maintenance into an area that's like, that hardly has any green space because it's a little patch of land with this play structure. But then you look right behind it and there's a huge playing field with a massive park infrastructure that's maintained already for kids. Why would we not, why do we act in isolation like these parks don't exist right behind the neighborhoods and that kids can't walk and play in school grounds? So I'm not understanding why it's not public space as well when it's a public school. And these areas are adjacent and not maintained by the district. You know, like, we should be sharing those public spaces.
We should be. Totally different conversation. We need to focus on the budget.
But that's like, I wouldn't agree with putting any more maintenance into that particular area. You know, it doesn't really need mowing because we just used up the green space.
I suspect Willow Park Playground expansion maintenance is probably a very small portion of this $37,000.
This is, I mean, we've grown parks and the line below, we've grown roads. It's a reflection that our infrastructure and our assets have grown. They require more time and resources to maintain them. These are examples of the larger items. So it's not just Willow Park or the skateboard. These are examples of a reflection of our growing asset base.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. And I would say that, you know, as far as a growing asset, we should start considering other spaces that are in the area as
We gotta
well.
focus on budget.
So just a reminder,
we gotta focus on budget.
management put this below the line at this point, so.
And I think that's where Jason was trying to go. Is it scalable? Can we put $15,000 and get some bang for our buck? My understanding with, for example, the porta potty at the skate bowl under the bridge, it's never used. Is it a complete waste of money? We don't have a porta potty at the other skate bowl park. So like, I think there might be some efficiencies there. My understanding is it's never used.
Which one?
The
University Bridge, Skate University.
Yeah. Like, it's just never used. The park isn't, it's not like there's thousands of people there. It's a pretty specialized little park. So is that a good, are we spending money wisely on a porta potty? But anyway, so I think what Jason was trying to get at is, do we need to spend $37,000? Can we, you know, just scale it down a little bit, make sure we get to all our new assets and start to grow that budget?
So what we've been talking about with Mr. Smith is that in the past he would have brought you the little scaled piece, but realistically you don't hire that way. So what we've asked him to do is pull positions together, hire realistically. Don't just put like money in the budget and then you don't really have a strategy for how you'd actually hire that money, right? So he has done that this year. He's tried to really be true with what could he hire realistically rather than just throwing money at stuff. So we've asked him to do that. As a management team, we've said he has grown over the last few years. We're going to make him take a break this year. We'll revisit it next year because we have other areas that we think also need to manage growth, and that's why we put it below the line.
So this doesn't necessarily mean that
you won't get those parks
Willow Park
managed.
doesn't get any maintenance.
No, that's correct.
Okay, but the only last thing I want to mention is that when we talked about Willow Park prior to the new infrastructure, one of the main comments that we did get as well was specifically on that park, that because it's such a small area, the impact of use is higher. So for example, you know, owners maybe not picking up after their dogs or garbage or whatever, and my understanding from staff was that in terms of our parks, we do a pretty minimal amount of maintenance. Like, you know, we're there to cut the grass when it gets really long and take away the garbage, and then that's it. But we don't have staff going and picking up garbage or
Picking up
dog
dogs.
refuse or whatever. And so I'm trying to make the case that perhaps, you know, in the olden days when there was way less use of the park, you could kind of, it would all work itself out. But now maybe in some areas like Little Park, that's no longer the case, and we need it. Rather than a global, like, oh, we have X number of parks, like, I think we need a more refined sort of classification based on use.
Yeah, and we are gonna have, we will get that on a community development or a public works, either, I can't remember which one, but, because there's a whole philosophical piece to how we treat our parks, how we fund our parks, how we prioritize our parks, how we prioritize maintenance.
Service level around
Yeah.
those parks.
Yeah, it might be a better place of
Okay, let's go on. Yes, Susan.
Customer satisfaction survey, just, oh, sorry, never mind.
Below the line?
Sorry, never mind.
Anything above the line? I'm not as interested in below the line right now.
Okay. So are you comfortable to move to capital and then we can, or?
No, I'm asking council, is there anything they want to talk about? Yeah.
I do want to just throw it out there that I hope that maybe in future years with regard to the library, that we can look at a situation where we can reduce the cost for the security budget, because, you know, it is unfortunate. I mean, it is coming at the cost of expansion of services, and, you know, I'd much rather spend, you know, $14,000 on service expansion rather than security. And so, you know, I hope that, you know, and I was on the library board and we discussed how it was successful in terms of, you know, dealing with a really bad situation to start with. But I still think that over the long term, that perhaps as things evolve in the community and we get better conversations happening with the RCMP and social service providers, that we can look at reducing that and you know, really.
And in a new facility, it might be a
Yeah.
totally different scenario,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It might be a shared security person, it might not be a security, it might be a design issue, it might be a whole bunch of different things. Okay, awesome. Councillor, is there anything in the above the line that people want to consider not, we're looking for some cuts here? So just the plan checker is funded directly through, 100% funded through revenue?
It is. Plan checker is issued with looking at-
Anything else, council?
Still looking.
Can we get a bit of a tally on where we are?
So, recognizing that we have some work to do on the bylaw officer, with the service level changes, you have managed to get another $54,687 worth of reductions. So you're now at about 232,000 of reductions so far. So you're doing well, you're doing well. So you got another 200 to go, which if we go to capital, we can maybe get you there.
Hey, giddy up.
Giddy up, let's go to capital. Okay. Might not be popular, but we'll bring her on. Can you go to the capital slide? So again, capital section 6. Just to get your paperwork in order. Sure, yeah, if you'd like to.
We don't have the updated.
All right, so there's been a couple changes to capital. Do you want to very quickly breeze through those?
Okay, so the changes made from last workshop was bringing resolution way above the line. That was an increase of 20,000. Bringing the streetlight LED conversion above the line. That was an increase of 27,000. Bringing Adventure Center garbage bin enclosure above the line, increase of 15,000. Then we also moved the Aristotle streetlight paving, etc., for 100,000 below the line. And then we just moved the trail machine 210,000 up.
But we're not.
But I'm finding funding source.
We were finding a separate, yeah. So that's so.
Okay. So can you go to the screen and let Linda talk to some of those suggestions?
Okay.
Okay, so again, difficult conversations with our management team, and certainly these are things that we feel we can delay are, so to speak, nice to have versus risk. Library space improvements, spoke to Hillary, recognizing that we can't do it all this year, she's okay with delaying that. Fire training center, again with fire rescue, we have a great fire training center, we'd like to upgrade it, but again, it can wait until next year. The recreation passenger van, we had a good discussion with Tim Hoskin. This is upgrading from the current sort of regular old van to something that can transport people to programs outside of the facilities. At this time, they're in conversation with the Seniors Association. The seniors are talking about...
They've dedicated $20,000 to it.
I heard 15, but I'm not sure. But in any event, Tim is still working with the seniors on working at that agreement. This is just an idea to delay it until next year with the idea that we're opening up the senior center for further animation and use in terms of programming. Again, it'd be great to leverage the seniors' money. It'd be great to be able to take people off site, but we're just trying to spread the cuts. Tim has yet to actually get a written agreement with the seniors, although we know the commitment is there. Same with wayfinding. We know this is a huge council priority.
So we just go back to the passenger van?
Yeah.
$40,000. Does that take?
It's actually $60,000. This is the net impact on tax.
Okay, so we're getting 20 from.
We actually have, the way the budget's been put in from Mr. Hoskins so far, it's a $60,000 ask, 39,000 of it could come from the replacement reserve. He has not yet put the 15,000 in from the seniors because he still has some negotiations and work to do with them to help understand that this ban would be used for all programming, not just senior programming. So there's some discussions he needs to have on that, so he did not submit that as part of a budget reduction at this time.
Okay, so 20,000 from the reserve for this van we're replacing, basically.
Exactly. So the net impact on tax was 39 grand.
Jason?
Oh, I'm just wondering in general for vehicles, especially vehicles that aren't very specialized, do we ever consider like leasing options as opposed to purchasing?
We did talk to Mr. Hoskin about that. He was not able, they have looked at whether they can rent that type of vehicle. My understanding of that discussion is there's nothing available in the area, in the corridor for him to do that, so it's not really a viable option.
But even like a long-term lease from a vendor in Vancouver or something?
It's still a capital expenditure from our perspective, it's done as capital expenditures, so and it's more expensive, frankly, for us to do it that way because there's interest costs and PST on it. So it'd be better if you want to do something like that for us to go through MFA and do their short-term borrowing program instead. It's cheaper for us.
Okay, short-term borrowing.
Have we looked at P3? Getting one of the telecom providers to sponsor a vehicle and put their name on the side of it?
Or one of the.
I don't know if they have explored that at this point. If we delay it a year, that's maybe something Mr. Hoskin can do during this year and see if between that and the senior finance, if we can't find it become a non-tax impact.
We really have to start looking at that on a regular basis instead of having it be like delay a purchase because we haven't looked at that option. I don't know why that's a regularly occurring option to be looked at.
So this proposes that we just delay it 1 year.
But we've been literally delaying this for years.
Yep.
So.
It's needed.
Yeah. I'm of the mind that we want to keep something in here to keep this possibility open.
Okay. Do you want us to reflect the donation, and if we don't get the donation, we hold off until we've got some other financing strategies? We can go that route too. Does that work? Okay, we'll do that. With the wayfinding, just to clarify this, that's not saying we're not doing wayfinding. We have money we're carrying forward. Mr. Buxton has commitments already for about $250,000 worth. So between carry forward and $50,000 of the 2017 money, we could still meet those commitments. This just takes the 2017 annual funding and says, we're gonna wait. We're gonna delay it. So you'd still have $250,000 worth of wayfinding is in progress.
Which was supposed to be spent last year. Jason?
Yeah, I brought this up, and I think this is one area where we could hold off for a year without a significant impact.
Yeah, I worry about these programs not sort of keeping on. Sure, it's pretty easy to just keep putting things off and off and off, and then 10 years down the road, we still have the old stuff there, and we're still no further along in changing the vernacular of the town. So I don't want to see us stall on these types of things. We're behind schedule on last year.
Understood.
So I don't want to just, I wouldn't want to just get rid of all that, you know, maybe there's an in-between number. Peter?
So ostensibly, what is that bias then, that what we have set aside for this year? Entrance signs?
What you're going to see is 4 signs on the highway, 1 at Deco on the highway, 1...
We don't need to know all the details.
Yep,
Just
4 on the highway, 2 into downtown, 2 major directionals, and I think 2 major pedestrian signs and 4 on the corridor trail.
And that's in the 250.
Yeah. So there's about a dozen signs, there's a dozen elements.
And then the 125 on top of that, if we added, if we kept that in?
Well, I don't know. If we bought just trail signs, 2 dozen. If we bought 2 of the more monument signs on the highway.
Yeah. Karen?
So I just wanted to clarify, we're keeping 50,000 from the 2017.
175.
Exactly. There was 175 of new money. We're carrying forward and adding and keeping 50,000 of that to go towards the commitments that we've got.
Yeah, if we hadn't had all the carryover from last year, I would be fighting for this, but since we didn't build what we were supposed to build last year, and we're just kind of just bumping everything now, but I agree with the mayor. It's just like the branding program. If we let it go, if we don't keep investing in it, when we all get done, we'll end up with this half-baked hodgepodge kind of look. So I'm okay with it this year, but.
Susan and Jason?
We're 12 kilometers long. We're having 4 signs on the highway with $250,000. That's extensive.
No, that's not what he said.
4 on the highway and 8 or 10 in the community.
Yeah. That's what I just said, 4 on the highway and other with the carry forward, and this has to, yeah, I'm totally fine with dropping this.
I'm just wondering, as far as the phasing, like, would we just, you know, from a layperson's perspective, I mean, the most obvious thing would be 1 at the entrance at the south end of town, 1 at the entrance.
Let's not
at the north.
talk about details of where it's going right now. Talk about budget.
But that wouldn't that determine what the cost was, though? Like, if we're gonna allocate 50,000 instead of 125, I guess the question would be, would that be enough to get 2 of those signs?
We've already,
Or we,
in the RFP that we've committed to the package that we've got right now, we can't adjust what we've committed to.
And that's from last year's budget.
Yep.
Yeah.
but in terms of the timing, could we? Or no?
Well, we've committed.
It's
Oh, okay.
already
Spend
tendered
that.
Well,
down.
that's from last year. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
They just haven't been put in yet. Everything's been tendered out. Doug?
Yeah, I take the point on delaying this and kind of losing track of it and putting it off into sort of a never land, but I think, to me, that's one of the advantages of the 5-year plan, is we put it into 2018, it forces the conversation next year, so I agree with moving over 1 year.
Yeah, they're keeping 50 in it,
Keep 50.
and they're suggesting taking out 125. I'm hearing generally okay with taking 125.
And what we'll do is we'll just again, keep the program going in future years, but
You know, maybe we want to add 25 grand every future year, so we get a little bit more done in future years.
Yes, that's an option.
Because we got delayed, well, we can reevaluate it next year.
yeah.
Okay,
Anything else that council sees in the capital plan?
Okay.
We have,
That's it with staff suggestions or
sorry, that's
possibilities?
the best we could do.
Okay, so what are we down to, just so we know?
So
Keep
right
track.
now you've cut, oops, sorry, having technical issues. Right now you've cut 417,687, so you've done
Off
a
the
really good
900.
job. We were shooting for 445. Having said that, we haven't made a determination. I don't have the bylaw officer
Bylaws not in
adjudication
there
in
yet?
here yet, so.
Well, they're
you might-
above the line, so they're still in there.
Right now, they're still in there, that's the
Yeah,
point.
So we may take some.
Yeah, so that might take you down if you decide to make that decision, but if you can find something in capital
Okay,
that's
so
more additional,
capital items anyone want to talk about? Susan?
Can you just remind me about the entrance sign as well, because that's not part of the wayfinding projects, and it's $100,000, and we have $49,000 budgeted this year. Is it
all-
going to be completed this year then?
I believe it's all carry forward money, the
That was all
entrance sign.
rolled into the
We
way,
have
that's
no
part
new
of
money.
wayfinding.
Is it going to be completed this year then? For actually having an entrance sign? Yeah. Like, is that enough to get us to the finish line, like having that finished?
It just gets us the signage that's in the RFP commitment. That's the 4 on the highway and the 8 or 10.
It's not in the community wayfinding project, the entrance sign's the second line item below it.
Was that the one that says downtown?
It just says entrance sign.
The two signs on the highway that indicating entrance to downtown, those are in the wayfinding program.
So does that mean the 49,875 has been cut too?
It's been
What
rolled
line
into the
number is that?
wayfinding,
What
so
reference number?
46.
I think the key question here is, is there an expectation that there's an entrance sign in town? Is that,
Yeah, well, the community wayfinding project, you just said that $50,000 was taken out of the 175. And then below that line item is 49,875 for the entrance sign.
Where are you looking at? I don't have anything below.
45, 46.
That's
46.
There's nothing
That one's not.
in that number.
Nothing from operating.
Oh,
no, we know,
That
we're
one.
trying to organize whether, Gary, I think the question is, because you have two budgets before the way signing and the entrance, they're concerned entrance signs have not being done.
Stuff from operating.
That's all just became.
Doesn't that
That's all
I think you need to explain that, because I think they're concerned they've lost their entrance sign.
It's surplus. We surplus.
Driven over a bunch of years ago.
Yeah, and I think it's gone
Okay.
in this
We're good.
proposal. Well, we just want to make sure we understand, we're getting the signs that direct into town, we're not getting a flashy in-town, here's Squamish sign right now. That's not in the wayfinding. Are we all comfortable with that?
Well, no, there's an entrance sign budget item in here.
You're not counting that in your,
That's all been included into the wayfinding project.
that's what I'm concerned about, is I think that Mr. Buxton has included that in how he's going to make his RFP for wayfinding signage. There is no entrance sign right
We never
now.
had a conversation about getting rid of the entrance sign piece.
Right, but I believe that's why I'm making clarification here, because
No,
we
I'm
need to
saying-
bump that
I'm saying you're
wayfinding.
correct.
Yeah, we need to bump the wayfinding back up then, potentially. Yes?
No, but it says you're including the surplus from last year in the wayfinding then, and not in the entrance sign?
I think he may be.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the same thing.
That's my concern, is I was starting to hear that we do have maybe a disconnect.
So it sounds, Mayor Heinzman, with this triangle here and what you've just articulated, is that council's vision for a larger, more iconic entrance sign for $50,000 is no longer in the wayfinding project, but the $50,000 from that line item is being allocated to the project.
Yeah, and there was insurance monies for the entrance signs that were taken out 6 years ago, whatever it
Yeah,
was.
so there's a
very
gap
small.
here
There's
with
60,000
council,
bucks.
there's a gap here with council expectation on that specific sign versus what the wayfinding is delivering. That's what I'm hearing, which could mean that we put 50 grand back in.
Because there's a line item as an entrance sign.
Have I got
Yeah,
that
so I
right?
think Mr. Buxton has a little bit of contingency in there, do you not? Like 30,000 with adding the 50 from this year?
No, because there's costs to remove.
I think we need, council needs to understand what's coming forward with the wayfinding. I think there's certainly an expectation that the entrance sign was still part of the plan, and it was never taken off the plan, so we need to know what we're getting through the wayfinding to understand if we should take it off the plan.
So this might go to, so that's a $50,000?
Or it could be more, depending on what we're
It's
looking at.
$100,000 with $50,000 in 2017. That's how it currently lands.
Mhm.
And I know it may not defend it from taxation, but that's how it's listed.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure we're clear with what we need now to accomplish both what we've RFP'd and an entrance sign. That's because that's going to affect that wayfinding number. So do we have any quotes on an entrance sign?
No, but I can, what I will do is I'll send you the wayfinding package. I'll indicate what we're getting for the 250 and I'll indicate as best I can the unit estimates on those elements.
Okay. So last year, we budgeted X amount to do wayfinding, correct?
Plus an entrance.
How much was that?
I will just right back. Because there was the wayfinding and the entrance.
Yeah, so both of those two items.
Yeah. So wayfinding was 175 and we had a carry forward on the entrance sign of 69,000.
69.
So you had $244,000.
Yes, so somehow the entry sign got dropped. And 69 plus the 15 from insurance, I'm assuming, 85.
I definitely have to go back and trace that 16 grand, but we'll pull it out of accumulated surplus if we need to. I thought it got repurposed, I thought for a sign, so I'll have to go back. It was a lot of years ago. It might have dropped into accumulated surplus at some point, so we'd pull it back from there if we need to.
Okay, and then 175 we're carrying over from last year, bill signs this year. And then we just took $50,000 to add to, there's still $50,000 left in this year's wayfinding. So there's another 50 on top of the 175 from last year, 225, plus the 69, which was budgeted last year, correct?
Well, I thought you weren't carrying forward a full 175. Aren't you carrying forward 170 plus the 50 to?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're only carrying forward 170 plus the 50 for 210, all in, right?
Yep.
So where did the entrance sign go?
I'm not sure.
I don't know the budget.
I believe it's been,
Yeah.
I believe Mr. Buxton has consolidated those two as part of the 170 carry forward because he already has had some expenditures in design for wayfinding. Okay? So we have had some expenditures in the current year around designing the various sign elements. Catch me if I'm wrong. So he's combined the two to carry forward 170 and added 50 from this year to get to a total budget of 210, which deals with his commitments to date. The smoke clears, you don't have an entrance sign.
Okay, that's not council's direction, so
Okay.
we should rediscuss that. Sue?
There's a few number things that maybe I'm not understanding. Well, the CN rail crossing safety improvements are in one side as 25 and in this side as 26. And the active transportation improvements show an allowance of $200,000, but in the line item increased to $700,000, but in the line item shows as 200.
Bear in mind that our sheets would be showing you tax impacts, do they not?
Yeah.
Versus the capital plan will show you the full cost. So just make sure we're not getting that confused. I'm not saying there couldn't be an error, but generally you need to understand those two lists might be reflecting two slightly different things.
When it's $1,000, I'm thinking it's maybe a carryover mistake as opposed to a
Could be.
funding.
Okay, so we're looking
And
at
the
service.
active transportation should be 700.
No.
Should
Can
be-
you, yeah, the active transport, so can you give us a specific example just so that Tanya can follow it?
So, number 28, in the capital project descriptions and justifications, the listing recommends an allowance of $200,000. As a result, the amount has been increased to $700,000 for the improvement, and we roll over and it's $200,000.
Yeah, so it's a $700,000 commitment in the current year. We are drawing from provision, or from Community Works Fund, 500,000 of it this year, and we're gonna phase that in until we're at fully funding 700,000 of active
So it's
transportation.
200 from operating.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we are at 4 o'clock.
And after-
So after 4. Wanted to have a bit of a discussion on, okay, we're gonna have to schedule another meeting, obviously. Should we go down to early release items in case we want to move forward on some of that?
Sure, we can skip ahead. Can you bring us the slide up here?
I think council's done good work, staff sounds good, well, we're getting some traction on some issues, which is great.
Yeah. So I will talk to you quickly about early release. I believe Mayor Heinzman, this kind of skipping over the strategy discussion.
Yeah, I know,
So-
we're preempting it a little bit. I really wanted to make sure in particular, we talked about the housing coordinator, if we want to move on that quickly. If council was on side with the recommendations from the housing task force, at least to move forward with the coordinator, whether or not we take the next step to create the housing authority and how we go about doing that, blah, blah, blah. But I wanted to make sure if we were going to take that step, that we were initiating it early in the year, so. Jason?
Yeah, I would speak in favor of early release for that. And the reason I say that is because I think that, we've gone through the past year looking at different funding opportunities. And one of the things that feedback we received from the minister and other agencies is that it's very useful when a municipality has a staff member who has the capacity to coordinate applications for these funding sources and in concert with local stakeholders. So mindful of the fact that, with the new federal government, as well as an election year at the provincial level, like the window for some funding opportunities is probably going to close towards the end of this year. So we would want to try and get that position in place as soon as possible. I think that's really the impetus for it.
Anyone who wants this, who isn't supportive of this position or initiating that early in the year? Karen?
I don't understand what this person will be doing. I know it says implement the recommendations from the Affordable Housing Task Force, but from what I can see in the short term, what we need is to complete our CAC policy to include inclusionary zoning and understand what we will and will not trade off to have purpose-built rental. But the creativity part in terms of putting funding together is really for core housing, not for affordable market housing. That the market will either build if we provide inclusionary zoning. And all of our nonprofits are currently contemplating builds. The Senior Citizens Housing Society, Helping Hands, Center Point's being built for Squamish. So the only group they're working on it is the House Down Women's Center. So I'm not quite sure what this person does in the short term. We don't have any of our rental housing built. Like, are they going to become the person who takes care of figuring out who goes in which building and maintaining those rental suites as the breeze comes on and the day property comes on? I have no idea what we're spending our money on here. Like, is it policy writing? Is it property management? If it's property management, that should be outsourced. That's a huge onerous job, and that should just be someone else's job that does it well, not the district's. If it's policy, in the short term, the policy we need is our inclusionary zoning, and then we can manage it. Council can, everybody knows if you're building this many units, you've got to provide us with this much rental housing at, at this cost. So I just don't get that we have a full-time job here.
I think one of the things Linda talked about was, and correct me if I'm getting this mixed with some other position, is that we take it on as a one-year contract position to essentially implement the recommendations of the task force, scope out housing authority possibilities so that we're not managing rental stock, that it is authority that does that. How that may work in the future, is it a joint venture project with Whistler? Who knows where we go with that. Linda, did I get that right? This is sort of basically we could do it for a contract year, and then at the end of that year, we evaluate whether it becomes in-house or if it becomes a housing authority position.
Yes, Mayor Heinzman, based on the Housing Task Force recommendations and obviously the urgency to the housing issue with affordable market housing for the district is, we need a champion. This is one of those things where there's a strategy and an action item list that needs to be implemented, put off the side of someone's desk in the planning department as an example, it'll wither. The reason we said contract is we didn't want to recommend, an indefinite employment position. So
Depending on how it ends up migrating in the future.
yeah, and I think we too don't know exactly what, if we had a housing coordinator, that person would do. We see the contract coming in and saying, this is what you need or don't need, and here through the community and other agencies or different layers.
Follow up, now I've got Susan and Jason.
So amend the community amending contribution. I think we should hire a planner and write that for us, and that could be done in the budget this year. We could put that money in. Creation of housing stakeholder group, we have that. I don't think we need a housing coordinator full-time at this point. Identify lands for purpose-built rental. We have a real estate group. If we can't identify our own lands for affordable rental, there's something wrong with us. Supportive and social housing programs. Our local nonprofits are already working on what they need, and they are creative and resourceful, and they'll keep doing that. And they'll find their champions within the district. I think our biggest gap is that we're not clear on our policy for what we'll demand from developers in terms of inclusionary zoning. I think the seniors project takes, care of a huge gap in seniors housing. We should look at short-term rental policy and enforcement, but it's not a huge priority, and if it doesn't get done this year, I wouldn't care about that. And workforce and housing policy, I think our Chamber of Commerce should be working with our local employers on what kind of policy they want to see in place for workforce housing, and it gets included in inclusionary zoning bylaws. We need a planner to write our CAC policy and put it in. That's what I see in the short term. And if we need a housing coordinator next year, I'm on board with that, but I just don't see the work this year. And I don't see those units being built yet. I don't see it.
I agree. It's not, sitting in on the housing task force right the way through. I didn't miss any meetings. We really, the Squamish Integrated Housing Solutions Group is just newly formed. And I see the need for a housing authority, but as Councillor Elliott says, we have all this work that's happening and all of this land use changes that are happening. We have very limited land base. We either have to start taking in units and have the housing solutions group manage those positions, and we can densify and do land trades, and we have hardly any land to do that with. So for a coordinator to come in, I may be amenable to a 6-month position just to get policy going. But a 1-year position that ends up being a full-time position because we just start loading policy onto a person and becomes a continuing position, we still have 17,000 taxpayers. We can't afford new positions. And I'd rather see what comes out of the Integrated Housing Solutions Group. And if they feel like we need a coordinator or they need somebody to integrate with at the district, but I agree with the CAC position that Councillor Elliott took with a planner writing a new CACs, but I don't even see CACs as really adding a dent to a market that's going to be fluctuating up and down. This year, we either take in units or we don't. CACs are not going to dribble in. We may, and we don't have a lot of land to leverage right now. We need density in affordable housing. That's what we need, and we have Castle Rock, we own the property, we could densify. We're having developers come in and do trades. I see planning department as the place to get this done as far as, I may be amenable to a 6-month position, but not a 1-year full-time position.
Jason?
Okay, I think there's a little bit of a misinterpretation of what the position calls for. What the position actually calls for is an implementation. It's not a policy developer. If we wanted a policy developer, we would hire a planner and they would do housing policy. I think when we were talking about advising staff on CAC, I see that when we discuss that in the Housing Task Force, it's more of a transactional thing. So for example, if a developer comes in and makes a proposal, then it would go around the staff table, and one of the staff members that would see it was the housing coordinator, and they could comment on it and say, well, right now we really need the 2-bedroom units for X number of demographics, so this project should include that. So and of course they're going to work with whoever the planner is to develop that CAC policy for inclusionary zoning, which is a much bigger project. But the actual most important thing that a housing coordinator would do is what they would be doing is they would be making sure that we're addressing the gap in the housing spectrum. And the gap in the housing spectrum in Squamish today is between what the market can provide, which is stuff that rents out at $1,600 a month or more at the high end, and then at the low end, what is subsidized core need housing. So for people with disabilities, people on fixed incomes, there's a gap. There are people in this town who are working full-time jobs. They're not low income enough to get into these types of housing units, but they're not well off enough to buy a unit or rent in the private market. So we're talking about stuff that rents from $900 a month to $1,600 a month. Now, none of the nonprofits in our community have put forward applications to do these kinds of projects. They're focused on core need. So what other municipalities in British Columbia have done, they can apply directly to BC Housing to fund these projects that don't require ongoing subsidy if they can provide the land. And we missed the window on that. The housing minister told us that in the meeting. We missed out on $200 million. So we can dicker about 50 grand or 100 grand, but you have to realize if we don't approve it this year, we're shutting the door on modest market housing for the 900 to 1600. It's not going to get built.
Okay, I'm going to just hold that thought. I need to recess the committee of the whole meeting and open the special business meeting. Look for approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Chappelle, second by Councillor Kent. All those in favor, motion to close. So we've done that. Councillor Reyes, Councillor Kent, all those in favor, opposed. We're going to recess the special business meeting, and we are now back in the committee of the whole.
And just to bring the final point is that one of the other things that we did receive feedback from the very start from all of the local housing stakeholders was that they felt that the district wasn't supporting them in their endeavors, and that was a problem for them. When they were going to apply to funders, they would say, oh, well, have you been working with the municipality? And then they would say, well, you know, we tried, but it's off the side of somebody's desk. And so they wanted a point person who could meet with them quarterly, because, you know, the Housing Task Force, that is wrapped up. That was there for a limited time to make recommendations, but now it can transition into a stakeholder group, and it was envisioned by the stakeholder group that would be chaired by a staff member to ensure permanence and to ensure the professional expertise to leverage all of the resources in the community. So that's really what the position is about. It's not about developing lots of policy, it's actually about implementation. It's about doing stuff, putting in the applications. We need those applications or nothing's going to get built.
Yeah, we'll go down that. Yeah, I'm actually convinced that we actually do need to move forward on this. Remember my first young council, which was 11 years ago, we were faced with the same kind of housing issues that we're faced with today, maybe not quite as amplified, but it was pretty amplified for today. And it was a high priority. We did a whole bunch of policy work and we never really followed through on it. And the danger of not following through on it is that when times are fine, you forget about it, and then times ramp up so quickly that you're not ready for it again. And we are not ready for, had we done the implementation piece 8 or 9 years ago, we would have been ready for this round of it. So I don't want to get behind that cycle again. It's hard to get your brain around, is it a full-time position? Is it 40 hours a week, whatever? And I think in theory it could be, especially if we start to actually create some assets and we have an authority that's managing it and that type of thing. but it's hard to do sort of half-assed. It's hard, it's hard to just say a 0.5 position or 0.7 position, wherever that might be. It's hard to do. You can't do it. You have to, but you do have to have someone focused on it, or it will just get put to the side of the desk. There will be misses in development applications. There's a few things that I find are being missed as these development proposals come forward, and it's more that, and I feel like this addressing the housing gap issues is a big chunk of it, as well as some other social planning issues. Are we getting that integration piece? Are we getting the active transportation piece into use? I don't mean to dilute the role of the housing coordinator, because I do think it will if it's not today. But I also do think that this is a lens, there's a bit of a broader lens than just housing that could be brought to this position to make sure we're getting the value, the community, family-driven stuff, whether it's playgrounds in developments, whether it's accessibility. And so I think we can broaden the scope of this position a little bit more with a major focus on housing, 70% focus on housing. But then we can, accessibility issues, we're missing the boat. Same questions come every day to ADP that we're coming to ADP 11 years ago about accessibility. So I think there's a way to there's a danger in adding too many scopes or lenses to a position. So if we can somehow, I'm kind of babbling out loud right now, if we can somehow sort of say this is a position, whether we call it a planner or whatever, this is a position focused on housing issues with a sort of a social planning lens that is a part of how this job fits into our analysis of all these projects. Then I can sort of see the justification moving forward in a full-time position. It's hard to just brand new full-time position, but I agree with Jason. We're going to miss the boat on this, and we may have a cycle downturn for a little bit. It's going to ramp right back up, and we'll be where we were 11 years ago. So I do think that it's something we have to. Otherwise, we won't move the dial on this unless we have someone dedicated to it. Susan, then Doug.
I think that was really well said, and if you called this a social sustainability coordinator and threw in the Healthy Communities Index and other things into it besides just a housing coordinator, I would be in complete support of a one-year position. Because the points of accessibility, access to parks, all of those things are exactly Healthy Community Index. So if you want to call it a social sustainability coordinator and have that person be an expert,
housing and social,
housing and social, okay, keep housing in there as well. But on just the how is our community doing in with housing, with accessibility, with all of those issues, I would be in support of that position. But I can't, to say just housing, because that is so market controlled. We have a whole bunch of rentals that are coming on board that are exactly to address what Councilor Buckman-Wolf just, and it's all market housing. And, like the project right across the street here is all rental housing.
Purpose-built rental is very much different than...
Purpose-built rental housing, I know, but you can't control in between market, and if they want to go apply for a grant, that's out of our realm. They can, but okay. I can see as using a coordinator to help them be, is there provincial funding available that can help us? But it still doesn't control market housing.
Doug?
So the issue, I think, in this discussion is whether or not it's early release, because I don't think we're debating having a housing coordinator or not. I think the question is...
Well, no, I think we are. I think we are.
Why is it an early release item then?
Well, we kind of jumped ahead. We were going to have
we haven't had that discussion.
We were going to have the emergent strategies discussion. We ran out of time, so I wanted to make sure if there were some early release issues, then we could address them now. We don't have to address them now, but we kind of put the cart before the horse a little bit in the conversation. And the conversation has revolved back into the strategy and how much commitment are we putting into fulfilling the strategy or not in this year's budget.
Okay, well then I'll throw my old argument and put in a new argument. So I am generally in favor of this position, but not by early release. Because I think what we do have to do is, and just listening to the comments here, there's different visions on what this person might do. So I think we do have to spend a little bit of time as a council on sorting out the job description and the focus of this person. So if we did not early release this particular position or this money for this position, My guess is we'd be hiring starting in about April and probably have somebody in place in June. I'm not sure that that's critical time, frankly, and I think it would be well worth our while to just kind of focus a little bit as a council on what this person might actually do. I had, after listening to everybody, something completely different in mind, so I'm not going to go into it, but just I think we just do need to get some consensus as a council around this. I do think going forward, I've read the report from the committee and generally agree on its recommendations. And going forward, I think we are going to need a person. I do agree with the approach of staff that the initial period, whether it's 6 months for the balance of the year or whether it's a one-year contract, should be by contract. Because it seems from the comments that one of the positions or one of the functions of that person would be writing a job description for a long-term employee and organizing a housing authority if we go there. And so that might be the full-time, long-term position. But in the interim, this is the setup position, if you like. And so I would suggest we do it on contract. But I just don't see the urgency of doing it early as opposed to in the normal course this year.
Yeah, my only concern with the timing on it is that we will miss out on the 2017 federal and provincial budgets. I strongly believe in the provincial budget, based on our meeting with the housing minister at UBCM, that there's millions of dollars on the table for Squamish for housing, and if we don't get it in this time, I'm not confident that that money will be available in future budgets. As we know, in terms of election cycles, at the provincial level, the spending tends to get higher towards the end of the term, and the beginning of the term is usually tends to be more austerity based. But even that being said, I mean, we also have to look at you know, from start to finish, from idea phase, grant application to shovels in the ground, minimum 1 year. So like, we're still, even if we were to early release it, actually getting new units in Squamish, still 2 years out. So now we're making a decision, is it going to be 3 years or 4 years? And I would submit that spending $100,000 this year to get units in 2 years instead of 3 is actually a good value for money, and that we will actually bring a whole lot more funding in place. And we know too that the federal government, they are very interested in getting involved in some housing, and we got to be involved in that right now before they have to start looking at cutting the deficit, which necessarily means cutting spending at their level.
I think there's a timing issue.
So there's 3 things that I think need to get done in the short term. That is, create a shovel-ready project, whether it's for provincial or federal funding, in that $900 to $600, $1,600 rental range. Because our not-for-profits are looking at core housing, which is like in the $400 to $600 range. And the province is not wanting to fund that right now. Really, they're looking at that middle range. So we need a shovel-ready project to put forward. We have to finalize our CAC policy so that we understand if we're going to sacrifice parking or frontage improvements or what.
We've already funded that through the budget.
So we are funding that. And our zoning bylaw needs to be updated to include inclusionary zoning and density bonusing, what we'll do to get that kind of housing. So I would be okay with hiring a short-term contract to give us a shovel-ready project. But I think, like Doug said, we need a much broader discussion on what this position would look like, because in our OCP now there's going to be a monitoring and tracking section. The healthy community stuff, you know, Susan talks a lot about being able to monitor that and build, you know, measurements around that. So connectivity is of the community, not just physically, but social connectivity. That's something that we want to look at, because in the OCP feedback, people said they want this town to still feel like a small town, even though we're getting bigger. So I think there's there's some tactical things we definitely need done. And I'm happy to release funds and approve funds on some of those tactical things, but I'm not okay even approving a position in the budget at this time till we have a much broader discussion about what we want that person to do and what would be effective long-term. But I agree, we need to get some shovel-ready projects. I just think there's a different way than hiring a person.
So, Christine?
Yes.
There's a position in the budget currently, above the line.
There's a contracted 1-year project in the
Yeah.
budget right now, which represents about half a body full-time. So whether it's because it's delayed or whether we don't think it's a full-time position, I look to Ms. Glenday for, but essentially, it's only a part-year funding right now, I
So
believe.
that's in the budget now. We can determine if, when we want to release it, we can release it early, we're not changing the amount, we can release it early and it wouldn't necessarily go to December. But in theory, we could. We could also scope out the responsibilities of that because it may or may not start early, correct? I don't think anyone's suggesting taking it out of the budget at this point, but we don't know exactly what
What
the
it
scope of
looks
that
like yet.
position may be at this point. I don't want to lose the fact that I really do think we will not get anywhere on the housing unless we have a dedicated person focusing on it in any meaningful way. Even just scoping out a project like that is a pretty big job. Like an actual shovel-ready project is a big job. So, yeah, I was actually prepared to early release and get going on this. I wanted to make sure we were encompassing some of the gaps that we currently exist in how we evaluate projects and how we are building out our built environment. But I do think, I think there's an opportunity right now. And I think if we don't move forward on it now, we probably won't in the future. And we'll miss the boat the next time.
Yeah, and I think that, I agree with that 100%, and I think that the sort of safety valve on this is that it is only for a 1-year position. We're not creating a permanent position, and it's 1 year. We do also have to be mindful that in terms of recruiting, if we want to get somebody who's good, we're going to need to give them full-time work to live here, you know, for a year, right? Or do we do a 6-month contract? I don't know. It could be one way or the other, but I still think we'd probably get more bang for our buck if we went for the full year, because we could get some of those sort of beginning policy planning pieces towards the end, and they could reflect back on their experience as to, oh, what are the gaps right now, and do it from a real...
So we've budgeted a part-time position for the CAC zoning. We've already budgeted a part-time position for that. Can we, and a big chunk of that is...
For a year. Sorry, just to
Full-time for a
clarify,
year?
between the paternal leave and the special projects that are still, I believe, above the line, you're actually looking, right now, Mr. Villaneski's is looking to hire a 1-year full-time permanent, or temporary planner.
And they're going to do...
Several projects.
CPs and some other...
Zoning, backfilling for OCP work that continues on, so.
Put
Okay, so
CAC.
there's lots of other stuff. Yeah. There's no lack of work to go around.
There's lots of work to go
around. Susan.
Yeah,
And
and
then
that's
we're
what
going to try to wrap this up.
my fear is, and I hear all the comments that are being made, and you know, if we had a very low tax increase, and I just worry about the tax increase for this without a shovel-ready project, and I'm really cognizant of the fact that what our needs are, but we have so much housing coming online, I'm wondering what that does to market. I also see that, you know, I'm struggling with this one basically, because it's we do have such a huge tax increase. And that will affect people's affordability for living here in itself. And with all the projects coming online, you know, basically not even a 1-bedroom, a studio apartment is $1,500. So anything in the market right now is, you know, housing is about either you have housing, you have a glut of housing and it affects the market housing, or it doesn't. But like having a coordinator, unless you have a project to work on, and your point, I know, exactly.
If you don't have the
I just,
project,
struggle with spending the money.
we're not going to get the
in a year
project
with
unless
such
we
low
put the
housing.
person into this.
Yes.
Bottom line is, we won't get the project. we will do what we've done for the last 11 years, and we will talk about it, and we will get in a rut again. We need to wrap this up, and then we need to wrap up this meeting, and then we need to go into our closed meeting, and it's a good thing we ordered dinner.
Yes, and I do need to touch base with
Not
you.
early release,
One more
but
thing.
get.
Okay, well,
really dialed
What I'm
down.
hearing is we're certainly not going to give it early release today. Maybe we can do a little bit of digging around, and on the 24th, we can explore a bit further. Yeah.
Okay, so there was someone from BC Housing at the Regional Growth Strategy meeting of elected officials. His name is Raymond. I spoke to him and said, will there be another round of funding before the provincial election? And he said, up in the air, completely up in the air. He said, we are still working on the backlog of projects that we approved in the last round of funding because they only had to get to a certain level of completion, and now they have to provide all the detail. So I think it would be really important to understand if they do decide to go to another level or another round of funding before the provincial election, it'd be important to know how far those shovel-ready projects actually need to get, and do
Only if
that.
we had a housing coordinator to be able to keep track of that.
Well, you could make that phone call. I could make that phone call. I mean, but and then we figure out what the funding is required to get that. That's the first thing we need. We need a shovel-ready project, and we need to designate some land. The only way any of that gets built is if we find a piece of land and say, build it here. And then we will be able to, no one got funding that didn't provide a chunk of land. So that's our first order of business. And then we need someone to write a project description.
Okay, we're not going to resolve this today, obviously. So if it's okay, Jason, unless it's
I just
really
want to
simple.
correct, I don't quite, from my recollection, remember exactly who was president of the housing minister meeting, but I'm pretty sure we did ask him, and he, I mean, the minister never says 100% yes, but I mean, it seemed very clear to me.
He said that if for a good project, they can always find money.
Yes, that's what he said. So, I mean, and you know, we have land. In the housing task force, we identified land we can use. So we've got the land, we need somebody there to do a project.
No. Okay, so we are going to table that and table all the rest of this, except we're going to do a 2-minute next steps.
Yes.
And maybe where we are.
I'm going to ask you a quick question around contingency for the community grants. Very, very quickly, council had indicated they wanted a contingency. We can, if you go to the next slide, we did do a quick and dirty of what we've needed in the past. We looked at the contingency fund. It looks like at about 7,000 on average that we have diverted to grants. Question to you is that we've only, in that case, always used below our 50 grand contingency. So do you necessarily want to earmark it? Because again, you can see it's all over the place. Or do you just want to leave it in your contingency fund so that you can use contingency for whatever you want, right?
Yeah, I would almost think, do we have any contingency in the grant, community enhancement grant?
Not right now, and that's why I'm having to ask you this, because
No, our policy says we should do that though, doesn't it?
well, council suggested they would like to, but the policy doesn't drive that. Well, all our policy talks to is that we wouldn't provide grants over 1% of last year's
And currently,
tax.
what's council contingency?
50 grand in the general fund, and as you can see, we're generally working within that, even doing the granting.
Council, all right with?
I'd leave it at 50.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Next steps.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like we need to come back on the 24th. I think what I need to understand from council is how big a meeting is it, because the 24th won't allow us to have a very long meeting. So are you relatively comfortable, or do you want to come, if you want to come back for longer, we might need an off Tuesday workshop.
Can we do a bit of a debrief? Can you guys? Maybe pull me in a little bit. Do a bit of a debrief just to see where we are. We've been all over the map and we've done a lot. So just to see where we are in terms of what we haven't gotten through, and if we think it's going to be more than the time we can do on the 24th, we'll go back to council and see if...
Yeah, my gut right now is we could potentially do this on the 24th unless council still has a lot of burning ideas. I'd like to try and wrap this up on the 24th, so that's great. The only other thing is public input. Was there anything, we're going to take this away now, we talked, Christina was clear today, we've kind of got a bit of sense of what might be in or out of the budget. We can try and do a little bit more of, here's what we're looking at, how do you feel? But was there anything in particular you guys would like us to cycle out and specifically ask the public?
And if you can't think of that right now, we can,
Send us an email or whatever.
Yeah, I can't think of anything like that right now, but on revisiting the economic development and digital strategy, is there space in a committee meeting between now and the 24th where we can tackle those? 'Cause
I'll
that's
talk
a
to
bigger
Linda
discussion.
about where we can find a time to do that in a committee meeting somewhere.
Great.
Yeah. Because we haven't had that conversation, so. Okay,
Okay,
we'll
great.
do that. Awesome. Motion to terminate the meeting. Moved by Susan, seconded by Karen. All those in favor, opposed, motion carries.